Before we get into it, I want to do this one properly. This episode is a carefully researched and written sleep story, built from real historical accounts and shaped in a way that's meant to help you unwind while still staying grounded in accuracy. I'm glad you're here with me tonight as always. We're easing now into how Marie Curie changed history, not just through discovery, but through years of quiet, persistent work, measured in small steps, repeated efforts, and long stretches of focus that slowly added up to something lasting. If this calm, slightly boring reflection helps you unwind, feel free to follow, drop a like, and tell me where you're listening from and what time it is for you. Now let your shoulders relax, settle into your pillow, and let your breathing slow as we gently move into the story. Welcome back, my tired dumplings. Get comfortable. Pull whatever is nearest to you a little closer. Tonight we're going somewhere cold and grey, and full of a particular kind of stubbornness that the world has rarely seen, and we're going to move through it slowly, the way good things move. Her name, before the world got hold of it, was Maria Salomea Sklodowska. Born on the 7th of November, 1867, in a second-floor apartment on Frita Street in Warsaw, the fifth child of two schoolteachers who had lost almost everything they owned to politics and empire, and the slow, grinding weight of living in a country that was not, at the moment of her birth, technically allowed to be a country. Poland in 1867 did not exist on any official map. It had been carved up between Russia, Prussia and Austria decades earlier, and the part where Maria was born belonged to the Russian Empire, which had very specific ideas about what the Polish people were and were not permitted to do. They were not permitted to speak Polish in schools. They were not permitted to teach Polish history. They were not permitted to organise, to assemble, to carry much of anything forward from the civilization that had existed before the partition. The Russian government called this policy assimilation. The Polish people called it something else in Polish, which they were not supposed to be speaking. Maria's father taught mathematics and physics. Her mother had been the principal of a girls' school before Maria was born, resigning her position when the fifth pregnancy made it impossible to continue. By the time Maria was old enough to understand such things, the family had moved several times and the rooms had grown smaller, and the furniture had grown sparse and the meals had grown careful. Her father lost teaching positions whenever Russian authorities decided he was showing insufficient enthusiasm for the empire's educational priorities, which happened more than once. He responded by bringing his laboratory equipment home, teaching his children chemistry and physics on the kitchen table, because the Russian authorities had removed it from the schools and he was not willing to let that be the end of it. Maria was, by every account, an exceptional student from the beginning. Not the prodigy kind of exceptional, the quiet kind. The kind that sits at the front of the classroom and finishes the problems before the teacher has finished writing them on the board and then waits, with something that looks like patience but is really a controlled form of hunger, for the next thing. She graduated from her gymnasium at 15 with the gold medal for top marks. Receiving the medal required shaking the hand of the Russian Grand Master of Education in Warsaw. She shook it. The family noted that she did not look pleased while doing so. After graduation she collapsed. Doctors described it as fatigue, nervous exhaustion, the kind of thing that gets diagnosed as physical when the actual cause is the accumulated weight of being exceptionally capable, in a situation specifically designed to prevent that capability from going anywhere. She spent a year in the countryside with cousins, dancing and walking and not studying, the only genuinely unstructured year of her life. She came back from it with her hunger restored and nowhere obvious to put it. The university in Warsaw did not admit women. This was not an oversight. The Russian Ministry of Education had sent a formal decree to every university council in Poland in 1863, explicitly banning women from enrolling. Most universities across Europe had similar policies. Warsaw was where Maria was, and Warsaw was therefore where the wall was, and the wall was absolute. What existed instead was the Flying University. It had been operating since 1882, a network of secret classes held in private apartments across Warsaw, taught by Polish professors and philosophers and historians who were willing to risk the consequences. The consequences, if caught, range from dismissal to exile to Siberia. The students were women who had graduated at the top of their classes and had nowhere to go with it. The classes moved constantly, from one apartment to another, never in the same location twice in the same week, which is where the name came from. You could not raid a university that did not stay still. Maria joined with her sister Bronislawa. She attended lectures in anatomy, natural history and sociology. She gave lessons herself to women from poor families, passing forward whatever she had just received. She described it later as the origin of her interest in experimental scientific work, which is a measured way of saying that sitting in a borrowed apartment in 1883, listening to a professor whisper physics in Polish, because the windows had to stay closed in case someone was listening outside, was where something clicked into place for her that never clicked back out. The pact came next. Maria and Bronislawa between them had one viable route to a proper university education. Paris. The Sorbonne admitted women. But Paris required money, and money required time, and time required a plan. Maria was 17. Bronislawa wanted to study medicine. Maria would work as a governess, sending her wages to Paris to fund her sister's degree. Once Bronislawa had finished and was earning, she would bring Maria to Paris and fund hers in return. It was a clean agreement between two women who understood that plans needed to be made carefully and kept. Maria packed her bags and went to work for the Żurowski family. They were a wealthy landowning family who lived in the village of Sztuki, roughly 60 miles north of Warsaw, administering a large estate. Maria arrived in January of 1886, 18 years old, to teach the family's daughters. She would stay for nearly 3 years. She spent 7 hours a day on the formal teaching duties, and whatever hours remained she spent reading from the family's scientific library, or writing letters, or continuing to study on her own, late into the nights, by whatever light she had. She also organised a school for the children of local peasants and factory workers. This was illegal. The Russian authorities did not approve of Polish children being educated in Polish, and Maria was circulating Polish books among their parents, while teaching their children to read in their own language. She was doing this openly, with the blessing of the Żurowski family who shared her Polish nationalism, and she was doing it in full awareness that if the wrong person reported it, she could be sent to Siberia. She was 18 years old. She set up the school anyway and taught up to 18 children at a time in addition to her official duties. Then Kazimierz Żurowski arrived for the summer. He was the family's eldest son, a mathematics student at the University of Warsaw, 1 year older than Maria, and already showing the kind of mathematical mind that would eventually make him one of Poland's most important mathematicians. They fell in love the way young people fall in love when they discover they think in the same language. They discussed marriage. His parents said no. Maria was a governess, penniless, a relative's daughter from a family of no money and no social standing, and the Żurowski family had different expectations for their son. Kazimierz, who would later prove himself willing to solve problems of extraordinary mathematical complexity, was not willing to oppose his parents on this one. He let the refusal stand. Maria stayed in the Żurowski household for 15 more months after this, sending wages to Bronislawa in Paris, teaching the peasant children their letters, reading physics by candlelight, carrying the humiliation of the rejection in the same household where the person who had not defended her was still present. She had no other financial option. She stayed, and she kept working, and she did not let it stop her. There is a detail that comes at the very end of Kazimierz Żurowski's long life that is difficult to set aside. He became a professor, and eventually the rector of Krakow University. He married someone else. He had children. He had a distinguished career. He lived to be 86 years old, long enough to see Marie Curie become the most famous scientist in the world, long enough to see her receive 2 Nobel Prizes, long enough for her name to be known in every country. There is an account, unverified but persistent, of him in old age sitting in front of her statue in Warsaw, just sitting there for a long time, saying nothing. Maria left the Żurowski household at Easter of 1889 and took a third governess position elsewhere, continuing to save. Bronislawa finished her degree and wrote from Paris. "Come," she said. Maria was 24 years old when she finally boarded a train for Paris in the autumn of 1891. She could not afford a seat in a heated compartment. She brought a folding stool to sit on, wrapped herself in everything she had, and ate food she had packed because buying anything on the train did not fit the budget. She had been planning this journey for 6 years. Warsaw was behind her. Paris was 6 years ahead. 3 days on a folding stool in an unheated carriage, wrapped in layers, eating cold food she had packed because buying anything on the train did not fit the budget. 24 years old, 1 trunk, 6 years of waiting behind her and the Sorbonne somewhere ahead in the grey October city. Bronislawa met her at the Gare du Nord. Bronislawa had finished her medical degree, married a Polish doctor named Casimir Dluski, and was living in a flat on the Rue d'Allemagne with a spare room and a warm kitchen. She had already done the hard part. Now she was watching her younger sister arrive to do it herself. Maria stayed with them for a few months. Then she moved out. The Dluski flat was an hour from the Sorbonne by horse-drawn bus, and the bus cost money she did not have, and the hour cost time she was not willing to spend on anything that was not studying. Her father had also written to warn her that spending too much time with the Polish exile community in Paris could harm the career prospects she was hoping to build back in Warsaw, and could put relatives still in Poland in danger. Both of these things were true, and she took them seriously. She found a room on the Rue Flatter in the Latin Quarter, a 6th-floor garret with no heat, and a window that looked at the rooftops and a ceiling that sloped so sharply on one side that standing fully upright was only possible in the centre of the room. She carried her own coal up the stairs herself, one bucket at a time, stopping at each floor to breathe. 1 or 2 sacks for the entire winter, because that was what the budget allowed. She enrolled in the Faculty of Science at the Sorbonne on the 3rd of November 1891. On the enrolment form she wrote Marie instead of Maria, the French version of her name, a small and practical adjustment she would carry for the rest of her life. Female students at the Sorbonne made up roughly 2% of the total enrolment. There were nearly 2,000 men in the science faculty. There were 23 women. She was one of them. She also, in those first weeks, realised she was behind. 6 years of studying in stolen hours had given her real knowledge, but not the same foundation as students who'd been inside proper institutions all along. Her technical French was not yet strong enough for lectures delivered at speed. Her mathematics, though solid, was not at the level of her French peers who'd been building it since childhood without interruption. She made a decision her French colleagues might have found humbling, but that she treated as simply practical. She sat the first-year exams in the summer of 1892, judged herself insufficiently prepared, and chose not to submit them. She spent another year strengthening the foundations before attempting the license. She sat in the lecture halls and took notes and worked problems and came first, not eventually. From the beginning of her second year, she was outperforming students who had walked in better prepared than she had. She had been preparing for these lectures in stolen hours for 6 years, and she was not hiding what that preparation had produced. She was there to learn, and she was learning faster than almost everyone else in the room, and the room could make of that whatever it liked. The cold that first winter was worse than she had expected. Her daughter Eve, writing about these years decades later in the biography that remains the most intimate account of Curie's early life, described a specific night when Marie ran out of coal and the 6th-floor garret went so cold that sleep became impossible. She lay in bed shivering, cataloguing her options. There were no options. She got up and opened the trunk and put on every piece of clothing she owned. Then she got back into bed and piled everything remaining on top of the single blanket, her other dress, her linen, whatever was left. Still not enough. She reached out and pulled the chair over to the bed and piled that on top of the rest, giving herself the illusion of weight and warmth. Then she lay very still so as not to disturb the scaffolding, and waited for sleep. She was, according to her daughter, proud of this. Not the cold situation, the independence. The fact of being alone in a foreign city on the 6th floor of a building she had chosen with money she had earned, studying at an institution that had not wanted to admit her, feeding a hunger that had been building since she was 15 years old. The poverty was real, but it was her poverty, in her room, in her city, and she moved through it with something that Eve described as a deep and private satisfaction. Her meals during those years were almost entirely bread and butter and tea, with chocolate occasionally when the budget stretched that far. She fainted from hunger more than once, her body presenting its case that the caloric situation had become urgent. Friends who noticed would bring food. She would eat it with the focused gratitude of someone who had not been giving nutrition sufficient priority and was briefly being reminded why it mattered. Then she would go back to work. Every evening she walked to the library of Sainte-Geneviève. She went there because it was warm and it was lit and it stayed open until 10. She would sit at one of the long rectangular tables with her head in her hands and work until they closed the doors. Then she would walk back to the garret and work by petroleum lamp until 2 in the morning, or 3, at which point the lamp and the coal situation, and the biology of having a human body all combined to insist that she stop. The city itself she noticed in pieces, in the gaps between work. Paris in the 1890s was the Paris of the newly built Eiffel Tower, only 2 years old when she arrived, the city in the long middle of a period of construction and confidence, and the particular energy of a place that believed itself to be at the centre of everything important. She attended lectures by the mathematician Paul Appel and the physicists Gabriel Lippmann and Edmund Bouty. She met young scientists who would later become prominent, Jean Perrin and Charles Morin among them, and she met them on even terms, one student among others in a lecture hall, all of them at the beginning of things. She was not there for Paris, she was there for the physics. But the city left marks on her anyway, the way cities always leave marks on people who spend their young years inside them. The grey rooftops from her window, the cold particular to a top floor in winter when the heat has gone out. The quality of gaslight in the library at 9 in the evening, warm and yellow, falling across the table where she worked through problems that no one had told her she was supposed to be able to solve. She passed first in physics in 1893. First, out of everyone. Out of all the men who had grown up in France with access to the education that she had been denied for the first 24 years of her life. A Polish scholarship was awarded to her, enough to fund a second degree. She used it, then returned it in full as soon as she began earning a salary, because it was earmarked for students who needed it, and she had decided she no longer qualified. She placed second in mathematics the following year. She treated this as a correctable problem. Sometime in the spring of 1894, a commission came through from the Society for the Encouragement of National Industry. They wanted a study done on the magnetic properties of different steels. Marie needed laboratory space to do it. A Polish physicist she knew mentioned a colleague who might help. His name was Pierre Curie. He was 35 years old and had a laboratory at the Municipal School of Industrial Physics and Chemistry, and an instrument he had invented called the piezoelectric quartz electrometer that was exactly what she needed for the measurements she was trying to take. An introduction was arranged. She had not been in Paris 3 years yet. She had come in on a folding stool in an unheated carriage and carried coal up 6 flights of stairs and piled a wooden chair on top of her blankets to keep warm and sat in a library every night until they made her leave. The work had been finding her all along. Pierre Curie came to her through a problem she could not solve. Spring of 1894. Marie needed laboratory space, and the room she'd been given at the Sorbonne was too poorly equipped to take accurate measurements. A Polish physicist she knew mentioned a colleague who might help. A man named Pierre Curie who ran a laboratory at the Municipal School of Industrial Physics and Chemistry, and had invented a precision instrument called the piezoelectric quartz electrometer for measuring faint electrical currents. Marie needed exactly that instrument for exactly the problem she was working on. The meeting was arranged. Pierre Curie was 35, 8 years her senior, a quiet man with the kind of face that one biographer described as grave and gentle, carrying in his posture the slight absent quality of someone whose attention was mostly elsewhere, working through something internal even while conducting an external conversation. He had done significant scientific work, discovering the piezoelectric effect with his brother Jacques, and a fundamental relationship between temperature and magnetism, and had somehow never got around to writing any of it up as a formal doctoral thesis, because the thesis had seemed less urgent than whatever he was currently thinking about. Marie would eventually insist that he write it up, which he did, receiving his doctorate in March of 1895. She attended the ceremony. He had also, by his own account, given up on finding someone to share his life with. The women he had met wanted things other than science. Pierre wanted nothing else. Then he met Marie. They began working together. The collaboration moved over several months from professional to personal, in the way that these things move when two people discover they think about the world in the same language. Pierre proposed. Marie hesitated because her plan had always been to return to Poland, to bring whatever she'd learned in Paris back to Warsaw, and she was not certain a French husband fit into that architecture. She went back to Poland for the summer of 1894, genuinely uncertain. Pierre wrote letters. One of them said it would be a beautiful thing if they could spend their lives near each other, hypnotized by their dreams. She came back to Paris. They married in July of 1895 in a small civil ceremony at the town hall of Sceaux. Marie wore a dark blue wool dress she had chosen because it was practical enough to keep wearing in the laboratory afterward. There was no church ceremony. There were no rings. They spent the honeymoon on bicycles riding through the French countryside and returned to the laboratory. Marie had been thinking, since early 1897, about a phenomenon the French physicist Henri Becquerel had discovered the year before. Becquerel found that uranium emitted rays spontaneously, without any external energy source, without being heated or exposed to light. The rays just came, persistently, from the uranium itself. Most scientists noted this and moved on. Marie noticed it and could not let it go. She began her doctoral research on the question of what this emission was and whether any other substances produced it. She found that thorium did. She found that certain ores were more radioactive than the uranium or thorium they contained, which made no sense unless those ores held something undiscovered, something producing radiation at a rate beyond anything yet identified. She coined a word for what she was measuring: radioactivity. Pierre set aside his research on crystals and joined her. The two ores drawing her attention were pitchblende and chalcolite. Pitchblende in particular was producing readings 4 to 5 times more active than could be explained by its uranium content alone. Marie's hypothesis was clean and radical. Something else was in there, something nobody had found yet. The only way to confirm it was to process enough ore to separate whatever it was from everything surrounding it, and hold it up and measure it and name it. The laboratory they worked in was somewhere between inadequate and a provocation. The shed sat in the courtyard of the municipal school, a former medical dissecting room that had been abandoned because it was not weathertight, not properly ventilated, and furnished with nothing except a collection of old worn pine tables. It leaked when it rained. In summer, it became a greenhouse. In winter, it became something close to outdoor space with a thin roof over it. The German chemist Wilhelm Ostwald, one of the first scientists to recognise the importance of what the Curies were doing, travelled from Berlin specifically to see where they worked. He arrived when neither Pierre nor Marie was there, was shown the shed, and wrote afterward that he would have taken it for a potato cellar and could not believe it was the place where radium had been discovered. Marie described it herself as the miserable old shed. She also said years later that the years she and Pierre spent in it were the best and happiest of their lives. Both of these things were true at the same time. The ore came in sacks. Tons of it eventually sourced through the Austrian Academy of Sciences from the slag heaps of a pitchblende mine in Bohemia, waste material left over after uranium extraction, which turned out to be even more radioactive than the original ore, because the uranium had been removed and what remained was concentrated with everything else. Marie ground the ore to powder. She steeped it in acid. She stirred boiling masses of it with an iron rod that she described on one occasion as being almost as large as she was. She separated it into chemical fractions, measured each fraction for radioactivity using Pierre's electrometer, discarded what was inactive, concentrated what was not, then began again. The process was not laboratory work in the way that laboratory work is usually imagined. It was closer to what happens in a factory or a mine, physically brutal, corrosive, unrelenting. Her hands were in acid for hours at a time. The shed had no proper ventilation for the gases the processing produced. Neither of them knew yet what those gases were doing. A ton of pitchblende, it would eventually be established, contains roughly 1 gram of radium. They did not have a gram of radium. They were building toward a fraction of 1 from tons of ore on pine tables in a leaking shed. While they did this, they also published 32 scientific papers. In July of 1898, they announced a first new element, named polonium for Poland, for the country that had produced Marie and then refused to give her a university education when she was a girl. In December of the same year, they announced a second, radium, from the Latin word for ray, 2 new elements on the periodic table. The scientific community was not convinced. Elements needed to be isolated and physically demonstrated, not just inferred from measurements. Marie spent the next several years doing exactly that. During this same period, she gave birth to their first daughter Irene in 1897, taught physics at a teacher's college in Sèvres, completed the coursework for her doctoral degree, and continued processing pitchblende in the shed. These things all happened simultaneously. She did not treat any of them separately. Pierre once deliberately pressed a sample of radium against his own arm and held it there for 10 hours to document what happened to the skin. What happened was a burn that took weeks to heal and left a permanent scar. He recorded the results with the same flat scientific attention that both of them brought to everything. Neither of them understood yet what the radiation was doing inside their bodies. They were tired all the time. Their hands hurt. Marie's fingertips were chronically burned and cracked. She recorded the symptoms in her research diary alongside measurements in the same handwriting, as if the slow damage to her own body was simply another variable to log while the work continued. In 1902, after 4 years in that shed, Marie had 1/10 of a gram of pure radium chloride. 1/10 of a gram. From tons of ore, from those pine tables, from rain coming through the roof. She described coming into the shed at night after dinner to check on the products of their work. The vials and dishes containing concentrated radium fractions glowed, faintly blue-green, visible in the dark from all sides. Pierre and Marie standing in a cold, leaking shed in a Paris courtyard, watching the elements they had pulled out of the earth glow on the tables around them. In 1899, she began keeping a laboratory notebook. That notebook still exists. It is stored in a lead-lined box at the Bibliothèque Nationale de France. It will need to remain there for approximately 1500 years, which is how long the polonium and radium absorbed into its pages will take to decay to safe levels. Researchers who wish to examine it must sign a waiver acknowledging the radiation risk. The notebook she wrote in, from that shed, in the last years of the 1800s, is still radioactive today. In December of 1903, the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences had decided to award the Nobel Prize in Physics for work on radioactivity, and the names it had in mind were Henri Becquerel and Pierre Curie. 2 men. The work that had produced polonium and radium, the word radioactivity itself, the 4 years of boiling pitch blend in a leaking shed, the 1/10 of a gram extracted from tons of ore. None of that had made it onto the nomination. A Swedish mathematician named Magnus Gosta Mittag-Leffler, who sat on the committee and had spent years advocating for women in science, wrote privately to Pierre. Pierre wrote back. He made clear that if the committee was seriously considering him, it should consider his wife alongside him, that the work was hers as much as his, that leaving her name off would be inaccurate in a way that mattered. The committee added her name. Marie Curie became the first woman in history to receive a Nobel Prize. She and Pierre did not go to Stockholm to collect it. They were too busy. Pierre had been feeling increasingly unwell, his legs hurting, his hands shaking, his body filing reports that neither of them was prepared to read yet. They sent their thanks and went back to work. They finally made the trip in 1905, a year late, to deliver the required Nobel lecture, which Pierre gave while Marie sat in the front row, not by any written rule, by convention, by the weight of a tradition that had not yet been forced to account for a woman winning. Pierre's lecture made her contributions plain. The prize money went toward hiring their first laboratory assistant. Life outside the laboratory, by the accounts of those who knew them, was quiet and somewhat apart from the world. They had 2 daughters, Irene, born in 1897, and Eve, born in December of 1904. Marie hired Polish governesses so both girls would grow up speaking her language. She took them to Poland to visit. She set up a small cooperative school for her daughters and the children of her colleagues, taught by the colleagues themselves on rotation, because she did not think the standard Paris schools were doing the job properly. Then, on the 19th of April 1906, Pierre walked across the Rue Dauphine. It was raining. Heavy afternoon traffic. He stepped off the pavement and slipped, or misjudged something, and went down under a horse-drawn wagon. The wheels crossed his skull. He was 46 years old. He died instantly on a wet Paris street in the middle of the afternoon, and everything they had built together across 11 years ended in a moment that had nothing to do with science or intention, or any of the forces that had shaped everything else in both their lives. Marie was 38. The grief was the kind that does not resolve. It ran underneath everything for the rest of her life. She wrote about Pierre in her diary in the weeks and months after his death with an intimacy she showed almost nowhere else, talking to him directly on the page as though he was still present. In one entry she wrote about how many times he had said to her that they really had the same way of seeing everything. She described small things, what she had been thinking, what she had done that day without him. Publicly she almost never mentioned his name again. The diary is the exception, and it is devastating to read. The Sorbonne offered her his professorship. She accepted it not because she wanted it, but because it seemed the most direct way to continue what they had started, and she feared she was, her own word, mad to attempt it. On the 5th of November, 1906, Marie Curie walked into the lecture hall at the Sorbonne to give her first class as the institution's first female professor, The hall was packed. Students had come from across Paris, journalists had come, members of the public had come, people who simply wanted to see what this moment looked like. There was applause when she entered. She stood at the podium and waited for it to stop. Then she began her lecture exactly where Pierre's last lecture had ended, mid-topic, mid-thought, as if continuing a conversation. No personal remarks, no acknowledgement of the occasion, just physics, picking up the thread. The room went silent. She taught. She published. In 1910, she produced her fundamental treatise on radioactivity, the comprehensive account of everything the field had become since she had named it. In that same year, she isolated pure radium metal for the first time, 12 years after she had first identified its existence in pitchblende. Then came 1911. The Nobel Committee awarded her a second prize, in chemistry, for the isolation of radium and polonium. She was the first person in history to win Nobel Prizes in two different scientific fields. 3 days before the announcement, a scandal broke in the French press. A relationship with Paul Langevin, a physicist 5 years younger than her who had been Pierre's student, became public when Langevin's estranged wife had their private letters stolen from the apartment they had been sharing and handed them to a nationalist newspaper. The paper published them. Other papers followed. The coverage was not gentle. Langevin was cast as a wronged husband. Marie was cast as a dangerous foreign woman, described in one headline as a foreigner who had come from Poland to steal radium and to steal a French husband. She was not Jewish, but several papers described her as though she were, which in the France of 1911 was intended as its own kind of weapon. A crowd gathered outside her house. She took her daughters to the home of a friend until it dispersed. The Nobel Committee wrote to suggest she might prefer not to come to Stockholm under the circumstances. Albert Einstein, who had met Marie at a scientific conference that year and had been corresponding with her, wrote to her with a different view. He told her to stop reading the press coverage and described the people driving it as vipers the material was fabricated for. He told her to go to Stockholm. She went. She collected her prize. She gave her Nobel lecture and named precisely which parts of the radioactivity research were hers. She came home. 19 days later, she collapsed. Kidney infection, surgery, depression, 14 months in which she barely entered the laboratory. She recovered, eventually under the name Sklodowska rather than Curie, feeling she had no right to his name while she was in this condition. She began making lab notebook entries again in December of 1912, and did not stop until she could not. The committee, the second time, did not need to be persuaded to include her name. She described herself in the single paragraph she agreed to contribute to an autobiography, as born in Warsaw of a family of teachers. That was all she offered. The pockets of her lab coat held test tubes of radium. Not carelessness. Nobody yet understood what that meant. The damaging effects of ionizing radiation were unknown during the years when she was doing the work that would define the rest of the century. She and Pierre had processed tons of radioactive ore with their bare hands in a leaking shed. She had driven X-ray vans to the front lines of a world war and stood beside unshielded equipment for hours at a time. She had spent 40 years in laboratories where the air itself was slowly becoming something her body could not absorb without consequence. But that is getting ahead of the story. After the 14 months of collapse and recovery following the 1911 scandal, Marie came back to the laboratory in December of 1912 and did not stop again. She had spent those months in England with her friend, the physicist Hertha Ayrton, recovering quietly away from the French press, and she returned to Paris changed in some ways and entirely unchanged in others. The work was still the work. The Radium Institute was still being built. There was still more to do than time allowed. The war arrived in August of 1914. It arrived with a problem she identified almost immediately. Field hospitals were attempting to treat shrapnel wounds and broken bones without being able to see inside the bodies of the wounded. X-ray machines existed, but they were large, stationary and fixed inside hospital buildings. The soldiers were not near hospital buildings. They were dying in fields and ditches some distance from the nearest X-ray. Marie designed mobile radiography units. She fitted vehicles with X-ray equipment and portable generators. She obtained a driving license specifically so she could drive them herself. She trained 150 women to operate the units. She and Irene, by this point 17 years old, drove to the battlefield together in a vehicle packed with equipment, moving between field hospitals and casualty stations, providing X-ray imaging to surgeons who had been working essentially blind until that point. The soldiers called them the Little Curies. Over the course of the war, the units provided X-ray services to more than 1 million wounded soldiers. The imaging helped locate shrapnel and fractures that would otherwise have been invisible, saving limbs and lives that would otherwise have been lost to guesswork. Marie organised 18 of these mobile units and established 200 permanent radiological centres across France and Belgium. She was 47 when the war ended. She had funded much of it herself, including attempting to donate her Nobel Prize medals to the French war effort. The government declined to melt them. She established the Radium Institute in Paris in 1914 and a second one in Warsaw in 1932, finally giving her home city the scientific institution she had spent her life trying to build. Her sister Bronislawa, the same sister who had received her wages from the Zarowski household decades earlier and sent for her from Paris, became director of the Warsaw Institute. The two sisters had started with a pact and ended with two Nobel-connected institutions in the cities that had shaped them. Her eyesight had been deteriorating for years by the time the 1920s arrived. Her hands were in constant pain. She had the first set of cataracts operated on, then a second set. She kept working. She travelled to the United States twice to raise funds for radium research, receiving a gram of radium from President Harding in 1921, presented on behalf of American women who had raised the money for it. She gave lectures across Europe. She sat on the League of Nations International Committee on Intellectual Cooperation alongside Albert Einstein, the same man who had told her to go to Stockholm and collect her prize from the Vipers. In the spring of 1934, she travelled to Poland for the last time. She visited Warsaw. She saw the Radium Institute standing and functioning in the city that had refused her a university education when she was a girl. She came back to Paris. A few weeks later, her health collapsed and she was taken to a sanatorium in the mountains of Haute-Savoie. She died on the 4th of July, 1934. Aplastic anemia, a condition in which bone marrow stops producing enough blood cells, brought on by decades of radiation exposure that had been quietly dismantling the architecture of her body, while she was busy dismantling what science thought it knew about matter. She was 66. She had been working on a book about radioactivity that was finished the following year. Albert Einstein wrote about her afterward with a directness that was not his usual register. He said that of all the celebrated people he had known, she was the only one whom fame had not corrupted, that the simplicity of her life, the serenity of her character, the objective judgment were all of a piece. She was buried in Sceaux beside Pierre. 61 years later, France moved them both to the Pantheon, the mausoleum where the country keeps its most important dead, alongside Victor Hugo and Voltaire and Rousseau. Marie became the first woman honoured there on her own merits. Their coffins were sealed in lead nearly an inch thick, not as ceremony, because their remains were still radioactive and the lead was necessary. Her notebooks from the 1890s are in lead-lined boxes at the Bibliothèque Nationale de France. Researchers who wish to read them must sign a legal waiver and wear protective clothing. The contamination will not decay to safe levels for approximately 1,500 years. Her cookbooks are also radioactive. The furniture from her laboratory, the clothes she wore, her personal papers, everything she touched over 40 years of work absorbed what she was working with, and what she was working with does not let go. Her daughter Irene, who had driven to the front lines of the First World War at 17 beside her mother, became a physicist. Irene won her own Nobel Prize in Chemistry in 1935, awarded jointly with her husband Frédéric Joliot for the discovery of artificial radioactivity. Irene died in 1956 of leukemia caused by radiation exposure, the same cost in a different form 40 years later. Eve, the younger daughter, became a writer. She wrote the biography of her mother that remains the most intimate account of Curie's life, the one that gives us the coal carried up 6 flights of stairs, the chair piled on the blankets, the glowing vials in the dark shed. Eve lived to be 102 years old. The Radium Institute Marie founded in Paris produced 4 more Nobel Prize winners under her direction. The institute she established in Warsaw still operates today as the Maria Sklodowska-Curie Institute of Oncology, treating cancer patients with the same radiation principles she spent her life mapping. Every cancer patient who has ever received radiation therapy, every X-ray ever taken, in every hospital and field unit and airport, every nuclear physicist who built on the understanding of atomic structure that her work made possible, every woman who walked into a university science department after her, because she had walked in first and the door had not closed behind her. She had not set out to make any of these arguments. She had set out to measure the radioactivity of certain minerals in a cold garret in Paris, working by petroleum lamp until 2 in the morning, eating bread and butter because there was nothing else, carrying coal up 6 flights of stairs because the budget did not stretch to having someone else do it. The hunger that had been with her since Warsaw never left. She fed it for 66 years and it was never fully satisfied. The notebooks glow in their lead boxes. The instruments she handled are still warm with what she put into them. In Warsaw, in the archive of a city that spent her childhood trying to erase itself, the record of a girl who finished first in her class and shook the hand of a man she despised and then went back to her desk and kept going, sits in the same quiet it has always sat in. If you drifted off somewhere around the glowing shed or the rainy Paris street, that is also fine. The story does not mind. It has been waiting a long time and it knows how to wait. If you have a hand free from under the blanket, a like does more for this channel than you might think. And if the history of people who refuse to stop is something you want more of, come back soon. There are more stories where this one came from, and every one of them is worth losing a little sleep over. Good night. The story of Winston Churchill begins in the grand halls of Victorian England and stretches across 2 world wars to reshape the modern world. You're about to discover how one man's voice became the sound of defiance when darkness threatened to consume Europe. Tonight, as you settle into comfort, let this story of courage and determination carry you through the remarkable life of Britain's greatest wartime leader. You find yourself standing outside Blenheim Palace on a cold November night in 1874. The massive Baroque structure rises before you in the darkness. Torches flicker along the stone walls. Inside, a baby has just been born 2 months earlier than expected. The infant arrived in a small ground floor room. The family had not prepared for such an early delivery. Lady Randolph Churchill had been dancing at a ball when labour began. She barely made it to this modest chamber before giving birth. The child is Winston Leonard Spencer Churchill. He enters the world with a shock of red hair and a lusty cry. His father, Lord Randolph, paces the halls above. His mother recovers slowly from the unexpected ordeal. You walk through the palace gardens as dawn breaks. Frost covers the carefully manicured hedges. The estate stretches for miles in every direction. This is where young Winston will spend his earliest days. The palace was a gift from a grateful nation to his ancestor, the first Duke of Marlborough. But the grandeur of Blenheim does not translate to warmth in young Winston's childhood. You watch as the years pass. His parents remain distant figures. Lord Randolph pursues his political career with fierce ambition. Lady Randolph moves through London society like a bright comet. Winston rarely sees them. He spends most days with his nanny, Mrs. Everest. She's a plump woman with kind eyes and gentle hands. You can hear her singing lullabies in the nursery. She rocks the small boy when he wakes from nightmares. She bandages his scraped knees after falls in the garden. Mrs. Everest becomes the centre of Winston's young world. He calls her Womb. She calls him Winnie. Their bond grows stronger as his parents remain absorbed in their own lives. You see the boy's face light up when Womb enters the room. You watch his smile fade when she must leave. At age 7, Winston is sent away to boarding school. You stand beside him on the platform as the train pulls away. He clutches a small bag containing his belongings. Tears stream down his face. Womb had hugged him goodbye that morning. His mother had barely glanced up from her correspondence. The school is St. George's in Ascot. The headmaster believes in strict discipline. You watch Winston struggle through his first weeks. The other boys seem to know the rules already. Winston breaks them without meaning to. The punishments come swift and hard. He receives beatings with a birch rod. The pain is sharp and immediate. You see him biting his lip to keep from crying out. At night in the dormitory, he pulls the thin blanket over his head. He thinks of Womb and Blenheim and better days. His academic performance is poor. Winston cannot seem to focus on Latin declensions or Greek conjugations. His mind wanders to stories of soldiers and battles. He draws pictures of cavalry charges in the margins of his textbooks. The masters grow frustrated with his inattention, but you notice something the teachers miss. When Winston reads history or literature, his eyes shine with interest. He devours tales of Nelson and Wellington. He recites poetry with feeling and passion. His memory for these subjects is exceptional. After 2 years of misery, his parents finally remove him from St. George's. His health has suffered. He is thin and pale. They send him to a school in Brighton where the sea air might restore him. You walk beside Winston along the pebbly beach. He breathes deeply of the salt breeze. Colour slowly returns to his cheeks. The new school is better. The masters are less harsh. Winston begins to find his footing. He joins the rifle corps and discovers a love of military pageantry. You watch him march in formation, his small shoulders thrown back with pride. He polishes his rifle until it gleams. At 13, Winston moves to Harrow School. You climb the hill with him on his first day. The ancient buildings loom above. Generations of Britain's elite have passed through these halls. Winston feels the weight of expectation pressing down. He's placed in the lowest form due to his poor showing on the entrance exam. Latin remains his nemesis, but his English teacher recognises something special. Winston can write with power and clarity. His essays crackle with energy. His vocabulary expands like a river in flood. You sit beside him in the library as he reads Churchill's history of his ancestor Marlborough. Winston traces his finger along the battle maps. He mouths the words describing great cavalry charges and clever manoeuvres. Something stirs inside him. A sense of destiny, perhaps. A feeling that he too might do great things. His father visits rarely. When Lord Randolph does appear, Winston desperately seeks his approval. You watch the boy rehearse things to say. He practices telling his father about his achievements. But Lord Randolph remains cold and distant. He criticises Winston's poor marks in mathematics. He dismisses the boy's enthusiasm for military history. The rejection cuts deep. Winston writes letters to his father that go unanswered. He saves his small achievements hoping to impress him. Nothing seems good enough. You see the hurt in Winston's eyes each time his father departs without a kind word. His mother is warmer but equally absent. Lady Randolph moves through Europe's fashionable circles. She writes Winston chatty letters from Paris and Vienna. But she does not visit. She does not attend his school events. Winston keeps every letter she sends. He reads them over and over until the paper grows soft. At 15, Winston makes a decision. He will pursue a military career. His father approves this choice. It requires less academic excellence than Oxford or Cambridge. Winston throws himself into preparing for the entrance exam to Sandhurst, the Royal Military College. It takes him 3 attempts to pass. You stand beside him as he opens the letter on his 3rd try. His hands shake slightly. The word accepted jumps from the page. Winston lets out a whoop of joy. He has done it. He is going to be a soldier. But even this achievement brings criticism from his father. Winston's scores only qualify him for the cavalry, not the more prestigious infantry. The cavalry requires cadets to provide their own horses. This means additional expense. Lord Randolph's letter drips with disappointment. Winston arrives at Sandhurst in 1893. You walk with him through the gates. The grounds are immaculate. Cadets in crisp uniforms march past. Winston feels a surge of belonging. This is where he wants to be. He flourishes at Sandhurst. Military subjects engage his mind in ways Greek and Latin never did. He studies tactics and strategy with passionate intensity. He learns to read terrain like a book. He masters the art of commanding men under pressure. You watch him on the parade ground. His uniform is spotless. His boots shine like mirrors. He barks orders with confidence. The other cadets respond crisply. Winston has found something he is good at. The feeling is intoxicating. In his final year, tragedy strikes. You are there when the telegram arrives. Lord Randolph Churchill has died. He is only 45 years old. The syphilis that has been slowly destroying his mind has finally claimed him. Winston rushes to London. He sees his father one last time in the coffin. Lord Randolph looks small and wasted. All the fire and brilliance that once defined him has gone. Winston realises his father will never give him the approval he craved. That door has closed forever. The grief is complicated. Winston mourns what might have been more than what was. He vows to honour his father's memory by achieving the greatness Lord Randolph never acknowledged in his son. You see the determination harden in Winston's jaw. He will prove himself worthy of the Churchill name. Mrs. Everest dies soon after. Womb, his beloved nanny, succumbs to peritonitis. Winston pays for her medical care from his limited funds. He sits by her bedside in her final days. She is the one person who loved him unconditionally. Her death leaves a hole in his heart that never quite heals. Winston graduates from Sandhurst 8th in his class of 150. He is 20 years old. His military career is beginning. You stand beside him as he receives his commission as a second lieutenant in the 4th Queen's Own Hussars. He looks resplendent in his new uniform. The gold braid gleams in the sunlight. But being a junior cavalry officer in peacetime Britain is expensive and boring. Winston has a small allowance from his mother. It is not enough to cover the costs of polo ponies and mess dinners. He needs money. He also craves action and excitement. You watch him form a plan. He will become a war correspondent. Newspapers pay well for dispatches from the front lines, and where there are wars, there is glory to be won. Winston begins writing to editors. He offers to cover any conflict anywhere in the world. His first opportunity comes in Cuba. Spanish forces are fighting Cuban rebels. Winston arranges to observe the Spanish troops. He also secures a contract with a London newspaper. He will send back reports of the fighting. You travel with him to Cuba in 1895. The journey takes weeks by ship. Winston stands at the rail watching dolphins play in the bow wave. He smokes cigars and dreams of adventure. He is 21 years old and the world feels full of possibility. In Cuba, Winston experiences combat for the first time. You crouch beside him in the jungle as bullets snap through the foliage. The sound is strange and terrifying. Winston discovers he feels exhilarated rather than afraid. The danger makes his senses sharper. Colours seem brighter. Sounds are clearer. He celebrates his 21st birthday under fire. A bullet passes within inches of his head. Winston notes this in his dispatch with dry humour. He is developing the writing style that will later make him famous. Clear, vigorous prose with touches of wit and drama. Back in England, his articles create a stir. People enjoy his vivid descriptions of battle. Winston discovers he has a talent for making readers feel present at dramatic events. He begins to see writing as more than just a way to earn money. It is a path to influence and fame. The 4th Hussars deploy to India in 1896. You sail with Winston across the Arabian Sea. The heat is oppressive. The ship rocks in the swells. Winston spends the voyage reading. He has brought crates of books. History, philosophy, economics. He is educating himself in the subjects he missed at school. India fascinates and appalls him. The colours and smells overwhelm the senses. Spices and incense mingle with less pleasant odours. You walk with Winston through crowded bazaars. Merchants call out in languages he does not understand. Children with huge dark eyes follow the tall British officer. The British military life in India is comfortable but unstimulating. Winston plays polo ferociously. He breaks his shoulder in a fall and learns to play one-handed while it heals. The injury will trouble him for the rest of his life. But Winston refuses to let it slow him down. He continues his self-education. You sit with him in his quarters as he works through Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. He reads Macaulay's Histories and Plato's Republic. He fills notebooks with thoughts and observations. His mind is like a furnace consuming fuel. Winston hears of fighting on the northwest frontier. Pashtun tribes are rising against British rule. He uses family connections to attach himself to the Malakand field force. You march with him into the brutal mountains of the frontier. The landscape is harsh and unforgiving. Rocks sharp as knives. Sun beating down without mercy. The fighting is savage. The tribesmen are fierce warriors who give no quarter. Winston sees men killed and wounded in ways that will haunt his dreams. But he also experiences the wild thrill of combat. He charges with his cavalry unit into enemy positions. Sword drawn, heart pounding, alive in every nerve. He sends dispatches back to London describing the campaign. His writing grows more confident and powerful. He does not glorify war, but he captures its terrible excitement. Readers cannot look away from his vivid accounts. Between actions, Winston writes a novel. He calls it Savrola. It tells the story of a revolutionary leader in a fictional country. The hero is clearly Winston himself, idealised and romanticised. The book is not great literature, but it shows his growing facility with words. You watch him scribble pages by candlelight after exhausting days in the field. In 1898, Winston learns of a military campaign in Sudan. British forces under General Kitchener are moving to retake Khartoum. Winston is desperate to join them. Sudan promises to be the biggest military action in years. He pulls every string available to secure a place. His mother uses her considerable charm and connections. She writes letters to ministers and generals. Finally, Winston receives orders to join the 21st Lancers as a supernumerary lieutenant. He also arranges to write dispatches for the Morning Post newspaper. They will pay him £15 per column. It is excellent money. You travel with Winston up the Nile. The ancient river flows brown and sluggish. Crocodiles bask on muddy banks. Villages of mud brick houses cluster at the water's edge. The journey takes weeks. Winston reads and writes and watches the timeless landscape slide past. The British army assembles at Omdurman, across the river from Khartoum. 50,000 dervish warriors mass to defend the city. You stand with Winston on the morning of September 2nd, 1898, as the two armies prepare to clash. The heat is already building. Dust hangs in the air. The battle begins with artillery. British guns thunder. Shells tear through the dervish ranks. But the warriors keep coming. They advance in great masses, waving spears and swords. Their courage is magnificent and terrible. Winston participates in one of history's last great cavalry charges. The 21st Lancers thunder across the desert. 400 horsemen in perfect formation. You ride beside Winston as the ground shakes beneath the pounding hooves. His sabre is drawn. His heart hammers in his chest. The charge hits the dervish line with devastating force, but the fighting becomes confused and desperate. Winston fires his pistol at point-blank range. Men and horses scream and fall. The noise is overwhelming. Afterwards, Winston will write that nothing in life is as exhilarating as being shot at without result. The British win decisively. Thousands of dervish warriors lie dead on the battlefield. Winston walks among them in the aftermath. The carnage sickens him, even as he recognises the glory of victory. War is revealing its true nature, magnificent and horrifying in equal measure. His dispatches from Sudan make him famous. People throughout Britain read his accounts. His name becomes known in circles of power. Winston Churchill is no longer just another junior officer. He is a writer and war hero. The transformation has begun. You find Winston back in England in 1899. He has resigned his commission. Military life no longer holds appeal. He has seen enough of war to last a lifetime. Besides, he has discovered his true calling. Politics. Lord Randolph's shadow still looms large. Winston's father was a brilliant parliamentarian who seemed destined for the highest offices. His career collapsed due to a combination of poor judgment and declining health. Winston is determined to succeed where his father failed. He will restore honour to the Churchill name. He stands for Parliament in a by-election at Oldham. You walk with him through the grimy industrial streets. Factories belch smoke into the grey sky. Workers in cloth caps eye the young aristocrat with suspicion. Winston gives speeches from the back of wagons. His voice rings out over the crowds. But the workers of Oldham are not impressed. Winston loses the election by a narrow margin. The defeat stings. But he learns valuable lessons about connecting with ordinary voters. He begins to understand that grand rhetoric is not enough. People want to know how you will improve their daily lives. Before Winston can lick his wounds, war breaks out in South Africa. The Boer republics have declared war on Britain. It promises to be another opportunity for glory. Winston secures a position as war correspondent for the Morning Post. They offer him £250 per month plus expenses. It is a fortune. You sail with him to South Africa in October of 1899. The voyage takes 2 weeks. Winston paces the deck impatiently. He writes articles and reads military histories. Other correspondents aboard discuss the coming campaign. Everyone expects a quick British victory. Winston arrives in Cape Town and immediately heads north to the front. He attaches himself to an armoured train conducting reconnaissance. You are aboard on November 15th when Boer artillery opens fire. Shells explode around the train. The locomotive desperately tries to escape. A shell derails several cars. The train grinds to a halt. Boer riflemen pour fire into the stranded cars. Men cry out as bullets find flesh. Winston takes command of the situation. Though technically a civilian correspondent, his military training takes over. He organises the soldiers to clear debris from the tracks. Bullets whine and snap around him. Winston seems oblivious to the danger. He walks upright, directing the men with calm authority. You watch him leave a heavy debris aside with his bare hands. His face is set with determination. Finally, the track is cleared. The engine can move again. Winston helps load the wounded aboard. He gets as many men onto the locomotive as possible, then he sends it racing away to safety. He will follow on foot with the remaining soldiers. But the Boers are already surrounding the position. Winston tries to escape across the veldt. A horseman appears and trains a rifle on him. Winston reaches for his pistol. It is not there. He left it on the train in the chaos. The Boer gestures with his rifle. Winston raises his hands in surrender. The Boers march Winston to Pretoria with other prisoners. The journey takes days. You walk beside him in the column. His mind is already working on escape plans. Capture is unbearable to his active nature. He cannot simply sit and wait for the war to end. In Pretoria, prisoners are held in the State Model School. It is not heavily guarded. The Boers do not expect British officers to break their parole. But Winston never gave his parole. As a civilian correspondent, he is not bound by military honour to remain captive. You watch him carefully observe the routines. Guards patrol on predictable schedules. The fence is climbable. Beyond lies the city, then open country, then hundreds of miles to freedom. The odds are terrible. Winston decides to try anyway. On December 12th, he makes his move. 2 other prisoners are supposed to escape with him. But when the moment comes, they cannot get over the fence undetected. Winston is already in the garden beyond. He crouches in the shadows, waiting. The others signal they cannot make it. They will try another night. Winston is alone outside the fence. He can climb back or go forward alone. Every moment he waits increases the risk of discovery. He makes his decision. He will go on alone. You follow as he slips through the dark streets of Pretoria. His heart pounds. Every sound makes him freeze. He reaches the railway line that runs east toward Portuguese East Africa. Neutral territory, freedom. 300 miles away through country swarming with Boer soldiers. Winston has no map, no compass, minimal supplies. He speaks no Afrikaans or native languages. It is close to suicide. But Winston has always possessed supreme confidence in his luck. He hops onto a slow-moving freight train. You ride with him in the darkness. The train rattles through the night. Winston huddles among coal sacks trying to stay warm. When dawn comes, he jumps off before reaching a station. He hides in a grove of trees as day breaks. His situation is desperate. He cannot travel by day without being spotted and captured. He has no food. The countryside around him is alive with people who would gladly turn him in. A reward has been posted for his capture. As night falls again, Winston takes a desperate gamble. He sees lights from a house in the distance. He will approach and hope whoever lives there will help him. The odds are against it. But he has no other options. He knocks on the door. You stand beside him as it opens. A man peers out suspiciously. Winston stammers out his situation. He is a British officer escaped from Pretoria. He needs help. The man's face remains unreadable. Then the man smiles. His name is John Howard. He's the manager of a coal mine. He is also one of the few British sympathisers in the region. Winston has stumbled upon perhaps the only house for miles where he might find sanctuary. His famous luck has held. Howard hides Winston in the mine. You descend with him into the dark shafts far underground. It is cold and damp. Rats scurry in the shadows. Winston spends days in the darkness, waiting while Howard arranges his escape. He has nothing to do but think and wait. The isolation is crushing. Finally, Howard arranges for Winston to hide in a wool shipment heading for Lourenço Marques in Portuguese territory. You squeeze into the cramped space with Winston among the bales of wool. The train lurches into motion. The journey will take days. Winston must remain absolutely still and silent. The hiding place is stifling. The wool makes breathing difficult. Winston's legs cramp from being folded in the tiny space. But he endures. After what feels like an eternity, the train finally crosses into Portuguese territory. Winston emerges, filthy and exhausted but free. The news of his escape has spread throughout the world. Winston is a sensation. Newspapers everywhere carry the story of the young correspondent's daring escape. He becomes an international celebrity overnight. His face appears in papers from London and New York. Winston rejoins the British Army in South Africa, this time as a lieutenant in the South African Light Horse. He participates in the relief of Ladysmith and the capture of Pretoria. You ride with him into the city where he was recently a prisoner. The irony is not lost on Winston. He revisits the State Model School and stands outside his old cell, a free man. When the war winds down, Winston returns to Britain as a hero. His books about his experiences become bestsellers. He writes the story of the Malakand Field Force, the River War about Sudan, and London to Ladysmith via Pretoria about his South African adventures. The royalties pour in. For the first time, Winston has real money. More importantly, he has fame. When he stands for Parliament again in Oldham in 1900, the reception is completely different. You walk with him through the same streets he walked a year earlier. Now people recognise him. They want to shake his hand and hear his stories. He wins the election comfortably. Winston Churchill enters the House of Commons at age 25. You sit in the gallery as he gives his maiden speech. His voice rings through the chamber. He speaks about the war in South Africa. He argues for magnanimity toward the defeated Boers. The speech shows both courage and wisdom. Some Conservative members grumble, but others nod approvingly. But Winston is restless in the Conservative Party. He disagrees with their position on free trade. He believes in open markets and minimal tariffs. The Conservatives are moving toward protectionism. Winston cannot support policies he considers economically foolish. In 1904, he crosses the floor of the House. He literally walks across the chamber and takes a seat among the Liberals. It is a dramatic and controversial move. Many Conservatives view it as betrayal. Winston sees it as a matter of principle. He will not sacrifice his beliefs for party loyalty. The Liberals welcome him enthusiastically. They recognise his talents. When the Liberals win a landslide victory in 1906, Winston is appointed Under-Secretary of State for the Colonies. At 31, he is beginning his ministerial career. You watch him take up his new responsibilities with characteristic energy. Winston throws himself into colonial affairs. He helps draft the constitution for the new Union of South Africa. He works on policies for Britain's African territories. His approach is often enlightened for the time, though still shaped by Victorian assumptions about empire and racial hierarchy that later generations will rightly reject. In 1908, Winston enters the cabinet as president of the Board of Trade. He's only 33. His rise has been meteoric. He immediately begins pushing for social reforms, minimum wages, labour exchanges to help the unemployed, limits on working hours. These are radical ideas for the time. You sit in his office as he works late into the night. Papers pile on his desk. Winston dictates letters and memos at a furious pace. His secretaries struggle to keep up. He is a whirlwind of energy and ideas. Sleep seems optional. That same year, Winston meets Clementine Hosier at a dinner party. You are present when they are introduced. Clementine is beautiful and intelligent. She comes from an aristocratic but impoverished family. Winston is immediately smitten. His usual confidence deserts him. He stammers and blushes. They begin courting. Winston is not naturally romantic, but he tries. He writes her letters filled with awkward declarations. Clementine sees past his social clumsiness to the brilliant, ambitious man beneath. She recognises his potential for greatness. She also sees his need for steady support and guidance. Winston proposes to Clementine in August of 1908. They are in the Temple of Diana at Blenheim Palace. The setting is appropriately grand. Clementine accepts. You stand witness as Winston slides a ring onto her finger. His hand trembles slightly. He looks happier than you have ever seen him. They marry in September at St Margaret's, Westminster. You attend the ceremony. The church is packed. Winston's political colleagues fill the pews. Clementine looks radiant in white satin. Winston looks terrified and joyful in equal measure. When they exchange vows, his voice is thick with emotion. The marriage proves to be the foundation of Winston's life. Clementine becomes his anchor and conscience. She manages their household and finances. She offers wise counsel on political matters. She tells Winston hard truths when others fear to speak. Their partnership will endure for 57 years. Children arrive. Diana is born in 1909, Randolph in 1911, Sarah in 1914, Marigold in 1918, though she will die tragically young. Mary in 1922. The Churchill household becomes lively and chaotic. Winston adores his children but struggles to show affection. His own childhood has left him uncertain how to be a warm father. In 1911, Winston becomes First Lord of the Admiralty. He is now responsible for the Royal Navy, the most powerful navy in the world. Britain's security depends on maintaining naval supremacy. Winston takes the responsibility with utmost seriousness. You watch him tour shipyards and naval bases. He interrogates admirals and engineers. He wants to understand every aspect of the fleet. Winston drives the Navy's modernisation. He pushes for converting from coal to oil power. Oil-fired ships are faster and more efficient. He champions the development of new dreadnought battleships. He increases naval budgets over fierce opposition. Critics call him a warmonger. Winston believes he is preparing Britain for inevitable conflict. Tensions are rising in Europe. The great powers are locked in rival alliance systems. Germany is building a powerful fleet to challenge British supremacy. Arms races spiral out of control. Winston can feel war approaching like a gathering storm. He works frantically to ensure the Navy is ready. When war finally erupts in August 1914, Britain's fleet is at battle stations. Winston's preparations have put the Navy in position to control the seas from day one. You stand with him at the Admiralty as reports flow in. German ships are bottled up in port. British vessels patrol the oceans. The first phase of the war at sea belongs to Britain, but the war quickly becomes a nightmare. Enthusiasm curdles into horror. The trenches of the Western Front become a charnel house. Millions of men die for yards of muddy ground. The cheerful predictions of quick victory prove tragically wrong. This will be a long, grinding war of attrition. Winston searches desperately for a way to break the stalemate. He proposes a naval attack on the Dardanelles Strait. British ships will force their way through to Constantinople. Turkey will be knocked out of the war. Supplies can flow to Russia through the Black Sea. The Central Powers will be outflanked. The plan is bold and imaginative. It might work, but the execution is bungled from the start. The naval attack in March 1915 fails. Mines and Turkish artillery devastate the British fleet. Ships are sunk or badly damaged. The Navy retreats in defeat. Winston then advocates for a land invasion. British and Commonwealth troops land at Gallipoli in April. You wade ashore with the Anzac soldiers. Turkish fire pours down from the heights. Men fall in heaps on the beaches. The landing is a disaster. The troops are pinned down in narrow beachheads. Months of brutal fighting follow. The casualties mount sickeningly. Disease ravages the camps. The summer heat is brutal. Still, the troops cannot break through the Turkish defences. Gallipoli becomes synonymous with futile slaughter. Public opinion turns against Winston. He's blamed for the catastrophe. In May 1915, Winston is forced to leave the Admiralty. The blow is devastating. He is 40 years old. His political career appears finished. The newspapers savage him. Political allies desert him. Winston falls into deep depression. The black moods that will plague him throughout life close in like fog. He takes a position as Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, a meaningless sinecure. For a man of Winston's energy and ambition, the idleness is torture. He paints to keep from going mad. You watch him set up his easel in the garden. He attacks the canvas with fierce concentration. The act of creation provides temporary relief from despair. But Winston cannot bear being sidelined while the war continues. In November 1915, he resigns from the government. He takes a commission as a lieutenant colonel and goes to the Western Front. If he cannot lead the nation, he will at least fight for it. You arrive with him in France. The trenches are worse than anything he imagined. Mud and filth everywhere. The stench of decay and death. Rats the size of cats. The constant crack of rifles and boom of artillery. Men living like animals in holes in the ground. Winston commands the 6th Royal Scots Fusiliers. His men are initially sceptical of this politician playing at soldier, but Winston wins them over with courage and common sense. He shares their dangers and hardships. He scrounges extra supplies for them. He leads from the front during trench raids. During quiet moments, Winston writes letters to Clementine. You read over his shoulder as he pours out his heart. He misses her desperately. He longs to be back in the political arena. The battlefield has shown him he is a man of words and ideas, not primarily a man of action. His weapon is language, not the rifle. After several months, Winston returns to London. He resumes his seat in Parliament. Slowly, painfully, he begins rebuilding his political reputation. He speaks in debates, he writes articles, he reminds people of his abilities. The road back from Gallipoli will take years, but Winston is patient and persistent. In July 1917, Winston returns to government as Minister of Munitions. You walk with him through armaments factories. The work is vital if unglamorous. Britain needs shells and guns and bullets in unimaginable quantities. Winston drives production with his usual intensity. Factories run around the clock, output soars. When the war finally ends in November 1918, Winston has been partially rehabilitated. His work at munitions has reminded people of his abilities, but Gallipoli still hangs over him like a dark cloud. Many will never forgive him for that disaster. Winston must live with being blamed for one of the war's greatest failures. The years after the Great War are tumultuous. You stand with Winston as he navigates the choppy waters of post-war politics. In 1919, he becomes Secretary of State for War and Air. He oversees the demobilization of millions of soldiers. He deals with labor unrest and political upheaval. Winston is viscerally opposed to Bolshevism. The Russian Revolution horrifies him. He sees communism as a threat to civilization itself. He advocates British intervention to crush the Bolsheviks. Most of his colleagues consider this impractical. The British people want peace, not new wars. Winston's anti-communist crusade becomes an obsession that damages his political standing. In 1921, he becomes colonial secretary. You travel with him to Cairo for a conference on Middle Eastern affairs. The Ottoman Empire has collapsed. Britain must decide how to govern its new territories. Winston helps draw borders and install rulers. The decisions made in these meetings will echo through history, often tragically. The 1920s are difficult years for Winston personally. His mother dies in 1921 after falling downstairs. Little Marigold, his beloved daughter, dies of septicemia in 1922 at age 2. The loss devastates both Winston and Clementine. You see the pain in his eyes for months afterward. He paints obsessively to cope with the grief. Winston loses his parliamentary seat in 1922. For 2 years he is out of Parliament entirely. He feels cut adrift. Politics has been his life for over 2 decades. Without it, he is lost. He writes to fill the time and earn money. His multi-volume history of World War I becomes a bestseller, but writing is a poor substitute for power. In 1924, Winston makes another dramatic party switch. He rejoins the Conservative Party he left 20 years earlier. Some mock him for having no fixed principles. Winston argues he has not changed. The parties have moved around him. Principles matter more than labels. Whether this is true or self-justification depends on your perspective. The Conservatives win the election. Winston is appointed Chancellor of the Exchequer. He is now in charge of Britain's finances during a difficult economic period. You sit in his office at the Treasury as he grapples with thorny problems. Unemployment is high. Industry is struggling. The pound sterling needs stabilising. Winston makes a fateful decision. He returns Britain to the gold standard at the pre-war exchange rate. Economists warn this will make British exports uncompetitive. Winston dismisses their concerns. He sees the gold standard as a symbol of British strength and stability. The decision proves disastrous. British industry suffers. Unemployment rises further. Winston will later call it the greatest mistake of his life. In 1926, the general strike paralyses Britain. Millions of workers walk off the job. The government faces its greatest domestic crisis in generations. Winston takes a hard line. He edits the government propaganda sheet, the British Gazette. His editorials are fiery and uncompromising. The strike eventually collapses, but Winston's harsh rhetoric makes him even more unpopular with working people. The 1930s begin with Winston out of government. The Conservatives lose the 1929 election. The new Labour government has no place for Winston. He's 54 years old. To many observers, his career is winding down. He will be remembered as a talented but erratic politician who never quite fulfilled his early promise. You walk with Winston through what he will later call his wilderness years. He writes prolifically. Books, articles, speeches. He works on Marlborough, a massive biography of his famous ancestor. The writing is magnificent. though historians quibble with his interpretations. Winston is never one to let facts interfere with a good story. He builds a wall at his country house, Chartwell. You work alongside him, mixing mortar and laying bricks. The physical labour soothes him. He takes pride in his craftsmanship. He builds a cottage for his daughter Mary using his own hands. The work is competent if not professional. Winston jokes he could have been a bricklayer if politics failed. He paints constantly. Oils are his medium, landscapes mostly. He attacks canvases with bold strokes and vivid colours. His paintings are not subtle, but they have energy and life. Painting provides respite from his black moods. When depression threatens, Winston picks up a brush. The act of creation lifts the darkness, at least temporarily. But Winston cannot ignore politics entirely. He watches events in Europe with growing alarm. A new menace is rising in Germany. Adolf Hitler and his Nazi party have come to power. Hitler promises to restore German greatness and overturn the Versailles Treaty. His speeches drip with venom toward Jews and other groups he considers inferior. Winston begins warning about the Nazi threat. You sit in the House of Commons as he delivers speech after speech. Germany is rearming. Hitler is building a massive military machine. Britain must respond by strengthening its own defences. The government and public largely ignore him. People are war-weary. They want to believe peace is secure. Winston particularly warns about air power. Germany is building hundreds of bombers and fighters. Britain's air defences are woefully inadequate. If war comes, German bombs will rain down on British cities. Thousands will die. The government must invest urgently in the Royal Air Force. Again, his warnings fall on deaf ears. He is mocked as a warmonger and alarmist. Cartoons depict him as a bellicose old man seeking glory. Colleagues roll their eyes when he speaks. Winston the Prophet is dismissed as Winston the Crank. You see the frustration in his face. He knows he is right, but cannot make anyone listen. His political isolation deepens over the India question. The government is moving toward granting India more self-governance. Winston vehemently opposes this. He believes the British Empire must be maintained. Indian independence would begin its unravelling. He campaigns fiercely against reform. This is not Winston's finest hour. His views on empire are those of his Victorian upbringing. He cannot conceive of India without British rule. His rhetoric sometimes crosses into racism that makes even his allies uncomfortable. The India campaign damages his credibility further. He seems like a relic from a bygone age. But on Germany, Winston is proven right. Hitler remilitarizes the Rhineland in 1936. He annexes Austria in 1938. At Munich, Britain and France agree to let Germany take the Sudetenland from Czechoslovakia. Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain returns waving a paper promising peace in our time. Winston denounces Munich as a disaster and defeat. You stand in Parliament as Winston delivers his devastating response. Britain had a choice between war and dishonour. They chose dishonour, and they will have war. The words are prophetic and terrible. Chamberlain and his supporters hate Winston for speaking this truth, but some younger MPs begin to wonder if the old man might be right after all. In March 1939, Germany seizes the rest of Czechoslovakia. The Munich Agreement lies in tatters. Even Chamberlain realises Hitler cannot be appeased. Britain begins rearming in earnest. Suddenly, Winston's warnings do not seem so alarmist. People remember he was right when others were wrong. When Germany invades Poland in September 1939, Britain and France declare war. Winston is immediately recalled to the government as First Lord of the Admiralty. He returns to the same post he held 25 years earlier. A signal goes out to the Royal Navy. Winston is back. You can almost hear the cheers from ships around the world. But the war goes badly from the start. Poland falls in weeks. The Western Front is quiet through the winter. This is the phony war. Britain and Germany glare at each other but do not fight. The public grows restless and confused. Is this really war, or some strange new kind of peace? In April 1940, Germany invades Norway. British forces try to intervene but are outmanoeuvred. The Norway campaign is a disaster. Ironically, Winston as First Lord is largely responsible. But the failure is blamed on Chamberlain's government as a whole. Confidence in the Prime Minister craters. A crucial debate is held in the House of Commons in May. Chamberlain's supporters try to defend the Norway operation. Critics savage the government's handling of the war. The debate becomes a referendum on Chamberlain's leadership. Even some Conservatives turn against him. The decisive moment comes when Leo Amery, a Conservative MP and old friend of Winston's, quotes Oliver Cromwell. "You have sat too long here for any good you have been doing. In the name of God, go." The words echo through the chamber. Chamberlain's face turns ashen. His government is doomed. On May 10th, 1940, Neville Chamberlain resigns. King George VI must choose a new Prime Minister. The choice is between Winston Churchill and Lord Halifax. Halifax is the safer choice, respected, cautious, from the right background. But Halifax knows he cannot lead Britain in war. He steps aside. Winston Churchill becomes Prime Minister at age 65. You stand with him in his new office at 10 Downing Street. He has reached the summit after decades of struggle. But the timing could hardly be worse. That very day, Germany launches its invasion of France and the Low Countries. The Nazi blitzkrieg has begun. You stand at Winston's shoulder as he faces his first crisis as Prime Minister. German panzers are racing through the Ardennes. The French army is reeling. The British Expeditionary Force is in danger of being cut off. Everything is happening terribly fast. Winston forms a coalition government. Labour and Liberal leaders join his war cabinet. Clement Attlee becomes Deputy Prime Minister. Political rivalries are set aside. The nation must present a united front. You watch Winston welcome former opponents into positions of power. The moment is too grave for party politics. On May 13th, Winston appears before Parliament as Prime Minister for the first time. You are in the gallery as he speaks. "I have nothing to offer but blood, toil, tears and sweat." His voice is grave but resolute. "We have before us an ordeal of the most grievous kind. We have before us many, many long months of struggle and suffering." The words are not optimistic. Winston does not promise easy victory, but his honesty is bracing. He asks the House for its confidence. What is our policy? Victory. Victory at all costs. Victory in spite of all terror. Victory however long and hard the road may be. For without victory, there is no survival. The speech electrifies the nation. Here at last is a leader who understands the stakes. Winston is not trying to minimise the danger or offer false comfort. He is preparing Britain for the ordeal ahead. His words give people courage to face what is coming, and what is coming is catastrophic. The German advance cannot be stopped. The French army is disintegrating. The British Expeditionary Force retreats toward the Channel ports. 300,000 British and French soldiers are trapped on the beaches of Dunkirk. The German pincers are closing. Annihilation seems inevitable. Winston orders the Royal Navy to evacuate as many men as possible. You stand on the beach at Dunkirk in late May. The situation is desperate. German artillery pounds the beaches. Luftwaffe bombers attack in waves. Ships are sunk before they can load troops. The harbour is unusable. Men wade into the surf hoping to be picked up. Then something remarkable happens. Hundreds of civilian boats cross the channel. Fishing boats, pleasure yachts, river barges, anything that can float. Their civilian crews navigate through bombs and shells to reach the beaches. They ferry soldiers from shore to the waiting warships. The little ships of Dunkirk become legend. Against all odds, over 300,000 men are evacuated. It is not a victory. The British army has lost all its heavy equipment, but the men are saved to fight another day. Winston warns the nation not to mistake a deliverance for triumph. Wars are not won by evacuations, but Britain has bought time to continue the fight. France is doomed. German forces reach Paris in mid-June. The French government collapses. Winston flies to France repeatedly trying to stiffen their resolve. You accompany him to desperate meetings with French leaders. They are defeated men. They speak of armistice. Winston argues passionately for continuing the fight. His words fall on deaf ears. On June 22nd, France signs an armistice with Germany. Britain stands alone. The United States is neutral. The Soviet Union has a pact with Hitler. The British Empire faces Nazi Germany without allies. The situation looks hopeless. Many expect Britain to seek terms. Surely fighting on alone is suicide. Winston never considers surrender. On June 4th, after Dunkirk, he delivers another great speech to Parliament. You listen as his voice fills the chamber. Even though large tracts of Europe have fallen into the grip of the Gestapo, we shall not flag or fail. We shall go on to the end. We shall fight on the seas and oceans. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the hills. We shall never surrender. The words are more than rhetoric. They are a declaration of Britain's will to resist. Winston is committing the nation to fight until victory or annihilation. There will be no compromise with evil. The speech is broadcast around the world. In occupied countries, people huddle around illegal radios and weep with hope. Britain has not given up. Hitler expects Britain to seek peace. When no offer comes, he begins planning an invasion. Operation Sea Lion will land German forces on the English coast. But first, Germany must control the air. The Luftwaffe launches a campaign to destroy the Royal Air Force. The Battle of Britain begins in July and reaches its climax in August and September. You stand in Fighter Command headquarters watching the battle unfold. Plots show German formations crossing the Channel. Young RAF pilots scramble to intercept. Dogfights swirl across the summer sky. Smoke trails mark falling aircraft. The odds favour Germany. They have more planes and pilots, but the RAF has advantages. They are fighting over home territory. Downed pilots who survive can return to duty. The British have radar to provide early warning, and they have the Spitfire and Hurricane, fighters that can match the German aircraft. Winston visits fighter stations. You accompany him as he meets young pilots between missions. They are boys, really, 19 and 20 years old. Their faces are drawn with exhaustion. They fly multiple sorties each day. Many will not survive the week. Winston shakes their hands and thanks them. His eyes are bright with unshed tears. The battle reaches crisis in late August. German bombers attack RAF airfields. Hangars and runways are cratered. Fighter production cannot keep pace with losses. The RAF is being ground down. A few more weeks of this and air superiority will pass to Germany. Then invasion becomes possible. Then Hitler makes a crucial mistake. After British bombers hit Berlin, he orders the Luftwaffe to attack London instead of continuing to target airfields. The change in strategy gives the RAF breathing space. Fighter strength begins to recover. You stand in London as the bombs fall night after night. Buildings burn, civilians die, but the RAF survives. By late September, it is clear Germany has lost the Battle of Britain. The RAF is still operational. Hitler postpones and then cancels Operation Sea Lion. Britain will not be invaded. Winston gives credit where it is due. Never in the field of human conflict was so much owed by so many to so few. The fighter pilots have saved the nation, but the blitz continues. German bombers come every night. London burns. Coventry is devastated. Cities throughout Britain suffer. You walk through rubble-strewn streets with Winston. He tours bombed areas to show solidarity with victims. People recognise him and call out. His presence heartens them. If Winston can face the bombs, so can they. Winston's own life is in constant danger. German intelligence knows his movements. Bombs fall near wherever he goes. He refuses to hide. He appears on rooftops watching the raids. He visits anti-aircraft batteries and bomb shelters. His courage is not reckless bravado. It is a calculated decision to share the risks ordinary people face. His daily routine is exhausting. You shadow him through endless days. He wakes late, having worked past midnight. He takes a bath while dictating memos. He works in bed through the morning, a brief nap after lunch. Then more meetings, phone calls and paperwork until the small hours. He consumes enormous amounts of champagne and whiskey. The staff marvels that he can function at all, but Winston thrives under pressure. The responsibility energizes rather than crushes him. This is what he was born for. All his life has been preparation for this moment. Leading Britain through its darkest hour requires exactly his combination of courage, eloquence, and indomitable will. He's finally in the right place at the right time. His speeches become weapons. On radio broadcasts, Winston addresses not just Britain but the whole world. His voice becomes the voice of resistance. In occupied Europe, people risk death to listen. In America, his words build sympathy for Britain's cause. Winston paints the struggle in civilizational terms. This is not just about territory or politics. It is a fight between light and darkness, freedom and slavery. He cultivates the relationship with America obsessively. President Roosevelt is sympathetic but hampered by neutrality laws and public opinion. Winston writes him long letters laying out Britain's needs. Destroyers, aircraft, weapons, supplies. America becomes the arsenal of democracy. shipping war material to Britain. Winston also begins developing a personal relationship with Roosevelt. They exchange hundreds of messages. The tone becomes warm and familiar. Winston signs himself as a former naval person. Roosevelt responds in kind. The friendship between the two leaders becomes a cornerstone of the alliance that will eventually win the war. Money is running out. Britain is spending its gold and dollar reserves at an unsustainable rate. By late 1940, bankruptcy looms. Winston lays the situation before Roosevelt. Without American help, Britain cannot continue fighting. Roosevelt responds with Lend-Lease. America will lend Britain the weapons and supplies it needs. Payment can be deferred until after the war. Lend-Lease is a lifeline. It keeps Britain in the fight through 1941. But Winston knows Britain cannot win alone. America must enter the war. He watches anxiously as Roosevelt navigates American domestic politics. Isolationist sentiment remains strong. Getting America into the war seems impossible. Then on December the 7th, 1941, Japan attacks Pearl Harbor. America is finally at war. Winston hears the news with overwhelming relief. You are with him when he learns. He goes to bed that night knowing Britain is saved. America's industrial might will tip the balance. Victory is now possible, though it may take years. Winston immediately travels to Washington. You accompany him on the voyage across the Atlantic. He works constantly, preparing for meetings with Roosevelt. When he arrives, the two leaders establish an instant rapport. They talk for hours about strategy and coordination. The alliance is forged in these meetings. Winston addresses Congress on December 26. You sit in the gallery as he speaks to American lawmakers. He acknowledges that his mother was American. If my father had been American and my mother British, instead of the other way around, I might have gotten here on my own. Laughter fills the chamber. Winston has charmed them completely. But he also delivers serious warnings. The war will be long and hard. Japan's early victories in the Pacific are just beginning. Dark days lie ahead before the dawn. Winston does not sugarcoat reality, but he projects absolute confidence in ultimate victory. The forces arrayed against the Axis powers are overwhelming. Tyranny cannot prevail against the combined might of free peoples. The years 1942 and 43 are the hinge of the war. You stand with Winston as the balance slowly tips. Early defeats give way to hard-won victories. The tide is turning, though the end remains distant. North Africa becomes a critical theatre. British forces under General Montgomery face German troops led by Rommel. The Desert War swings back and forth. Winston follows every battle anxiously. You sit with him in the map room studying intelligence reports. He moves pins representing divisions and brigades. The fate of Egypt and the Suez Canal hangs in the balance. In October 1942, Montgomery attacks at El Alamein. For 12 days, the battle rages across the desert. Finally, Rommel's forces break and retreat. It is Britain's first clear victory over Germany. Winston is jubilant. This is not the end. It is not even the beginning of the end, but it is perhaps the end of the beginning. Across the world, America wins a crucial naval battle at Midway. Japanese expansion is checked. In Russia, German forces are locked in brutal combat at Stalingrad. The Wehrmacht is learning that the Soviet Union cannot be easily conquered. The Axis powers are stretched thin across multiple fronts. Winston works to coordinate Allied strategy. He travels constantly despite his age. You accompany him to conferences in Casablanca, Quebec, Cairo and Tehran. The meetings are exhausting. Churchill, Roosevelt and Stalin debate how to defeat the Axis. Tensions flare over strategy and post-war plans, but they maintain unity against the common enemy. The relationship with Stalin is particularly complex. Winston despises communism, but he recognizes the Soviet Union is bearing the heaviest burden. Russian casualties dwarf those of other allies. Stalin demands a second front in Western Europe to draw German forces away from Russia. Winston argues for attacking Germany through Italy and the Balkans first. The Americans support Stalin's position. At Tehran in November 1943, the decision is made. Operation Overlord will invade France in 1944. American and British forces will land on the beaches of Normandy. It will be the largest amphibious operation in history. Winston has reservations about the plan. He fears a bloodbath, but he bows to the combined judgment of Roosevelt and Stalin. Back in Britain, preparation for D-Day dominates 1944. You walk with Winston among troops training for the invasion. They're young and fit and confident. Winston envies their youth. He's approaching 70. The years of stress and overwork are taking their toll, but he cannot slow down. The war demands everything he has. On June 6, 1944, Allied forces land in Normandy. The invasion succeeds despite fierce German resistance. Winston desperately wanted to observe from a ship offshore. His military advisors talked him out of it. The risk was too great. Winston sulks but accepts their judgment. You stand with him in the war room as reports stream in. The landings are succeeding. The second front has opened. Paris is liberated in August. You walk the streets with Winston as he visits the newly freed city. Parisians mob him with joy. They remember his broadcast during the dark years. His voice kept hope alive. Winston is moved to tears by the reception. He has waited years to see Paris free again. But new horrors are emerging. Reports reach London of Nazi death camps, the systematic murder of Jews and other groups on an industrial scale. Winston has known for years that terrible things were happening, but the full scope of the Holocaust is only now becoming clear. The revelations sicken him. This is what Britain has been fighting against. Pure evil. The war in Europe grinds toward conclusion through late 1944 and early 1945. German forces retreat but fight stubbornly. Hitler refuses to surrender. The destruction continues. Cities are reduced to rubble. Millions more die. You walk through devastated German towns with Winston. The scale of destruction is overwhelming. Winston's health suffers. He catches pneumonia after the Yalta Conference in February 1945. For days his life hangs in the balance. Doctors fear for the 70-year-old Prime Minister. But Winston's constitution is strong. He recovers and returns to work. There is too much to do. He cannot rest yet. In April, Roosevelt dies. Winston is grief-stricken. He has lost a great friend and partner. Harry Truman becomes president. Winston must now build a relationship with a man he barely knows. The transition adds uncertainty at a crucial moment. Germany finally surrenders on May 8, 1945. Victory in Europe Day brings jubilation throughout Britain. You stand with Winston on the balcony of Buckingham Palace alongside the royal family. Enormous crowds fill the streets below. They cheer themselves hoarse. Winston gives his famous V for Victory sign. The moment is triumph and vindication. But Winston's thoughts are already turning to the peace. The Soviet Union is tightening its grip on Eastern Europe. Stalin shows no inclination to allow free elections in Poland and other countries. Winston fears a new tyranny is replacing the old. He warns of an Iron Curtain descending across Europe. Once again, he's prophetic. The Cold War is beginning. In July, Britain holds its first general election since 1935. Winston campaigns, but without enthusiasm. He is exhausted. The Labour Party promises sweeping social reforms. They campaign on building a better Britain, not on past glories. You watch the returns come in with Winston. The result is stunning. Labour wins a landslide. Winston is voted out of office. The rejection wounds him deeply. He led Britain through its darkest hour. Now, with victory achieved, the people turn to someone else. Winston tries to accept the decision gracefully. Democracy has spoken, but privately he is devastated. You see him struggle with depression in the months that follow. He is 70 years old. Most men would retire. Winston instead becomes leader of the opposition. He continues fighting in Parliament. He delivers speeches warning about Soviet expansion. The famous Iron Curtain speech is given in Fulton, Missouri in March 1946. From Stettin in the Baltic to Trieste in the Adriatic, an Iron Curtain has descended across the continent. The speech is controversial. Some accuse Winston of warmongering again. But events prove him right. The Cold War becomes the defining struggle of the post-war era. Winston's warnings help shape Western policy toward the Soviet Union. Containment rather than appeasement becomes the strategy. He writes his war memoirs, 6 massive volumes detailing the conflict from his perspective. The books are magisterial works of history and literature. They cement Winston's reputation and interpretation of events. As he says, history will be kind to him because he intends to write it. The memoirs win him the Nobel Prize for Literature in 1953. Winston returns as Prime Minister in 1951 at age 76. You walk with him back into 10 Downing Street. He has achieved something almost unprecedented. Dismissed by voters, he has returned to power, but this second term lacks the drama of his wartime leadership. He is older and slower. The great battles have been fought and won. He suffers a serious stroke in June 1953. The government covers up the severity. Winston gradually recovers but is diminished. His mental sharpness comes and goes. He should resign but cannot bear to let go. Finally, in April 1955, he steps down. He is 80 years old. His political career spanning 55 years is over. Winston remains in Parliament as a backbencher until 1964. He rarely speaks. His presence is mostly symbolic. He is a living monument to Britain's finest hour. People come just to see him sitting in his familiar spot, the old lion, nearly deaf and increasingly frail but still present. His final years are quiet. He spends time at Chartwell painting and feeding his fish. Clementine remains by his side. Their marriage has endured everything. She knows him better than anyone. She sees past the public image to the vulnerable man beneath. Winston dies on January 24th, 1965. He is 90 years old. You're there in his final moments. The great voice is stilled at last. The indomitable will has finally surrendered to time. Britain mourns its greatest son. His funeral is the grandest state ceremony in British history. World leaders attend from dozens of nations. The cortege moves through London to St. Paul's Cathedral. Hundreds of thousands line the streets in tribute. You walk among the crowds. Faces are wet with tears. People have lost more than a leader. They have lost a symbol of courage and defiance. Winston is buried at Blenheim, near the palace where he was born. The journey has come full circle. The boy born 2 months early in a small ground-floor room became the man who saved Western civilization. His legacy will endure as long as people value freedom over tyranny. What made Winston Churchill matter? You ponder this as night settles around you. Part of it was circumstance. He lived at the right moment to make maximum impact. Britain needed exactly his qualities in 1940. Another time, his flaws might have overshadowed his gifts. But Winston also made his own destiny. His relentless ambition drove him through decades of setback and failure. Lesser men would have quit. Winston kept fighting. He believed in himself even when no one else did. That self-belief sustained him through the wilderness years until the moment arrived. His command of language gave him power beyond any office. Winston understood that words shape reality. His speeches did not just describe events. They made people willing to endure unendurable things. His rhetoric became a weapon as important as any gun or tank. He made terrible mistakes. Gallipoli haunted him forever. His views on empire and race were products of Victorian prejudice. He could be cruel and thoughtless to those around him. His drinking and depression could have destroyed him. Winston was never a plaster saint. He was profoundly human, flaws and all. But when the ultimate test came, Winston rose to meet it. In 1940, Britain needed a leader who would never surrender. They needed someone who could make people believe victory was possible against all evidence. They needed Winston Churchill. And he was there. His legacy is complex. Conservatives claim him as one of their own. Liberals point to his social reforms. Imperialists celebrate his defence of empire. Anti-fascists honour his stand against Hitler. Winston contains multitudes. He cannot be reduced to simple categories. Perhaps that is fitting. Great figures are rarely simple. Winston was brilliant and foolish, generous and selfish, visionary and blind. He saved democracy while holding views that seem undemocratic. He championed freedom while defending empire. The contradictions are part of who he was. What endures is his courage, physical bravery in war, moral courage in speaking truth, political courage in standing alone when necessary. Winston showed that individuals can matter enormously. One person with conviction can change the course of history. He also showed the power of never giving up. Winston faced more failures than most people experience. Each time he picked himself up and kept going. His career was a testament to resilience. Success came not from avoiding failure, but from refusing to be defeated by it. As you drift towards sleep, Winston's voice echoes one final time. Never give in, never give in, never, 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 never. In nothing great or small, large or petty. Never give in except to convictions of honour and good sense. The words were spoken to students at Harrow in 1941. They summarise his entire philosophy of life. The boy who was born too early and sent away too young became the man who stood firm when the world was falling apart. Winston Churchill changed history because he refused to accept defeat. That spirit, that stubborn insistence on fighting for what is right, remains his greatest gift. The story of his life is ultimately hopeful. It says that courage matters, that words have power, that one person can make a difference, that setbacks need not be final, that redemption is possible, that the fight for freedom is always worth it. You close your eyes as the first light of dawn touches the horizon. The world Winston helped save continues turning. New challenges arise. New leaders will be tested, but the example he set endures. When darkness threatens, someone will remember the British Prime Minister who never surrendered. Someone will find courage in his words. Someone will choose to fight rather than submit. Winston Churchill's legacy lives on not just in history books, but in the hearts of everyone who refuses to give up. His story reminds us that ordinary people can achieve extraordinary things, that our finest hours may lie ahead, not behind, that hope is always justified, even in the darkest night. Sleep now, knowing that courage and determination can overcome seemingly impossible odds. The spirit that saved Britain in 1940 lives on in all of us. We carry forward the torch Winston held high when the world needed light most desperately. His voice falls silent, but his message echoes through the ages. Never surrender, never give in. Always believe that dawn will break, no matter how long the night. It is 1913 in Detroit, Michigan. The city hums with a new kind of energy as factories rise along the riverbanks and thousands of workers pour into the automotive plants each morning. You are one of them, living through the moment when the automobile transforms from a luxury curiosity into something that will reshape the entire world. You wake before the sun rises, the room is cold, and the air smells like coal smoke from the furnace downstairs. Your boarding house sits 3 blocks from the Ford Highland Park plant, close enough that you can hear the factory whistle even through closed windows. The sound cuts through the darkness at 5 in the morning, sharp and insistent. You swing your legs out of bed and your feet touch the cold floorboards. The chill runs up through your ankles. Winter mornings in Detroit have a particular bite to them, the kind that makes you move quickly just to generate warmth. You reach for your work clothes, hung on the back of the door where they dried overnight. The shirt is stiff from yesterday's sweat and machine oil. You pull it on anyway. Everyone's work clothes smell like this after a few weeks. The scent of metal and grease becomes part of your skin, part of your identity. You button the shirt and reach for your trousers, thick canvas material that can withstand sparks and sharp edges. Your hands move through this routine without much thought. You have done this same sequence of movements for 6 months now, ever since you arrived from the farm in Ohio. The rhythms of factory life have replaced the rhythms of agricultural seasons. Instead of roosters and cattle, you wake to whistles and streetcars. You splash cold water on your face from the basin by the window. The shock of it helps clear the fog from your mind. Through the glass, you can see other boarding houses, other windows glowing with lamplight as dozens of men prepare for the same shift. The city is waking up in waves, neighbourhood by neighbourhood. Downstairs in the kitchen, Mrs. O'Brien has already set out breakfast. She runs the boarding house with German precision even though she's Irish. Coffee steams in a large pot on the stove. The smell fills the narrow hallway. You grab a tin cup and pour yourself some, the heat spreading through your fingers. The other boarders shuffle in one by one. Nobody talks much this early. There is just the sound of spoons against bowls, cups being refilled, chairs scraping against linoleum. You eat quickly. Oatmeal with a splash of milk and a piece of bread with butter. The food is plain but filling, designed to carry you through to the lunch break. You finish eating and grab your coat from the hook by the door. The fabric is worn at the elbows and the pockets sag from carrying wrenches and screwdrivers. You step outside into the pre-dawn darkness. The cold air hits you immediately. You can see your breath in thick clouds. The street is already busy with workers heading toward the factories. Some walk alone, others in small groups. Everyone moves with purpose. Being late means losing pay, or worse. The factory runs on strict schedules. Each minute is accounted for. You join the stream of men walking north toward Highland Park. The sound of boots on pavement creates a steady rhythm. Someone coughs. A streetcar clangs its bell 2 blocks over. Dogs bark from behind fences. The city is industrial now in ways that still surprise you sometimes. Just 5 years ago, this neighbourhood was mostly empty lots and farmland. The sky begins to lighten as you walk. The darkness shifts from black to deep blue to grey. You can make out the shapes of other walkers more clearly now. Familiar faces nod in greeting. You recognise the man who works 2 stations down from yours on the line. He has a thick moustache that always seems to collect metal dust by midday. The factory comes into view as you round the corner onto Woodward Avenue. The building sprawls across several city blocks, a massive structure of brick and steel and glass. Smokestacks rise like monuments. Even from here you can hear the hum of machinery. The plant runs around the clock now. 3 shifts keep the assembly line moving. You join the crowd at the main gate. The guard checks faces as people pass through. He knows most workers by sight but still maintains the ritual of inspection. Company rules. Everything at Ford has rules. You file past him and into the yard. The yard is enormous, bigger than any barn you ever saw back in Ohio. Railroad tracks crisscross the space. Freight cars sit waiting to be unloaded or filled. Materials arrive constantly. Steel, rubber, glass, leather. Everything needed to build automobiles flows into this place like rivers converging. You head toward the entrance for your section. Other workers peel off toward different buildings. The plant is organised like a small city, each department handling specific tasks. Foundry workers go one direction, paint shop workers go another. You work on the chassis assembly line, so you head toward Building 3. The time clock station stands just inside the door. You pull your card from the rack and slide it into the machine. The mechanism stamps the time with a satisfying chunk. 5:52 a.m, 8 minutes to spare. You return the card to its slot and continue toward the floor. The locker room smells like sweat and oil and cigarette smoke. You open your assigned locker and stash your coat and lunch pail. Some men are already changing into their work aprons. Others sit on benches, smoking one last cigarette before the shift begins. The chatter is low and sporadic. You tie on your leather apron and grab your gloves. The gloves are worn smooth in places where you grip tools repeatedly. They fit like a second skin now. You learned early on that good gloves make all the difference. Blisters and cuts slow you down. The foreman appears in the doorway and calls out, "Time to start." The men stub out cigarettes and close lockers and file toward the factory floor. The casual atmosphere evaporates. Everyone knows what comes next. 8 hours of continuous motion, 8 hours of the line. You walk through the double doors and onto the floor. The noise hits you like a physical force. Machinery clangs and hisses and roars. Metal strikes metal in rhythmic percussion. Conveyor belts rumble. The sound is so constant that after a while you stop hearing individual noises. It all blends into one massive industrial symphony. The assembly line stretches the length of the building. Partially assembled chassis move past on the conveyor system, progressing from bare frames to nearly complete automobiles. Each worker has a specific station, a specific task to perform as each chassis passes by. You take your position at Station 47. Your job is to install the steering column and connect it to the front axle assembly. The same task, repeated hundreds of times each day. You have done it so many times that your hands know the movements without conscious thought. The line starts moving. The first chassis of the day approaches your station. You reach for your tools and get ready. Another day has begun. The chassis arrives at your station moving at walking pace. The conveyor never stops, never hesitates. You have exactly 1 minute and 20 seconds to complete your task before the next chassis arrives. The timing is precise. Ford's engineers calculated it down to the second. You grab the steering column from the bin beside your station. The metal is cold even through your gloves. You position it in the mounting bracket and thread the first bolt. Your wrench tightens it in 3 quick turns. The motion is automatic now. Right hand reaches for the bolt. Left hand steadies the column, right hand tightens. Next bolt. The chassis moves forward. You walk alongside it, staying in rhythm with the belt. This is the trick of assembly line work. You cannot fight the pace. You must become part of it. Your body learns to match the speed exactly, stepping and reaching and turning in time with the machinery. 4 bolts secure the column, then you connect the steering linkage to the front axle assembly. The parts fit together with satisfying clicks and snaps. Everything is standardized now. Every Model T uses the same components. No custom fitting required, no adjustments needed, just assembly. You finish and step back. The chassis continues down the line to the next station where another worker will install the dashboard. Behind you, the next chassis has already arrived. You turn and start the process again. Reach, position, bolt, tighten. Walk and turn and reach again. The work has a meditative quality once you settle into it. The repetition empties your mind of other thoughts. There is only the task, the motion, the rhythm. Some men hate this aspect of the line. They say it makes them feel like machines themselves. Others find it soothing. No decisions to make, no uncertainties, just the work. You fall into that rhythm now. Chassis after chassis passes through your hands. The numbers pile up. 10 completed, 20, 30. Your muscles warm with the effort. Sweat begins to form despite the cool air in the building. The factory is not heated in winter and not cooled in summer. Temperature control would be too expensive. The noise around you becomes background texture. You can distinguish between sounds now. The hiss of the pneumatic tools at the next station. The clang of metal parts being dropped into bins. The rumble of the overhead crane moving materials across the building. The shouts of foremen calling out instructions or corrections. Occasionally something goes wrong. A bolt threads incorrectly. A part does not fit quite right. Quite. You have to signal for help. The line does not stop for individual problems. A relief worker fills in at your station while you fix the issue. Then you jump back in and catch up. Falling behind is not acceptable. The line is relentless. You work alongside men from everywhere. The man to your left came from Poland 3 years ago. He speaks broken English, but his hands are skilled and fast. The man on your right grew up in Kentucky and moved north looking for factory wages. Down the line there are Italians and Irish and Germans and Greeks. Detroit has become a magnet for anyone willing to work hard. The demographics of the factory floor would have been unthinkable just a generation ago. Farm boys work beside recent immigrants. White men work beside black men who migrated from the south. The assembly line does not care about background. It only cares about output. Can you keep pace? Can you do the job? That is all that matters. This mixing creates tension sometimes. People bring their prejudices with them, but the work itself creates a kind of equality. Everyone is reduced to the same function. Everyone serves the line. Old social hierarchies mean less in this new industrial world. The foreman walks past your station. He carries a clipboard and watches everything with sharp eyes. Foremen are promoted from the line, chosen for their reliability and attention to detail. This one worked his way up over 2 years. He knows every job on this section because he has done them all himself. He stops and watches you complete a chassis. You feel his eyes on you but do not change your pace. Showing off leads to mistakes. Maintaining steady rhythm is what earns approval. He makes a note on his clipboard and moves on. You breathe a little easier. No corrections needed. The morning progresses in this way. Time loses its usual shape. You cannot check a watch while working. The only markers are the chassis themselves. Each one represents 1 minute and 20 seconds of your life. You count them unconsciously. 50 completed, 75, 100. Your hands develop their own intelligence. Muscle memory guides every movement. Reach without looking. Grab the right size wrench without checking. Thread bolts blind because you know exactly where the holes are. This physical knowledge cannot be taught in words. It only comes through thousands of repetitions. Sometimes your mind wanders even as your hands continue working. You think about letters from home. Your mother wants to know when you will visit. You think about the money accumulating in your savings account. $5 a day. That is what Ford pays now. More than twice what most factories offer. You think about what that money will buy. A house someday. A future. The $5 day changed everything when Ford announced it last year. Workers flooded to Detroit from across the country. The newspapers called it revolutionary. Critics called it reckless. But Ford understood something fundamental. Pay workers well, and they will buy the products they make. Turn workers into customers. Expand the market. You are proof of that theory. 6 months ago, you could never have imagined owning an automobile. Now you think about it regularly, maybe in another year, maybe when you've saved enough. A Model T costs about 6 months' salary now. Expensive, but not impossible. Not for someone earning $5 a day. The line continues. More chassis pass through your station. The work is hard on the body. Your shoulders ache from the repeated motions. Your back complains from the constant bending and straightening. Your hands cramp around the wrench, but you push through. Everyone pushes through. Stopping means losing your spot. Losing your spot means losing this wage. Around you, the factory floor is a landscape of focused effort. Hundreds of men performing hundreds of different tasks. Each person is a component in a larger machine. The metaphor is obvious but also true. The assembly line only works when every part functions correctly. Remove one worker, and the whole system falters. This is what Henry Ford perfected. Not the automobile itself. Other companies made cars before Ford. But Ford created the system that could produce automobiles at unprecedented scale and speed. He broke down the complex process of building a car into simple, repeatable tasks. Then he arranged those tasks in sequence and set them in motion. The result is efficiency that seems almost magical. A complete Model T rolls off the line every 93 minutes now. Just a few years ago, it took 12 hours to build one car. The improvement is staggering. Production has increased 50 times over. Costs have dropped. Prices have fallen. More people can afford automobiles. Demand increases. The factory expands. More workers are hired. The cycle continues. You are living inside this transformation. You are part of the machine that is changing how things are made. The implications stretch far beyond automobiles. Other industries are watching and learning. The assembly line method will spread to furniture factories, appliance manufacturers, textile mills. The entire industrial world is being reshaped by what happens here in Highland Park. But those large historical forces feel distant when you are focused on the chassis in front of you. Right now, there is only the immediate reality. The steering column, the bolts, the wrench, the next chassis arriving. The work continues without pause. The lunch whistle blows at noon. The sound cuts through the factory noise and everyone stops immediately. The line shudders to a halt. You step back from your station and roll your shoulders, feeling the muscles protest. 8 hours suddenly feels very long when you're only halfway through. You walk to the locker room with the others. The crowd moves slowly, everyone tired already. You retrieve your lunch pail and find a spot in the break area. Some men go outside to eat. You prefer staying inside where it is slightly warmer. You open the pail and pull out your lunch. Sandwich with cheese and leftover sausage. An apple. A cookie that Mrs. O'Brien packed. You eat methodically, not tasting much. Food is fuel. You need calories to keep working. Around you, men talk in low voices. Some complain about aches and pains. Others discuss weekend plans. A few read newspapers. You notice that most conversations stay superficial. Real friendships are hard to form in a place like this. Everyone is too tired. Everyone just wants to finish the shift and go home. You think about Henry Ford while you eat. The man is a legend even among people who work in his factories. He walks the floor sometimes, appearing without warning, tall and thin with intense eyes. He watches everything but rarely speaks. Workers both admire and fear him. Ford's philosophy shapes every aspect of the plant. He believes in efficiency above all else. Waste is the enemy. Wasted motion, wasted materials, wasted time. Everything must serve production. The factory is designed around this principle. Materials flow in one direction. Assembly progresses in a straight line. No backtracking, no redundancy. The $5 day was controversial even within the company. Ford's business partners initially opposed it. They thought it would bankrupt the operation, but Ford insisted. He understood that high wages would reduce turnover. Training new workers is expensive. Keeping experienced workers is cheaper. The math works out. There were conditions attached to the $5 day. Workers had to maintain certain standards of behaviour and living. The company sent inspectors to check home conditions. They wanted to see clean houses, sober habits, stable families. The intrusion angered many workers, but most accepted it as the price of higher pay. You pass the inspection without trouble. Your boarding house is respectable. You do not drink excessively. You send money home to your family. The inspector marked you as qualified. The full wage was approved. This paternalistic approach bothers some people. They say Ford is trying to control workers even outside the factory, but others appreciate the structure. Many workers came from chaotic situations. The stability feels good even if it comes with requirements. The lunch break is only 30 minutes. Time passes quickly. You finish eating and use the washroom. The facilities are surprisingly modern. Ford insisted on clean bathrooms with running water. Another unusual feature, most factories barely provide outhouses. You return to the floor as the warning bell rings. 5 minutes until restart. You take your position at station 47. Other workers shuffle into place along the line. The foreman walks through, checking that everyone is ready. The line lurches back into motion. The afternoon shift begins. The work is identical to the morning. Same chassis, same task, same rhythm. But the afternoon feels heavier somehow. Fatigue makes everything harder. Your muscles are less responsive. Your attention wants to drift. You force yourself to focus. Mistakes happen when concentration slips. A chassis moves past with improperly installed steering. The foreman catches it 3 stations down. He walks back to find who did it. The culprit is a young man who only started last week. The foreman does not yell, but his disappointment is clear. The mistake will be noted. You're more careful with the next chassis. Triple check every bolt. Make sure the linkage connection is solid. Do not give the foreman any reason to look your way. Staying invisible is the goal. Good workers fade into the background. Problem workers draw attention. The hours crawl by. You count chassis to mark progress. 200, 250, 300. Each number is a small victory. Each completed unit brings you closer to the end of shift whistle. Around you, the factory maintains its relentless pace. The noise never diminishes. The motion never stops. The building itself seems alive, a massive organism dedicated to a single purpose. Building automobiles. More and more automobiles. An endless stream of black Model Ts rolling toward the shipping dock. Henry Ford wanted his car to be affordable for the average worker. He succeeded. The Model T now costs less than $300. Farmers can buy them, shopkeepers can buy them, factory workers can buy them. The automobile is becoming democratic. This democratization changes society in ways both obvious and subtle. People can travel farther. Rural isolation decreases. Dating habits shift when young people have cars. Shopping patterns change. Entire industries spring up to support automobile ownership. Gas stations, repair shops, parts suppliers, road construction companies. You are part of this transformation whether you realize it or not. Every steering column you install helps move the world a little bit further into the automotive age. The work feels repetitive and small in the moment. But multiply your efforts by thousands of workers across 3 shifts every day, and the impact becomes enormous. This is Ford's genius. He created a system that turns individual small actions into massive collective output. No single worker builds a car, but together you build hundreds. The whole is greater than the sum of its parts. The assembly line makes this possible. The factory has a particular smell that you notice most when you first arrive each morning and when you step outside at the end of shift. Metal and oil and sweat combine into something uniquely industrial. The scent clings to your clothes and skin. You carry it home with you. Mrs. O'Brien sometimes complains that the boarders make the whole house smell like the factory. The sounds of the plant create their own language. You learn to interpret different noises. A pneumatic wrench makes a specific whine when it is working correctly. A different sound means something is wrong. The conveyor belt rumbles at a steady frequency. Any variation indicates a problem. The overhead cranes groan when moving heavy loads. You know to stay alert when you hear that groan. Machine sounds mix with human sounds. Foremen shout instructions. Workers call out warnings. Someone drops a wrench and it clangs against concrete. Laughter erupts from somewhere down the line. Even in this industrial environment, moments of humanity break through. Your hands tell their own story. Calluses form in specific patterns based on how you grip tools. The skin on your palms is thick and tough. Your fingernails are perpetually edged with grime no matter how hard you scrub. These are marks of your profession. Badge of a factory worker. The temperature on the floor varies by season but is never truly comfortable. Winter brings cold that seeps through the concrete and makes metal painful to touch. Summer brings heat that has nowhere to escape. The big windows can be opened, but they do little. Hundreds of bodies and running machines generate tremendous warmth. You learn to dress in layers during winter. Start with long underwear. Add a heavy shirt. The work will warm you up, but the first hour is brutal. In summer, you wear as little as safety allows. The heat becomes oppressive by afternoon. Some men pour water over their heads during breaks just to cool down. The light inside the factory comes from both windows and electric bulbs. Ford invested heavily in lighting. Proper illumination reduces mistakes and injuries. The building has more windows than typical factories. Natural light is cheaper than electricity. But the combination of sunlight and artificial light creates a strange quality. Shadows fall in unexpected directions. Dust hangs in the air. Fine metal particles drift through the space. You can see them in the light beams. They coat every surface. Workers breathe this dust all day. Some develop coughs that never quite go away. The company doctor says it is harmless, but workers are not so sure. The floor itself is concrete, swept clean multiple times per shift. Any debris on the floor is a safety hazard. Dropped parts could cause someone to slip. Spilled oil creates dangerous patches. Foremen are strict about housekeeping. Everything must stay clean and organised. Safety is emphasised more at Ford than at other factories you have heard about. Guards cover most moving parts. Warning signs mark dangerous areas. Workers receive basic training on accident prevention. Still, injuries happen. A hand crushed between moving parts. A foot run over by a materials cart. Burns from hot metal. The work is inherently dangerous no matter what precautions are taken. You have been lucky so far. Just minor cuts and bruises. Nothing serious. You try to stay alert and careful. But fatigue makes everyone careless eventually. That is when accidents happen. Late in the shift, when attention wanders. When hands move automatically without conscious guidance. That is the dangerous time. The rhythm of the line creates a kind of trance state. You can lose yourself in the repetition. Minutes pass without awareness. You complete chassis after chassis with no memory of the individual units. This mental absence is both blessing and curse. It makes time pass faster, but also increases risk. Some workers try to break the monotony with small variations. They develop personal techniques for their tasks, slightly different grip on a wrench, a particular way of positioning parts. These tiny acts of individuality matter in a system designed to eliminate individual variation. They remind you that you're still human, not just a component in the machine. The company discourages such variations. Standardization is everything. The right way to do each job has been determined by time studies and efficiency experts. Deviation from the approved method is not permitted, but workers find ways to assert themselves anyway. Small rebellions that management mostly ignores as long as output remains steady. Your body adapts to the work over time. Muscles develop in specific areas. Your right arm is noticeably stronger from wielding the wrench. Your grip strength has increased. You can walk further without tiring. The job makes you physically harder even as it wears you down mentally. Evening approaches, but you cannot see the sun from inside the building. You judge time by the quality of light filtering through the windows. The afternoon shifts from bright to golden to grey. Shadows lengthen. Your stomach reminds you that lunch was hours ago. You ignore the hunger. The end of shift is close now. The last hour is always the hardest. Your body knows that rest is near. Every minute feels longer. Every chassis takes more effort. But you maintain your pace. Slowing down in the final hour invites scrutiny. Better to push through and finish strong. The end of shift whistle finally sounds at 6 p.m. The line stops and the entire factory seems to exhale. You step back from your station and stretch. Your spine cracks. Your shoulders burn. Your hands ache. But you made it through another day. The crowd moves toward the time clock station. You retrieve your card and stamp out. 6:02 p.m. The 2-minute delay is from the walk and the crowd at the clock. Those 2 minutes are not paid, but complaining about it would be pointless. That is just how it works. You collect your coat and lunch pail from the locker. The room fills with tired men changing clothes and preparing to leave. The atmosphere is different from the morning. Now there is relief, a sense of accomplishment. 12 hours until this starts again. That feels like a lifetime right now. You step outside into the evening air. The cold feels good after the stale warmth of the factory. You take a deep breath and start walking toward home. The streets are busy with workers leaving the day shift. Thousands of men flood out of the plant and disperse into the surrounding neighbourhoods. Some men head to taverns. Drinking after work is common. The bars near the factory do good business between shifts. You occasionally join them, but not tonight. You're too tired. You just want food and bed. The walk home takes 15 minutes. Your legs are heavy, but the movement feels good after standing mostly in one place all day. Other workers walk in the same direction. You fall into step with a group heading your way. Nobody talks much. Everyone is too tired. You think about the social structure of the factory as you walk. There are clear hierarchies, but they are different from traditional class systems. Foremen hold more power than line workers. Skilled tradesmen who maintain machinery earn more than assembly workers. Office staff are separate entirely, white-collar workers who rarely interact with the floor. But within the assembly workers there is a kind of equality. You all do similar work for similar pay. Background matters less than reliability. The immigrant from Poland is judged by his output, not his accent. The black man from Georgia is measured by his speed and accuracy, not his skin colour. The system is far from perfect, but it offers opportunities that would be impossible in other contexts. This industrial mixing creates new social patterns. Workers form friendships across ethnic lines. They share lunch together. They help each other learn the work. Common experience creates bonds that transcend old divisions. Not always. Prejudice does not disappear, but it softens in the shared struggle of factory life. The boarding house appears ahead. You climb the steps and enter the warm interior. The smell of cooking fills the hallway. Mrs. O'Brien is preparing dinner for her boarders. Stew tonight. You can tell from the scent of beef and potatoes. You wash up in the bathroom, scrubbing away the worst of the grime. The water in the basin turns grey. You dry your face and hands and head to the dining room. Several other boarders are already seated. They nod in greeting as you take your usual chair. Mrs. O'Brien serves the stew family style. Everyone helps themselves. The food is simple but good. You eat hungrily, sopping up gravy with bread. Conversation around the table is sporadic. Everyone is tired, but there is comfort in the shared meal. After dinner, you retreat to your room. The space is small but private. A bed, a dresser, a chair by the window. You hang up your work clothes and change into cleaner trousers and a shirt. Then you sit in the chair and look out at the street. Evening in Detroit has its own character. Streetlights flicker on. People move past on their way to various destinations. A car rattles by, one of the few private automobiles in this neighbourhood. Most workers still walk or take streetcars, but that is changing. Every month you see more cars on the streets. You think about buying one yourself. A Model T in black, the standard configuration. It would cost about 6 months' wages at your current savings rate, but it would open up possibilities. You could visit family in Ohio more easily. You could drive to other parts of the city. The freedom appeals to you. For now, you save your money carefully. $5 a day minus room and board and expenses leaves about $3 that you can save. That adds up to around $90 per month if you are disciplined. In 6 months, you would have enough for a car, or enough for a down payment on a house. The choice will have to be made eventually. The factory shapes your entire life even when you are not there. Your social circle consists mostly of other factory workers. Your schedule revolves around shift times. Your body adapts to the physical demands. Your thoughts return constantly to the work. The assembly line becomes the organising principle of your existence. Some workers resist this total absorption. They maintain hobbies and interests outside the factory. They read books. They attend church socially. They play baseball on weekends. These activities provide balance and prevent the factory from consuming everything. You admire that but struggle to find energy for it. After 8 hours on the line, you mostly just want to rest. Reading makes your eyes hurt. Social activities require effort you do not have. Baseball sounds appealing, but your body needs recovery time. The work takes everything you have to give. This is the reality that critics of the assembly line do not understand. The $5 wage is generous, but it is earned through complete physical commitment. Ford pays well because he demands total effort. There is no coasting on the assembly line. Every minute is productive or you lose your spot. The long-term effects concern you sometimes. Will your body hold up? Can you do this work for years or will it break you down? You see older workers in their 40s and 50s who move stiffly and grimace with pain. Is that your future? Or will you find a way to advance into a less physical role? Foreman positions open occasionally. Skilled maintenance jobs pay better and are less demanding physically. Office work exists for those with education. There are paths forward if you can position yourself correctly. But competition is intense. Thousands of workers all want the same limited opportunities. For now, you focus on doing your job well and staying employed. Security feels more important than advancement. The $5 wage is more than you ever made before. Keeping that wage is the priority. Everything else can wait. You pull out a piece of paper and write a letter to your mother. You tell her about the work in general terms. You do not mention the fatigue or the danger. You emphasize the good pay and the opportunities. You send her money regularly, $20 this month. She writes back with news from home and expressions of pride. Your family thinks you are part of something important. They see the factory job as a step up from farm work. They are right in many ways. The wages are better, the future seems more secure, but they do not understand the cost, the physical toll, the mental monotony, the loss of autonomy. Still, you would not trade it. The alternative is returning to the farm where wages are minimal and the future is limited, or finding work in some other factory that pays less and treats workers worse. Ford may be demanding, but the company is also more progressive than most. The $5 day proved that. The attention to safety proves it. The modern facilities prove it. You finish the letter and seal it in an envelope. You will mail it tomorrow on the way to work. Then you undress and climb into bed. The mattress feels wonderful. Your body relaxes into it. You close your eyes and sleep comes quickly. Tomorrow will be the same. Wake before dawn, walk to the factory, 8 hours on the line, walk home, eat, sleep. The cycle repeats. But you are building something, saving money, creating a future. The repetition has purpose even when it feels meaningless. Sunday is your day off. You wake naturally, no alarm needed. The luxury of sleeping until the sun is fully up feels almost decadent. You stretch and take your time getting dressed. Today, you wear your good clothes. A clean shirt with no oil stains. Trousers that still hold a crease. You eat a leisurely breakfast while reading the newspaper Mrs. O'Brien provides. The Detroit papers are full of stories about the automotive industry. Production numbers, new factories opening, expansion plans. The city is booming in ways that seem almost unbelievable. Just 10 years ago, Detroit was a mid-sized manufacturing city, known mainly for stoves and railroad cars. The population was around 300,000. Now it approaches 600,000 and grows larger every month. People pour in from everywhere seeking factory jobs. The city cannot build housing fast enough. This rapid growth creates chaos. Streets that were dirt paths 5 years ago now carry heavy traffic. Neighbourhoods spring up overnight. Speculators buy farmland on the outskirts and subdivide it into lots. Builders throw up houses as fast as possible. Quality varies wildly. The automotive industry drives all of this. Ford is the largest employer, but dozens of other companies also build cars in Detroit. Packard, Dodge, Cadillac, Studebaker. Each company runs its own factories and employs thousands. Competition is fierce. Innovation is constant. The industry evolves month by month. You decide to walk downtown and see the city on your day off. The weather is cold but clear. Perfect for exploring. You bundle up and set out. The walk takes about 40 minutes from your boarding house. You do not mind. After a week of standing in one spot, covering some distance feels good. Downtown Detroit is transformed. New buildings rise on every block. The streets buzz with activity even on Sunday. Shops display goods in elaborate window arrangements. Restaurants advertise special dinners. Movie theatres promise the latest films. The city feels alive with possibility. You window shop for a while, looking at things you cannot quite afford yet. A nice suit in a haberdashery window. Leather shoes that would last for years. A wristwatch with a second hand. These items represent the life you're working toward. Middle-class respectability, comfort, stability. The automotive wealth has created a new class of prosperous workers. Men who earn enough to buy houses and furniture, and even automobiles. This worker prosperity is unprecedented. Factory workers were traditionally poor. They lived in slums and struggled to survive. But the $5 day changed that equation. You see evidence of this new prosperity everywhere. Workers dressed in good clothes, families shopping together, children who look well-fed and healthy. This is what Ford's wage revolution accomplished. It lifted thousands of workers into something resembling middle-class life. Critics argue that Ford buys worker loyalty with high wages, that the paternalistic company policies amount to control. They are not entirely wrong. But workers mostly do not care about the theoretical concerns. They care about feeding their families and having decent lives. The $5 wage makes that possible. You stop at a small restaurant for lunch, a real sit-down meal instead of the quick lunches you eat at the factory. The menu offers choices. You order roast chicken with potatoes and vegetables, coffee and a slice of pie for dessert. The whole meal costs more than a week of groceries, but you justify it as a Sunday treat. The restaurant is full of other factory workers enjoying their day off. You recognise a few faces from the plant. They nod in greeting, but everyone maintains polite distance. The factory hierarchy extends into social life. Workers do not presume friendship just because they work for the same company. After lunch, you walk to the riverfront. The Detroit River separates the city from Canada. Ships move up and down carrying goods. The water is grey under the winter sky. You stand and watch for a while, enjoying the open space and fresh air. This is one thing you miss about farm life. The open sky. The sense of space. The factory floor is vast but enclosed. You spend all week under artificial light breathing recycled air. Standing by the river on Sunday helps balance that confinement. Other people walk along the riverfront. Couples holding hands, families with children, old men feeding birds. The diversity of the crowd reflects the changing city. Detroit is becoming a genuine metropolis, a place where different kinds of people live side by side. You think about bringing someone to the riverfront someday. A woman, perhaps. You have not had much time or energy for romance since moving to Detroit. The work consumes too much. But you would like to have a family eventually, a home of your own. The normal markers of adult life. For now those dreams remain distant. You're still establishing yourself, building savings, learning the city. Romance can wait until you have more stability. That is the practical approach. Though sometimes you feel the weight of loneliness, the afternoon passes pleasantly. You explore different neighbourhoods. You see the mansions on Boston Boulevard where automotive executives live. Enormous houses with manicured lawns and expensive automobiles parked in circular driveways. This is where the real wealth accumulates. Factory wages are good, but ownership is where fortunes are made. Henry Ford is one of the richest men in America now. His personal wealth is estimated in the tens of millions. That money comes from building and selling automobiles. Every Model T that rolls off the line adds to his fortune. You helped build those cars. Your labour creates his wealth. The relationship is clear and undeniable. Some workers resent this dynamic. They argue that labour should share more of the profits. Union organisers occasionally appear near the factory gates, handing out pamphlets and making speeches. Ford opposes unions vigorously. He believes the $5 wage makes unions unnecessary. Most workers agree with him. Why organise when pay is already good? But not everyone is satisfied. Some workers want more control over working conditions, more say in how the factory operates, more security against arbitrary firing. These concerns are legitimate even if union organising remains minimal. You have mixed feelings about unions. The higher wages and better conditions would be welcome. But you also worry about conflict with management. Getting fired would be devastating. Better to keep your head down and do the work. That is the safer path. Evening approaches. The winter sun sets early. You start walking back toward the boarding house. The temperature drops as darkness comes. You move quickly to stay warm. Other people hurry past on their own errands. The city does not slow down just because the sun sets. You arrive home as Mrs. O'Brien is setting out Sunday dinner. This is the best meal of the week. Roast beef with all the accompaniments. The boarders gather and eat together. Conversation is more relaxed on Sunday evenings. The next workday is still hours away. Everyone can afford to relax a little. After dinner, you retreat to your room and read for a while. You have a book about the history of machinery. It interests you to understand the context of your work. The assembly line did not appear from nowhere. It evolved from earlier manufacturing methods. Understanding that evolution helps you see your place in a larger story. You read until your eyes grow heavy, then you set the book aside and prepare for bed. Tomorrow's Monday, back to the factory, back to the line. The cycle begins again, but Sunday provided a break. A reminder that life exists beyond the factory walls, that helps you face the week ahead. Monday morning arrives like all the others. The whistle blows. You wake and dress and eat and walk to the factory. The routine is so familiar now that you barely notice the individual steps. Your body moves through the sequence automatically. The day shift begins. You take your position at station 47. The line starts moving. Chassis after chassis passes through your hands. Reach and bolt and tighten and move. The rhythm is unchanged. The work is identical. Another week begins. But something feels different today. Maybe it is the Sunday rest. Maybe it is the time you spent exploring the city. Whatever the reason, you see the work with slightly fresher eyes. You notice details that usually blur into background. The man working 2 stations ahead has developed a limp. He favours his left leg, an injury perhaps, or just the accumulated strain of months on the line. He keeps working, though. Showing weakness invites replacement. You make a mental note to watch your own body more carefully. The woman who delivers parts to your station moves with practiced efficiency. Yes, women work in the factory too. Not on the assembly line itself, but in supporting roles. Parts delivery, quality inspection, administrative tasks. Ford employs women more readily than most companies. Another progressive policy that sets the company apart. She sets down a bin of steering columns and takes away the empty bin. The exchange happens in seconds. She does not speak, and neither do you. There is no time for conversation, but you appreciate her competence. The supply chain must work perfectly or the line stops. She ensures that your station never runs out of parts. The morning passes, lunch comes and goes, the afternoon shift begins. You're back in the familiar rhythm. But your mind keeps returning to larger questions. How long will you do this work? What comes next? Is there a future beyond the assembly line? These questions have no easy answers. Some workers stay on the line for years, even decades. They make peace with the monotony and focus on the steady paycheck. Others move into skilled trades or supervisory roles. A few leave for different industries entirely. There is no single path. You think about the skills you're developing. Manual dexterity, mechanical understanding, the ability to work precisely under time pressure. These skills could transfer to other roles. Tool and die maker perhaps. Machine repair technician. Jobs that pay even better than assembly work and offer more autonomy. But those positions require additional training. You would need to study, take classes, invest time and money. That feels overwhelming when you're already working 8-hour days. Still, it might be necessary. You cannot imagine doing this exact job for the rest of your working life. The foreman appears at your station. He watches you complete a chassis. You maintain steady pace and clean technique. He nods approval and moves on. Small moments like this matter. Building a reputation for reliability creates opportunities. When skilled positions open, foremen remember the workers who consistently perform well. The afternoon continues. You fall back into the semi-trance state that makes time pass faster. Chassis blur together. Numbers accumulate. The end of shift approaches slowly but inevitably. You think about Henry Ford's vision while you work. He wanted to make automobiles accessible to everyone, to transform American life through mass production. He succeeded beyond what anyone thought possible. The Model T changed everything. It brought mobility to millions. It reshaped cities and countryside alike. Your role in this transformation is small but real. Every steering column you install is essential. Remove your work and the car does not function. Multiply your contribution by all the other workers and the full scope becomes clear. Together you are building the future. This thought provides meaning to the repetitive work. You're not just tightening bolts, you are participating in something larger. The Industrial Revolution is not just an abstract historical force, it is this factory, this assembly line, these specific actions performed by real people. The philosophical perspective helps but does not eliminate the fatigue. Your body still aches, your mind still wants escape. But understanding the broader context makes the immediate difficulties more bearable. Purpose transforms suffering into something meaningful. The end of shift whistle finally sounds. You complete your last chassis of the day and step back from the line. Another day finished. Another small increment of progress toward your future goals. You clean your station and head to the locker room. The walk home passes in the usual way. Tired workers moving through darkening streets. You arrive at the boarding house and go through the evening routine. Dinner, wash up, a few minutes of reading, then bed. As you lie in the darkness waiting for sleep, you think about the bigger picture. Detroit is being built right now. The automotive industry is creating a new kind of city, a new kind of economy, a new kind of life. You are part of that creation whether you fully realize it or not. The assembly line will spread. Other industries will adopt the methods pioneered here. Production will become faster and cheaper. Consumer goods will become more abundant. Standards of living will rise. All of this flows from the innovations happening in Detroit right now. But there will be costs too. The dehumanizing aspects of assembly line work will affect millions. The environmental impact of mass automobile ownership will reshape the landscape. Urban sprawl will consume farmland. These consequences are not yet visible, but they are coming. You cannot see that far ahead. You can only see tomorrow. Another shift at the factory. Another day of repetitive work. Another small addition to your savings. One day at a time. That is all anyone can manage. Sleep finally comes. Your last conscious thought is of the morning whistle. It will sound in just a few hours. The cycle will begin again, but for now you rest. The factory releases its hold. The assembly line stops moving. The noise fades. There is only darkness and silence, and the deep sleep of exhausted muscles. Tomorrow will bring the same work, the same routine, the same rhythm. But you will face it as you have faced all the days before, with determination, with resilience, with the knowledge that this work, however difficult, is building something. Your future, your city, your world. The early automotive workers of Detroit are creating the 20th century. You are one of them. That matters. That will always matter. No matter how tired you get or how monotonous the work becomes, that fundamental truth remains. You are building the future, one steering column at a time. You're stepping back into the late 1700s, when Kentucky was still a raw frontier carved from wilderness, and the people who settled there brought with them the knowledge of grain and fire passed down through generations. This is the story of how bourbon came to be, not through grand invention, but through patient hands, copper stills glowing in the darkness, and the kind of accidental discovery that only time and charred oak could reveal. Now picture this. You're standing on a porch that groans beneath your boots, watching the sun sink behind a ridge of trees so dense they look like a single dark wave frozen against the copper sky. The air here in Kentucky carries a thickness you can almost chew, humidity that clings to your shirt and makes every breath feel like drinking something substantial. This is 1792, and the land around you is young in the way that only recently tamed wilderness can be, still holding the memory of what it was before axes and ploughs arrived to reshape it. The distillery sits in a clearing hacked from the forest, surrounded by stumps that will take another decade to rot away completely. Your hands smell of corn and wood smoke, a combination that's become so familiar you barely notice it anymore except in moments like this, when the work has paused and you have time to simply stand and notice things. Behind you, through the open door of the stillhouse, you can hear the gentle tick and drip of cooling metal, the building settling into evening like an old dog finding its spot by the fire. The nearest neighbour lives 3 miles through woods where panthers still scream at night, their cries so human-sounding that newcomers sometimes go running with rifles, thinking someone's being murdered in the dark. You've learned to ignore those sounds, the way you've learned to ignore the wolves that howl from the ridges when the moon is full. What matters is the work. The corn you've grown, the water from the limestone spring that bubbles up cold and pure 100 yards from here, and the still that waits inside the building behind you like a patient bronze animal. Your father taught you distilling back in Pennsylvania, where the family had a small operation making rye whiskey that was decent enough but nothing special. He'd learned it from his father, who'd brought the knowledge from Scotland, where apparently everyone knew how to turn grain into something that burned going down and warmed you from the inside out. The process seemed almost magical when you were young. Putting in corn and water and yeast, applying heat and time, and getting out a clear liquid that could preserve meat, clean wounds, trade for goods, and make a hard day feel slightly less hard when you took a careful sip before bed. But Kentucky isn't Pennsylvania. The corn grows differently here, taller and sweeter in the thick river-bottom soil. The water tastes different, filtered through limestone that makes it soft in a way that's hard to describe but easy to notice once you've tried making whiskey with it. Even the air feels different in the stillhouse, heavy and full in summer, crisp and crackling in winter. You found yourself adjusting the old recipes, changing proportions almost without thinking about it, and responding to what this new place seems to want from you. The evening sounds are building around you now, cicadas starting their electric chorus, a wood thrush singing its spiralling song from somewhere in the darkening trees, and the distant sound of your neighbour's cow lowing to be milked. Your wife is inside the cabin preparing supper, and you can smell onions frying in bear grease, a smell that would have seemed strange 2 years ago, but now just smells like home. In a few minutes you'll go inside, eat whatever she's cooked, maybe read a few verses from the Bible by candlelight if your eyes aren't too tired, and then sleep the heavy sleep of someone who's been on his feet since dawn. But first you want to check the barrels. It's become a habit, this evening walk through the aging shed, though you're not entirely sure what you're checking for. The whiskey's in there, sealed up tight in the charred oak containers you made last month when the cooper from Lexington came through and showed you his technique. He'd said the charring would filter out impurities and make the whiskey clearer and cleaner. You'd believed him because you had no reason not to, and because trying new things is what you do out here on the frontier, where the old ways don't always fit the new circumstances. The aging shed is nothing fancy, just 4 walls and a roof to keep the rain off, with gaps between the boards wide enough that you can see slivers of sky through them when you're inside. The barrels sit on wooden racks you built yourself, each one holding about 50 gallons of the clear whiskey you distilled 2 months ago, right after the corn harvest. In Pennsylvania, you would have bottled it immediately, maybe letting it sit a few weeks at most before selling or drinking it. But here, with no immediate buyers and no urgent need for the revenue, you decided to just let it rest a while and see what happened. You push open the shed door and step into the dimness. The smell hits you immediately, a rich, sweet, woody scent that's nothing like the sharp alcohol smell of fresh whiskey. You freeze, inhaling deeply, trying to place what's different. It's like walking into a bakery or a cabinet maker's shop, or maybe a combination of both with something else underneath that you can't quite name. Vanilla, possibly. Caramel. The charred wood is doing something to the whiskey that you didn't expect and can't quite understand. Moving closer to the nearest barrel, you tap it gently with your knuckles, listening to the hollow thunk that tells you it's still full, nothing's leaked. The wood feels warm to your touch, holding the day's heat even as the evening cools around it. You know you shouldn't open it yet. The whole point of aging is to let it sit undisturbed, but curiosity is gnawing at you with small, persistent teeth. What's causing that smell? Has the whiskey gone bad somehow? Or has something else happened? Something you didn't plan for and can't predict? Tomorrow you decide. Tomorrow you'll tap one of the barrels and see what's actually happening inside that charred oak. Tonight, you'll just stand here a moment longer, breathing in this unexpected sweetness, feeling the day's exhaustion settle into your bones like sediment drifting to the bottom of a still pond. The work will be there in the morning. It always is. You wake to darkness so complete it feels like a physical presence pressing against your eyes. The rooster hasn't crowed yet, which means it's probably around 4 in the morning, that dead hour when even the insects seem to be sleeping. Your wife is a warm presence beside you, her breathing deep and steady, and for a moment you consider just lying here until proper dawn arrives. But your bladder has other ideas, and besides, once you're awake, you're awake. There's no point in fighting it. The cabin floor is cold against your bare feet as you fumble for your boots, pulling them on without bothering to lace them properly. Outside, the privy waits in the darkness, and you navigate to it more by memory than sight, your eyes gradually adjusting until you can make out the shapes of trees against the slightly lighter sky. A whippoorwill calls from somewhere close by, its 3-note song clear and insistent. When you were a child, your grandmother told you that hearing a whippoorwill meant someone was going to die, but you've heard them almost every night since moving to Kentucky, and everyone you know is still alive, so you've stopped believing that particular superstition. By the time you've finished your business and returned to the cabin, the eastern sky has begun its slow brightening. That gradual shift from black to deep blue that happens so subtly you can never catch the exact moment of change. You don't go back to bed. Instead, you light a candle from the embers still glowing in the fireplace, put coffee on to boil, and begin the process of waking up properly. Your wife will sleep another hour, rising when the real light comes, but you've always been someone who needs this quiet time before the day begins, these minutes when the world belongs only to you and whatever thoughts you want to think. The coffee is bitter and strong, made from beans you've roasted perhaps a bit too dark, but it does its job, sending warmth and alertness spreading through your chest. You drink it standing at the window, watching the world emerge from darkness. The distillery building takes shape first, then the aging shed, then the corn crib and the small barn where you keep the mule and the milk cow. Everything is painted in shades of grey at first, colourless and flat, but gradually the dimension returns, the red of the barn door, the green of the grass, and the brown of the beaten earth path connecting the buildings. You'll check that barrel today. The decision feels solid and right, something you've actually been putting off too long already. But first, the morning routine. Feeding the animals, milking the cow, and checking the mash that's been fermenting in the large wooden vats behind the still house. Distilling whiskey isn't just about the dramatic moments of fire and copper and steam. It's about these daily tasks, the maintenance and monitoring that makes the dramatic moments possible. The mash vats are your first stop after finishing your coffee. They sit under a lean-to shelter, protected from direct sun and rain, each one containing a mixture of ground corn, water and yeast that's been bubbling and working for the past 3 days. You lift the wooden lid off the first vat and lean in, inhaling the sour, yeasty smell of fermentation. The surface is covered with foam, a good sign that the yeast is doing its job, eating the sugars from the corn and producing alcohol as waste. It's a process that seems almost too simple to work. You're essentially making a kind of beer from corn, then concentrating that beer through heat and distillation until what remains is strong enough to preserve and potent enough to trade. You taste it, dipping a finger into the foam and touching it to your tongue. It's sour and sweet at the same time, with an alcohol content that's probably around 8 or 9%, nowhere near strong enough to be whiskey, but definitely on its way. Another day, maybe 2, and it'll be ready to run through the still. You replace the lid carefully, then move to the next vat, then the next, checking each one with the same careful attention. This part of the work is boring in the best possible way. Repetitive, predictable, requiring focus but not much thought, letting your mind wander while your hands do what they know how to do. The still itself waits inside the distillery building, a copper construction that cost you more money than you've ever spent on anything except land. It's beautiful in its way, all curves and joints soldered smooth, with a long tapered neck that rises toward the ceiling before curving away into the condensing coil. When you first set it up, you spent hours just looking at it, trying to understand how something made by human hands could be so elegant. The copper gleams even in low light, catching and throwing back any available brightness, and when it's working, when fire is roaring beneath it and steam is rising through its neck and liquid is dripping from its spout, it seems almost alive. But today isn't a distilling day. You've learned through experience that you can't rush this process. You can't force it to happen on your schedule. The mash has to be ready, properly fermented but not gone sour. You have to have enough firewood split and stacked and enough clean containers waiting to catch the distillate. You have to be rested and alert because distilling requires attention, watching temperatures, adjusting the fire, and tasting the output to know when you're getting the good middle run versus the harsh heads or the weak tails that you'll either throw away or redistill later. Today is for maintenance instead. You check the still for any signs of damage or wear, running your hands along the copper seams, looking for the green stains that would indicate a leak. Everything seems solid. You check the firebox beneath the still, scraping out old ash, making sure the draft holes aren't clogged. You check the condensing coil, which sits in a barrel of cold water that has to be refreshed regularly to keep the steam condensing properly. All of this is familiar work, the kind that lets your thoughts drift while your hands stay busy. And your thoughts keep drifting back to that smell from last night. That unexpected sweetness is coming from the barrels. You've been making whiskey for almost 20 years now, first helping your father and then on your own, and you've never encountered anything quite like it. Whiskey is supposed to be harsh, clear and functional. It's medicine and currency and social lubricant, not something you'd describe as sweet or smooth or pleasant. But that smell suggested something different, something you don't have words for yet. By mid-morning you finish the maintenance work and run out of excuses. The barrel is waiting. You walk to the aging shed with a hammer and a wooden spigot, tools for tapping a barrel without having to remove the whole bung and risk exposing the entire contents to air. Your hands are steadier than you expected as you position the spigot against the barrel head, finding the right spot between the staves. One sharp tap with the hammer and the spigot is in, sealed tight by the pressure of the wood around it. Nothing comes out at first. You have to open the small valve on the spigot, and even then there's a moment of resistance before the whiskey begins to flow. You've positioned a clay cup beneath the spigot, and you watch as it fills with liquid that's nothing like what you put into this barrel 2 months ago. Instead of clear, it's the colour of honey, or maybe amber, or maybe sunlight filtering through old church windows. It flows thick and slow, and the smell that rises from the cup is that same complex sweetness you noticed last night, but stronger now, more defined. You lift the cup to your lips and take the smallest possible sip, barely wetting your tongue. The taste explodes across your mouth, sweet and spicy and oaky and complex in ways that make your eyes widen involuntarily. This isn't whiskey, or rather, it is whiskey, but whiskey that's become something else, something more. The harshness is gone, replaced by layers of flavour that you can't quite separate into individual components. Vanilla is there, definitely. Caramel too. Something that might be cinnamon or might just be the char from the barrel. And underneath it all, still present but transformed, the corn sweetness that was there in the original distillate. You take another sip, larger this time, letting it roll around your mouth before swallowing. The warmth spreads through your chest like the coffee did this morning, but gentler, smoother, without any of the sharp edges that raw whiskey has. You feel your shoulders relax and feel some tension you didn't know you were carrying drain away. This is something special. You don't know the exact mechanisms that created it, and you don't understand the chemistry of what happened inside that charred oak barrel, but you understand enough to know that you've stumbled onto something valuable. You're sitting on a stump outside the aging shed, the clay cup still in your hands, trying to understand what you've just tasted. The sun has climbed high enough that you're sweating, despite the relative cool of the September morning, and somewhere nearby a crow is calling with that harsh, insistent voice that makes you think it's complaining about something. Your mind is working in circles, trying to puzzle out cause and effect, trying to figure out what you did differently that resulted in this unexpected transformation. The charring is obviously important. You've stored whiskey in regular barrels before, back in Pennsylvania, and while it picked up some colour and maybe a bit of wood taste, it never developed this kind of complexity. The cooper from Lexington had made charring the barrels seem like a simple practical matter. Burn the inside to sterilise it and help filter the whiskey. But clearly something more is happening. The char is interacting with the whiskey somehow, pulling out harsh elements and adding in new flavours, though you couldn't explain the chemistry of it to save your life. Time matters too, obviously. You'd planned to age the whiskey maybe a month, 6 weeks at most, just long enough to let it settle and clear. But this barrel has been sitting for almost 8 weeks now, and the extra time has clearly made a difference. You wonder how much longer you could let it sit. 3 months? 6 months? A year? At what point would it stop improving and start going bad? These are questions that would require systematic testing to answer, and you're just one man with a small operation and bills to pay. The temperature might be playing a role as well. Kentucky summers are brutal, the kind of heat that makes work feel like punishment, and turns the still house into an oven even when the fire isn't lit. The barrels have been sitting in that shed through some of the hottest weather you've ever experienced. The wood expanding and contracting with the daily temperature swings, the whiskey moving in and out of the charred oak like breath. In Pennsylvania, you stored barrels in a cool cellar where the temperature barely changed. Here there is no cellar, just this shed with its gaps between the boards, and maybe that constant heating and cooling is part of what's creating these new flavours. You take another sip from the cup, trying to taste it analytically now, to break down what you're experiencing into components you can understand and potentially replicate. There's definitely sweetness, but it's not simple sugar sweetness. It's more complex, almost burnt but not quite. Like the sugar that crystallises on the edge of a pie when it's been baked just a little too long. The oak is present but not overwhelming, adding structure and depth rather than making the whole thing taste like chewing on wood. And there's something spicy happening. A tingle on your tongue that might be from the corn, or might be from the barrel, or might be from the interaction between the two. Your wife appears at the cabin door, shading her eyes with one hand. Are you planning to do any actual work today? Or are you just going to sit there drinking in the morning? You laugh, standing up and stretching muscles that have gotten stiff from sitting too long in one position. Come taste this, you call to her, holding up the cup. Tell me if I'm imagining things. She crosses the yard with that efficient walk she has, not hurrying but not wasting time either, and takes the cup from your hands. You watch her face as she sips, seeing the exact same expression of surprise that you must have had. Eyes widening, eyebrows going up and mouth opening slightly in an involuntary response to unexpected pleasure. "What did you do to it?" she asks, taking another sip before you can answer. "I don't know," you admit. "I put regular whiskey in a charred barrel and left it there for 2 months. This is what came out." She hands the cup back to you, though you can tell she's reluctant to let it go. "Well," she says, practical as always, "I suppose you'd better figure out how to do it again then. Because if you can make whiskey that tastes like that, people will pay good money for it." She's right, of course. You've been treating this as an interesting accident, something to puzzle over and marvel at. But there's a commercial dimension here that you haven't fully considered. The whiskey you've been making and selling is adequate. It does what whiskey's supposed to do, which is burn and warm and preserve. But it's not special. Nobody seeks it out specifically. They buy it because it's available and the price is fair, not because it's notably better than anyone else's product. But this is different. This is the kind of thing people might actually prefer, might request by name, and might even travel to obtain. The question is whether you can replicate it. You have a dozen other barrels in the shed, all filled at roughly the same time, all made by the same cooper using the same charring technique. If the transformation you've discovered is real and reliable, those other barrels should contain whiskey that's undergone the same change. But if what happened was a fluke, some quirk of this particular barrel, or this particular batch of whiskey, or some variable you haven't identified, then the other barrels might still contain the same harsh, clear liquid you put into them. There's only one way to find out. You take the hammer and another spigot and move to the second barrel, tapping it with the same careful precision you used on the first. The whiskey that flows out is the same beautiful amber colour, and when you taste it, the flavours are similar enough to confirm your hope. This is replicable. Whatever you've done it to all the barrels. The transformation isn't a quirk of one container, but a predictable result of the process you've accidentally created. By the time you've sampled from all 12 barrels, you're feeling pleasantly warm and slightly muzzy-headed, and your wife is giving you amused looks from across the yard where she's hanging laundry to dry. The whiskey is definitely affecting you, but not in the harsh, aggressive way that raw distillate does. This is gentler, more of a glow than a burn, and you realise that part of what makes this aged whiskey special is that you could actually sip it slowly and enjoy it for the taste, rather than just throwing it back quickly to get the medicine down. You cap all the barrels carefully, making sure the spigots are sealed tight and won't leak. These containers represent hundreds of hours of work, growing the corn, harvesting it, grinding it, fermenting it, distilling it. And now they represent something more, a potential future where you're known for quality rather than just quantity, where people seek out your whiskey specifically rather than just buying whatever's available. The rest of the day passes in a pleasant blur of normal farm work. You repair a section of fence that the cow has been leaning against. You split firewood for next week's distilling run. You weed the kitchen garden and help your wife carry water from the spring. But your mind keeps returning to those barrels, to the question of what to do next. Do you sell this batch as it is, aged 2 months, or do you wait longer to see if more aging improves it further? Do you tell people what you've discovered, or do you keep it quiet and let them think you've just gotten better at making whiskey? Do you try to understand the science of what's happening, or do you just accept the gift and move forward? You're lying in bed that night, listening to your wife's breathing settle into the rhythm of sleep, but your own mind won't quiet down. The darkness is complete except for the faint red glow of embers in the fireplace, and you can hear mice scrabbling in the walls, busy with their own mysterious mouse business. Outside, a fox barks once, sharp and sudden, then falls silent. These are the usual night sounds of Kentucky, but tonight they feel different somehow, like the world has shifted slightly and everything needs to be relearned. The question nagging at you is time. 2 months has produced something remarkable, but is it finished? Wine gets better with age. You know that much. The French are famous for their ancient cellars where bottles sit for years or even decades, accumulating value and complexity. Does whiskey work the same way? Or is there a point where the oak becomes too much, where the barrel overwhelms the spirit and turns everything woody and bitter? You make a decision in the darkness. You'll sell half the barrels now at 2 months and leave the other half to age longer. 6 months total maybe, or even a year. It's a compromise between the practical need for income and the experimental desire to see what's possible. Your wife will approve of the practicality, and the part of you that's always curious will be satisfied by the ongoing experiment. Sleep finally comes, and when you wake, it's to full daylight and the smell of corn cakes cooking. Your wife is already up and working as usual, and you feel slightly guilty for oversleeping, though the sun's position suggests it's only just past dawn. The coffee is hot and waiting, and you drink it standing at the door looking out at your small kingdom of distillery and fields and forest. The work of the day begins with checking the mash vats again. Another day of fermentation has done its job. The foam has subsided slightly and the liquid beneath has that cloudy, yeasty look that means it's ready to distill. You'll start tomorrow, you decide. Today is for preparation, gathering firewood, cleaning the still, setting up collection vessels and making sure everything's ready for the long, hot, careful work of turning fermented mash into clear spirit. But first you need to deal with those barrels. The 6 you've decided to sell need to be loaded onto your wagon and taken to Lexington, where you have a standing arrangement with a merchant who sells goods to the river traders heading down to New Orleans. It's a full day's trip there and back, but it's worth it for the access to a market bigger than the handful of neighbours within walking distance of your farm. Loading the barrels is harder than you'd like to admit. Each one weighs close to 400 pounds when full, and while you have a system of ramps and rollers that makes it possible to move them alone, it's still brutal work that leaves you sweating and cursing despite the relatively cool morning air. The mule watches you with its usual expression of patient disdain, as if wondering why humans make everything so complicated. By the time all 6 barrels are secured in the wagon, you're ready for a rest. But there's no time. You need to get to Lexington and back before full dark, and that means leaving soon. Your wife packs you food for the journey. Cornbread, dried venison, a jar of pickles, and a clay jug of water. She kisses you goodbye with the same matter-of-fact affection she brings to everything, and you climb up onto the wagon seat, taking the reins and clicking your tongue at the mule to get it moving. The wagon creaks and sways as it hits the ruts in the road, and you settle into the familiar discomfort of a long trip on bad roads. The journey to Lexington takes you through forest and farmland in roughly equal measure. Kentucky is filling up fast with new settlers, families from Virginia and Pennsylvania, and the Carolinas all flooding in to claim land and build lives in this fertile valley. You pass cabins that weren't there 6 months ago, and see fields that have been cleared from forest. So recently the stumps are still white and raw looking. Everyone waves as you pass. That automatic frontier friendliness that assumes anyone you meet is probably a decent person, until proven otherwise. Lexington is growing too, spreading out from the original fort into something that's starting to resemble an actual town. There are stores now, and taverns, and a church, and streets that have names rather than just being the road that goes to the spring, or the path by Johnson's cabin. You guide the mule through the traffic, mostly other wagons, but also people on horseback and on foot, until you reach the merchant's establishment, a sturdy log building with a covered porch where men sit and smoke and discuss politics and weather and crop prices. The merchant himself, a man named Harrison who came from Virginia and still dresses like he's living in a city rather than on the frontier, comes out to inspect your delivery. He's bought your whiskey before, always paying fair prices and never complaining about quality, but you've never brought him anything like what's in these barrels. Same as usual, he asks, making notes on a piece of paper with a pencil that he keeps tucked behind his ear when he's not using it. Better than usual, you say, hopping down from the wagon. Here, try it. You tap one of the barrels right there on the street, filling a cup with the amber liquid. Harrison takes it skeptically. He's tasted hundreds of whiskies in his career as a merchant, and most of them range from barely drinkable to actively unpleasant. But his expression changes as soon as the liquid touches his tongue. What in the name of... He trails off, taking another sip. How long have you been holding out on me? You explain about the barrels, the charring, and the accidental aging. Harrison listens with the focused attention of a man who recognises an opportunity when he tastes one. By the time you've finished talking, he's made his decision. I'll take it all, he says. Every barrel you've got, and I'll pay you double the usual rate. Triple, even if you can guarantee me a regular supply of whiskey of this quality. You negotiate for another few minutes, but your heart isn't in it. The price he's offering is more than fair, probably more than you should accept on the first sale, but Harrison isn't stupid. He knows that whiskey this good will sell for even more when he moves it downriver to New Orleans, where people have money, and refined tastes and a taste for luxury goods. It's better to lock you in now with a generous price than risk you finding another buyer who might appreciate the quality. The transaction concluded, you help Harrison's workers roll the barrels into his storage building, a substantial structure with a cellar dug deep enough that the temperature stays relatively constant year-round. He pays you in silver coins that clink pleasantly in the leather pouch you carry for such purposes, more money than you've seen in one place since you bought the land for your farm. You're on the road back from Lexington, the empty wagon rattling along much faster than it did when loaded, your pocket heavy with coins and your mind heavy with thoughts. The sun is past its peak now, slanting in from the west, and you're making good time. You should be home well before dark, which means you can actually help with evening chores instead of arriving exhausted and useless. The question occupying your thoughts is what to call this new whiskey. Harrison had asked, quite reasonably, if it had a name, and you'd had to admit that you'd just been thinking of it as the whiskey from the charred barrels, or the aged whiskey, neither of which exactly rolls off the tongue or sounds particularly marketable. He'd suggested you think about it and come up with something distinctive that people could ask for by name. The problem is that naming things has never been your strength. Your mule is named Mule. Your cow is named Cow. Your dog, back when you had one, was named Dog until he died of old age, and you never got around to replacing him. You're practical about most things, but creativity in naming isn't something that comes naturally. Bourbon County whiskey, maybe? You live in what's technically Bourbon County, named after the French royal family in gratitude for France's help during the Revolution. Most of the whiskey being made in Kentucky comes from this general area, so it would make sense to associate it with the place. But that feels almost too obvious, too simple. Surely someone else will think of that eventually, and then where will you be? You let your mind wander, watching the forest slide past on both sides of the road. The trees here are magnificent. Massive oaks and hickories and maples that must be hundreds of years old, their trunks wider than you are tall. They've stood here since long before European settlers arrived, witnesses to everything that's happened in this valley, and they'll probably still be standing long after you're dead and forgotten. There's something humbling about that, something that puts your small concerns about whiskey names into perspective. A creek crosses the road ahead, running clear and cold over smooth stones. You let the mule stop and drink, sitting in the afternoon shade and listening to the water chuckle over its rocky bed. This is the kind of moment that makes all the hard work worthwhile. These minutes of peace and natural beauty, when you're not actively struggling against something or rushing to finish some task. You drink from your own water jug, eating a piece of the cornbread your wife packed, letting the quietness sink into you. The name question follows you home and stays with you through the evening chores and supper, and the quiet hour before bed when you and your wife sit by the fire and talk about the day. She suggests calling it Creek Water Whiskey, after the limestone spring that provides your water, but that doesn't feel quite right either. Too literal somehow, and it doesn't capture what makes the whiskey special. Days pass, then weeks, and still the name question remains unsolved. You make another batch of whiskey, filling more charred barrels, committed now to the aging process even though you still don't fully understand all the variables involved. Harrison sends word that the first shipment sold out almost immediately in New Orleans, and he wants more as soon as possible. Other distillers in the area are starting to notice what you're doing and asking questions about your techniques. And you answer honestly because it's not in your nature to hoard knowledge. Besides, competition will be good for everyone. It'll push you all to improve, to experiment, and to discover new variations on what you've accidentally created. The barrel you're aging for a full year sits in the shed like a patient promise. Every week or so you tap it, just a small taste to see how it's developing, and the changes are subtle but real. The flavours are deepening, becoming more integrated, and the sharp edges are smoothing away until what remains is almost impossibly smooth. You're not sure it's actually better than the 2-month aged whiskey. It's different certainly, more refined in some ways, but perhaps less vibrant. But the experiment is valuable regardless of the outcome. One evening in late October, a rider comes up the road just as you're finishing the evening chores. He's a young man, probably not yet 20, dressed in the rough clothes of someone who works for a living rather than for show. He introduces himself as a representative from a tavern keeper in Louisville who's heard about your whiskey and wants to buy it directly rather than going through Harrison's operation in Lexington. You invite him inside, pour him a cup of the 2-month-age whiskey, and watch his face light up with the same expression everyone has when they taste it for the first time. He's prepared to make an offer on the spot, he says, and the price he mentions is even higher than what Harrison is paying. You negotiate in a friendly way, neither of you trying to take advantage, and eventually settle on terms that seem fair to both parties. "What do you call it?" the young man asks as he's preparing to leave. "The tavern keeper will want to know what to put on the sign." And suddenly, without planning it, the answer is there. "Bourbon," you say. "Call it Bourbon." It's not your decision exactly. The name has been hovering around the edges of your consciousness for weeks now, inevitable as weather. But saying it out loud makes it real. Bourbon, simple, direct, and tied to the place without being awkwardly long. The young man nods, repeating it to himself, clearly liking the sound of it. Bourbon. After he leaves, your wife looks at you with raised eyebrows. Bourbon? That's what we're going with. Unless you have a better idea, you say. But you can tell from her expression that she approves, or at least doesn't disapprove strongly enough to argue about it. And that's how it happens, with less ceremony than you might expect for something that will eventually become famous. No official declaration, no legal registration, just a practical answer to a practical question. The whiskey you make, aged in charred oak barrels until it turns amber and smooth, will be called Bourbon. Other people are probably calling their whiskey the same thing, or will be soon, and over time the name will become standardized, associated with Kentucky and with the specific techniques that you and others are developing. But here, now, on this October evening with the first frost of the season glittering on the grass outside, Bourbon is just a word you've chosen because it fits. You're in the still house on a December morning, cold enough that your breath makes clouds in the air, feeding wood into the firebox beneath the copper still. The fire is just catching, flames licking up around the logs, and you can already feel the heat beginning to radiate outward. This is good work for a winter day. The still house will be warm soon, almost too warm, and the contrast with the freezing air outside makes the heat feel like a gift rather than a burden. There's been talk lately, in the taverns and at the church meetings and wherever men gather to discuss business, about a Baptist preacher over in Fayette County named Elijah Craig who's also making whiskey using the charred barrel technique. Some people are saying he invented it, that he was the first to discover how aging in charred oak transforms the spirit. You've heard these stories with mixed feelings, partly amused, partly irritated, and partly just philosophical about the way history gets written. The truth, as you understand it, is that several people probably discovered the technique around the same time, all working independently, all responding to the same circumstances. Craig is a preacher, and therefore more memorable and more likely to be remembered and talked about. You're just a farmer who happens to also make whiskey, not particularly noteworthy except for the quality of what you produce. If Craig wants to be known as the father of bourbon, you're not going to fight him for the title. There's enough market for everyone, and honestly, the less attention you attract, the better. But it does make you think about how stories become established, how one version of events becomes the official version while others fade away. Craig is charismatic and educated and good at promoting himself. He gives sermons that people remember, makes connections with influential men, and understands how to shape narratives. You just make whiskey. In 100 years, assuming bourbon is still being made, people will probably credit Craig with inventing it, and that's fine. The invention matters more than the inventor, really. And besides, who's to say that Craig didn't come up with it independently, maybe even before you did? The still is heating now, the temperature rising steadily, and you check the thermometer you've installed in the side of the pot. 150 degrees, still well below the boiling point of water but getting warmer. You've learned through experience that distillation is all about temperature control. Too cool and nothing happens, too hot and you boil off everything, including the compounds you don't want. The sweet spot is narrow, requiring constant attention and adjustment. which is why you can't leave the still unattended for more than a few minutes at a time during a run. Your wife brings you dinner around noon, a bowl of bean soup and some fresh bread, and sits with you while you eat. She's been to church recently, where Craig gave a guest sermon, and she reports that he spoke eloquently about the virtue of hard work and the importance of using God's gifts wisely. He mentioned whiskey making specifically, she says, as an example of taking the raw materials of creation and transforming them into something of greater value. Did he mention the charred barrels, you ask, more curious than anything. He did, she says. He talked about how the fire purifies, how the char filters out impurities and improves the spirit. He made it sound almost religious, like the whiskey is being baptized or something. You laugh at that because it's absurd and also kind of brilliant. Leave it to a preacher to find religious significance in bourbon making. But there's something to it too. Something about transformation and patience and the way time and specific conditions can turn something ordinary into something exceptional. If Craig wants to frame it in religious terms, that's his prerogative. And honestly, it might help bourbon gain acceptance among people who would otherwise be suspicious of alcohol. The afternoon passes in the familiar rhythm of distilling, feeding the fire, watching the temperature, collecting the output, and judging whether it's heads or hearts or tails. The heads come first, containing the volatile compounds that will make you go blind if you drink them. These you discard, pouring them into a bucket that you'll eventually use for cleaning metal or starting fires. The hearts come next, the good middle run where the alcohol is clean and strong and suitable for aging. The tails come last, weaker and containing compounds that taste bad or might make you sick. These you'll save to redistill with the next batch, extracting whatever useful alcohol they contain. By evening you've collected about 10 gallons of good hearts, clear liquid that smells sharp and clean and is ready to be transformed by charred oak and thyme. You'll let it rest overnight, and then tomorrow you'll fill another barrel and add it to the aging shed. The cycle continues, batch after batch, each one representing a week or two of work and then months or years of waiting. Over the following weeks, the story about Elijah Craig inventing bourbon becomes more widespread. You hear it at the general store, at the mill and at church, always told with slight variations, but the basic narrative is consistent. Craig, the brilliant preacher, discovering through divine inspiration or careful experimentation, or possibly just accident that charred barrels improve whiskey. Your own role, to the extent it's mentioned at all, is as one of the early adopters who recognised Craig's genius and copied his technique. This bothers you less than you thought it would. You've never been someone who needs recognition or fame, and honestly, being associated with Craig's name might help your whiskey sell better. People trust preachers, or at least they trust them more than they trust random farmers. If Craig's endorsement, even an indirect endorsement through association, helps convince people that bourbon is a quality product, rather than just another harsh frontier spirit, then you're happy to fade into the background. What matters more is the work itself. The daily practice of making whiskey as well as you know how, constantly learning and adjusting and trying to improve. You've started keeping notes in a leather-bound journal where you record details about each batch. The corn variety, the fermentation temperature, the still temperature during different parts of the run, the barrel characteristics, the aging time, and the weather conditions. It's not systematic scientific research, just one man trying to understand his craft better, but it's something. You're sitting on your porch on a warm spring evening, the kind where the temperature is perfect and the air smells like growing things, and you can hear frogs singing from the creek down the hill. Your nearest neighbour, a man named Thompson, who farms about 3 miles to the east, has stopped by on his way home from Lexington, and you've poured him a cup of bourbon, not the aged stuff, just regular 2-month whiskey that you're comfortable sharing. Thompson sips it slowly, making appreciative noises. He's a taciturn man normally, not given to elaborate compliments, but he's on his second cup and getting more talkative. "This is smooth," he says, which from Thompson is high praise. "Smoothest whiskey I've had in Kentucky, and I've had most of them." You accept the compliment with a nod, not making a big deal of it. Thompson isn't here just to drink. He's got something on his mind. You can tell from the way he keeps starting to speak and then stopping himself. You wait, patient, letting the evening sounds fill the silence between you. Finally he comes out with it. I'm thinking of starting my own operation, he says. Distilling, I mean. There's money in it, clearly, and I've got corn I could use instead of selling. I was wondering if you'd be willing to share some of what you know. This is a question you've been getting more often lately, as word spreads about bourbon, and more farmers realise there's value in the process. Your instinct is to help. Knowledge shared is knowledge preserved, and besides, you don't see Thompson as competition so much as a potential ally. The more good bourbon being made in Kentucky, the better for everyone. So you talk him through it, starting with the basics of fermentation and working up through distillation techniques and barrel aging. Thompson listens carefully, asking good questions and taking mental notes. You can tell he's serious about this, not just looking for a quick profit, but genuinely interested in learning the craft. By the time he leaves, well after dark, you've agreed to let him observe your next distilling run, and to help him source barrels from the same cooper who makes yours. Word gets around. Within a month, you've had visits from a half dozen other farmers, all interested in bourbon making, all asking for advice. You help where you can, sharing what you've learned, though you're careful not to present yourself as an expert. You're just a few years ahead of them on the learning curve, that's all, and everything you know has come from trial and error rather than formal education. Some of your visitors bring their own whiskey to share, and you taste it critically, offering suggestions where you see room for improvement. This one is too harsh, probably distilled too hot. Try lowering the temperature and being more selective about what you collect. That one is too weak, likely diluted too much. Trust the strength, let it be potent. The aging will smooth it out. This other one has off flavours, possibly from dirty equipment or contaminated yeast. Clean everything more thoroughly between batches. You're building a community without really meaning to. A network of bourbon makers who share information and help each other improve. It's not organised or formal, just neighbours helping neighbours in the traditional frontier way. But it's effective. The average quality of Kentucky bourbon is improving, and the market is responding. Merchants in Louisville and Lexington are starting to actively seek out Kentucky whiskey, preferring it over spirits from other states. The year barrel, which you've been monitoring all this time, finally reaches its first anniversary in the shed. You tap it on a morning in late spring, with your wife standing beside you to witness the result of this long experiment. The whiskey that flows out is darker than the 2-month age version, almost the colour of strong tea, and the smell is intensely complex. Oak and vanilla and caramel and something else. Some subtle note that you can't quite identify but that makes your mouth water in anticipation. You taste it carefully and it's magnificent. Smoother than anything you've made before, with flavours that seem to evolve and change as you hold the liquid in your mouth. It's almost too smooth, you think. There's such a thing as too much refinement where the drink loses its character. But it's undeniably impressive. You could probably charge even more for this year-age bourbon and find buyers who appreciate the extra complexity and are willing to pay for it. But there's a practical problem. The longer you age whiskey, the more you lose to evaporation and absorption into the barrel wood. What you put into the barrel 12 months ago as 50 gallons has probably become 45 gallons or less, meaning you're losing 10% or more of your product at a time. At 2 months, the loss is minimal, maybe 2 or 3%. At a year, it becomes significant. The question is whether the improved quality justifies the reduced quantity, and that's a calculation that involves both math and philosophy. You decide to split the difference. Most barrels will age for 3 to 4 months, a sweet spot where the whiskey has developed complexity, but the evaporation losses are still manageable. A few special barrels will age longer, maybe 6 months to a year, to produce premium bourbon for buyers willing to pay extra. It's a compromise, but distilling has taught you that most of life is compromise. Balancing competing priorities, making decisions with imperfect information, and doing the best you can with what you've got. You're 73 years old, sitting in the same chair where you've sat for the past 40 years, watching the sun set over the same ridge of trees. Your hands are twisted with arthritis now, knuckles swollen and fingers bent in ways they weren't meant to bend, but they still work well enough for light tasks. The heavy work of distilling has been taken over by your son and grandson, who run the operation with the same careful attention you taught them, though they've added innovations of their own. Better temperature controls, more systematic, record keeping, and relationships with buyers across multiple states. The bourbon business has grown beyond anything you imagined during those early experimental years. What you discovered by accident has become an industry, with dozens of distilleries operating across Kentucky and even spreading to other states. The name bourbon is now standard, associated specifically with whiskey made from corn and aged in charred oak barrels, though the exact requirements are still being debated and refined. Some people insist it must be made in Bourbon County specifically, while others argue that the technique is what matters, not the location. Elijah Craig died years ago, and his story has indeed become the dominant narrative about bourbon's invention. You've long since stopped caring about credit or recognition. What matters is that the tradition continues, that the knowledge you and others discovered is being preserved and passed down. Your grandson knows things about fermentation chemistry that you never learned, and understands the science behind what you only knew through observation and experience. That's progress, and you're grateful for it. The barrels in the aging shed, a much larger shed now, more like a warehouse, contain whiskey at various stages of aging, from fresh distillate to spirits that have been resting for 2 or 3 years. The long aging is becoming more popular among buyers who appreciate the extra smoothness and complexity, though there's still a market for the younger bourbon too. Different styles for different tastes, your son likes to say, and you agree with the wisdom of that. Your wife died 2 years ago, peacefully in her sleep, and her absence is a hollow place in your daily routine that never quite fills in. She'd lived to see the bourbon business become successful, had enjoyed the relative prosperity it brought, and had even developed her own opinions about which batches were best. She preferred the 3-month age bourbon, you remember, saying it had liveliness that the older stuff sometimes lacked. You keep a bottle of 3-month bourbon on the shelf in her memory, occasionally pouring a small glass and toasting her absence. The coop who taught you about charring barrels is long dead too, though his sons have taken over the business and expanded it considerably. They're supplying barrels to distilleries all over Kentucky now, and they've refined the charring process to include different levels: light char, medium char, and heavy char, each producing slightly different flavours in the finished whiskey. It's become an art form, this marriage of wood and fire and time, and you're pleased to have played even a small role in its development. Thompson, your old neighbour who asked for advice all those years ago, became a successful bourbon maker in his own right. He died last winter at the age of 81, and his funeral drew distillers from across the state, all of them gathering to honour a man who'd contributed to the craft. You went, despite the difficulty of travel at your age, and you listened to stories about Thompson's innovations and generosity and stubborn insistence on quality. It felt right, honouring him that way, recognising that bourbon is bigger than any individual, and that everyone who makes it well deserves respect. The taste of bourbon has become familiar to you to the point where you barely notice it anymore, though you still take a small glass most evenings, more out of habit than desire. Your grandson teases you about this, saying you're pickled in bourbon, preserved like fruit in alcohol, and you laugh because it's probably true. The whiskey has been part of your life for so long that you can't imagine existence without it. The smell of fermenting mash, the heat of the still house, the quiet patience of the aging shed, all of it woven into the fabric of who you are. On summer evenings, when the weather is good, you sometimes have visitors, younger distillers who want to hear stories about the early days, historians interested in documenting how bourbon developed, and even the occasional journalist writing articles for newspapers in Louisville or Lexington. You tell them what you remember, though your memory isn't as sharp as it used to be, and you sometimes mix up the sequence of events or forget important details. They write down your words anyway, treating them as valuable even when you're not sure they are. The question they always ask is whether you realised, back in those early days, that you were creating something that would last. And the honest answer is no, you didn't. You were just trying to make a living, trying to find some value in the corn you grew and the skills you'd inherited from your father. The discovery of aging in charred barrels was pure accident, motivated by nothing more profound than convenience and curiosity. That it turned into a tradition, into an industry, into something that people associate with Kentucky and American craftsmanship, that was never planned, never foreseen. But maybe that's how all traditions start, you think. Not through grand design, but through small decisions, practical solutions to immediate problems, and accidents that turn out to be improvements. Someone tries something different, it works, they do it again, other people notice and copy it, and gradually it becomes the standard way of doing things. Nobody sits down and declares, "I shall now create a tradition." Traditions emerge, evolve, and accumulate meaning through repetition and time. The sun is set fully now, the sky fading from orange to purple to deep blue. Your grandson calls from inside the house, asking if you want supper, and you push yourself up from the chair with the deliberate effort that all movement requires at your age. The walk to the house is short, but you take it slowly, aware of your body's limitations, grateful for what strength remains. Inside, the table is set and the food is ready. Beans and cornbread and bacon. Simple food that tastes better than elaborate meals ever did. Your grandson pours you a small glass of 3-month-age bourbon from a barrel that you helped fill last spring without asking, and you sip it while the family eats and talks about tomorrow's work. The whiskey is warm and smooth and familiar, tasting of oak and corn and thyme, tasting like home. After supper, you sit by the fire a while longer, watching the flames dance and feeling the bourbon's gentle warmth spreading through your chest. In the morning there will be work to do. There's always work to do. But tonight there's just this quiet contentment, this satisfaction of having lived long enough to see something you helped create outlive you. The bourbon will continue after you're gone, made by people who never knew you, drunk by people who've never heard your name, and that's exactly as it should be. You close your eyes, listening to your grandson and his wife talking in low voices in the next room, hearing the crackle of the fire and the distant sound of a whippoorwill calling from the dark woods. Somewhere in the aging shed, the barrels are doing their patient work. Thyme and oak transforming raw spirit into something smoother, richer, and more complex. You don't need to be there watching it happen. The process continues whether you're present or not. Reliable as sunrise, steady as seasons. This is the thing they don't tell you about traditions. They're not frozen in time, preserved like specimens in jars. They're alive, changing, and adapting to new circumstances while maintaining their essential character. The bourbon your grandson makes isn't identical to what you made 50 years ago. It's better in some ways, different in others, but it's recognisably the same thing, connected by an unbroken thread of practice and knowledge and care. You're nearly asleep in your chair when your grandson gently shakes your shoulder, helping you up and guiding you to your bedroom. The bed feels good, the blankets heavy and warm, and you sink into them with a sigh of relief. Tomorrow you'll wake and the cycle will continue. Another day of bourbon making, another small contribution to the tradition you accidentally helped start. But tonight sleep comes easy, and your dreams are quiet, untroubled, and peaceful as aged bourbon on a warm evening. Imagine, if you will, the world in the year 1346. Not the world as you might picture it from history books, all mud and misery, but the actual living, breathing medieval world that people loved and complained about and took completely for granted, just as you do with your own time. European cities in the mid-14th century smelled like a combination of baking bread, horse manure, wood smoke, and the particular mustiness of too many people living in too small a space without proper plumbing. The smell wasn't necessarily unpleasant to people who'd never known anything different. It was simply the smell of life, as familiar and unremarkable as the scent of your own home is to you now. Picture a typical morning in Florence, which was then one of the wealthiest cities in Christendom. The day would begin before dawn with church bells, dozens of them, each with its own voice, creating a bronze symphony that told people when to wake, when to pray, when to work, and when to rest. If you'd asked a Florentine to imagine a world without those bells, they would have looked at you as strangely as you'd look at someone who asked you to imagine a world without electricity. The streets filled early with craftspeople opening their shops. Imagine the textile workers in their wool-scented workshops, fingers moving with the kind of automatic precision that comes from doing the same task since childhood. The bakers were pulling loaves from stone ovens that had been heating since before sunrise. The merchants were unrolling their ledgers, calculating profits in Roman numerals because Arabic numerals were still suspiciously foreign and mathematical. Medieval cities had a particular kind of energy, dense, intimate and communal, in ways that modern urban life has largely forgotten. You couldn't walk down a street without knowing most of the people you passed. The baker knew your family's bread preferences. The cloth merchant knew which colours you favoured. Privacy, as we understand it, barely existed. Life happened in public, in workshops open to the street, in communal wells where people gathered for water and gossip, and in churches where the entire community assembled multiple times daily. This closeness created a society that felt both supportive and suffocating, depending on your temperament. If you fell ill, your neighbours would know immediately and bring soup. If you made a social misstep, your neighbours would know immediately and remember forever. It was the kind of community that modern people claim to miss, while simultaneously doing everything possible to avoid actually living in one. The medieval economy functioned through networks of personal relationships that spanned continents. Italian merchants maintained trading posts in Constantinople and Alexandria. German bankers had branches in London and Paris. Chinese silk arrived in Venice through a chain of traders that stretched across the entire width of Asia, each link in the chain knowing only the traders immediately before and after them, yet the whole system functioning with remarkable efficiency. In the countryside, life followed rhythms that hadn't changed significantly in 1,000 years. Peasants worked, land their ancestors had worked, using tools their grandfathers had used, planting crops according to wisdom passed down through so many generations that no one remembered who first figured out that beans and wheat shouldn't be planted in the same field 2 years running. The agricultural year was a cycle of planting and harvest, feast and famine, work and festival, as predictable and reassuring as the seasons themselves. Spring meant ploughing, summer meant weeding and praying for rain, but not too much rain. Autumn meant harvest and the collective anxiety about whether you'd stored enough food to survive winter. Winter meant huddling near fires, mending tools and telling stories. People's lives were short by modern standards. Reaching 40 was an achievement worth celebrating, but they weren't uniformly miserable. Medieval people fell in love, told jokes, threw parties, got annoyed by their relatives, took pride in their work, and generally experienced the full range of human emotion. They didn't sit around moping about not having smartphones or antibiotics, because those things hadn't been invented yet, just as you presumably don't mope about not having whatever miraculous technology people in the year 2525 will consider essential. Religious faith permeated everything in ways that modern secular societies struggle to comprehend. God wasn't an abstract theological concept, but a daily presence, as real and relevant as the weather. Saints interceded in everyday problems. Demons caused misfortune. Angels watched over travellers. Heaven and hell weren't distant metaphysical destinations, but places your deceased relatives currently inhabited, as real as London or Paris. This didn't mean everyone was constantly pious. Medieval people were perfectly capable of swearing, sinning, and generally ignoring religious teachings when convenient. But it meant that the universe made sense within a coherent framework. Everything happened for a reason, even if that reason was God's mysterious plan or demonic temptation. Random chance, as we understand it, didn't really exist. The medieval world system connected 3 continents through trade routes that had existed for millennia. The Silk Road wasn't a single road, but a network of paths threading through deserts and mountains, connecting China to the Mediterranean. Maritime routes linked the Indian Ocean, the Red Sea, and the Persian Gulf. European ships plied the Mediterranean and the Atlantic coasts. Goods moved slowly but steadily, each caravan and ship carrying not just merchandise but also ideas, technologies, and, though no one yet realised it, diseases. In Central Asia, the Mongol Empire was slowly fragmenting after centuries of relative stability. Mongol rule had been brutal in its establishment, but generally peaceful in its maintenance, which facilitated trade across previously impassable boundaries. You could travel from Beijing to the Mediterranean without crossing a major border, provided you had the right papers and paid the right bribes. This interconnected world created prosperity on a scale medieval Europe hadn't experienced since the Roman Empire. Cities grew, universities flourished, Gothic cathedrals reached toward heaven with engineering that still impresses modern architects. Banking and insurance developed to facilitate long-distance trade. People could borrow money in Florence and repay it in London through letters of credit, which was essentially medieval finance capitalism without computers. But this interconnectedness came with a price that no one anticipated. The same trade routes that carried silk and spices and silver would soon carry something else, something that travelled invisibly, lodged in the fur of rats and the bodies of fleas, patient and deadly and completely indifferent to human prosperity. In the spring of 1347, most Europeans had never heard of a place called Caffa, a Genoese trading post on the Black Sea in what's now Crimea. They would soon learn about it, though not in any way they would have chosen. The siege of Caffa in 1346 must have seemed, to the Genoese merchants trapped inside, like just another episode in the endless cycle of warfare that characterised medieval international relations. The Mongol army outside their walls was merely the latest military inconvenience, in a region where military inconveniences were as common as Mediterranean thunderstorms. Then something strange happened. The Mongol soldiers started dying. Not from siege-related causes, not from infected wounds or contaminated water, or the normal attrition that accompanies military campaigns. They were dying from something that came on suddenly, that turned their lymph nodes into swollen blackish masses, and that brought fever and delirium and death within days. The Mongol commanders, watching their army dissolve not through enemy action, but through invisible attack, made a decision that would echo through history. They used catapults to hurl the corpses of plague victims over Caffa's walls. Whether this medieval biological warfare actually transmitted the disease, historians debate this, is almost beside the point. The plague was already inside Caffa, brought by the same trade caravans that brought prosperity. The Genoese merchants and sailors found themselves trapped between a dying army outside and a dying city inside. So they did what medieval merchants did when things went badly. They got in their ships and sailed home. Picture these ships leaving Caffa in the autumn of 1347. Genoese galleys were beautiful vessels in their way, sleek, fast, powered by both sail and oar, and designed for the peculiar conditions of Mediterranean trade, where speed mattered more than cargo capacity. They were built from Italian timber, caulked with pitch from who knows where, sailed by crews from a dozen different ports, and carrying goods from 3 continents. The sailors on these ships didn't feel sick when they departed. That's the insidious thing about bubonic plague. It has an incubation period. You can carry it for days, feeling perfectly fine, going about your business, and only later do the symptoms appear. These sailors left Caffa thinking they'd escaped catastrophe, unaware that they were bringing it with them. The journey from the Black Sea to Italy normally took several weeks, depending on weather and wind. Imagine being on one of these ships as the first sailor fell ill. Perhaps he complained of feeling tired and feverish. Nothing unusual. Sailors got sick all the time from bad food, contaminated water, or any of the 100 minor ailments that plagued pre-modern travellers. His shipmates probably told him to rest, drink some water, and stop complaining. Then the fever spiked. Then the buboes appeared. Those characteristic swellings in the lymph nodes of the groin, armpits and neck, darkening to purple-black as blood vessels burst beneath the skin. Then delirium. Then death, often within 3 days of the first symptoms. Now imagine being the ship's captain, watching your crew die one by one, knowing that something terrible has come aboard, but having no understanding of what it is or how to stop it. Medieval medicine understood illness through the theory of humours, imbalances of blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. This didn't fit any recognisable pattern. The speed, the symptoms, the mortality rate. Nothing in the medieval medical toolkit prepared anyone for this. Some ships probably tried to turn back, but where would they go? Kaffa was dead or dying. Other Black Sea ports were no better, and so they continued west, leaving a trail of dead sailors floating in the Mediterranean, wrapped in canvas shrouds with whatever rocks could be found for ballast. The first of these plague ships reached Sicily in October 1347. Messina, a prosperous port city on the island's northeastern tip, welcomed them with the hospitality traditionally extended to Italian merchants. Within days, Messina was dying. The authorities responded with what would become a familiar pattern: panic, denial, scapegoating, and eventually desperate measures that proved useless against an enemy no one understood. The city expelled the Genoese ships, which sailed north to other ports, spreading the disease with each landing. It was like trying to stop a fire by throwing burning embers in every direction. By November, the plague had reached Marseille on the southern coast of France. By December, it was in Pisa and Genoa. By January 1348, it had arrived in Venice, perhaps the wealthiest and most sophisticated city in Europe, and proceeded to demonstrate that wealth and sophistication offered no protection whatsoever. The plague travelled faster than news of the plague. Medieval communication moved at the speed of horses and ships, which meant word of catastrophe arrived days or weeks after the catastrophe itself. Imagine being a merchant in Barcelona, hearing vague rumours about a disease in Italy, maybe worrying a little, and then one day noticing that your neighbour seems unwell, and then within a week half your neighbourhood is dead, and you're wondering where this came from, having no idea that the answer was a ship from Genoa that docked 3 weeks ago. The disease spread through multiple routes simultaneously. Overland trade routes carried it north through Italy into France and Germany. Ships carried it to every port in the Mediterranean, and then out into the Atlantic, reaching England by June 1348 and Scandinavia by 1349. It moved like water, finding every crack in a foundation, following the established channels of human commerce and settlement. Different regions experienced different timelines, but the pattern was consistent: arrival, denial, panic, mass death, and finally a strange quiet as there weren't enough people left to maintain normal activity. Cities that had hummed with commercial energy fell silent except for the sounds of the dying and the bells tolling for the dead, assuming there were still people healthy enough to ring them. The plague travelled inland along rivers and roads, spread by refugees fleeing infected cities who carried the disease to previously untouched areas. Merchants, pilgrims, soldiers, beggars, anyone who travelled became a potential vector for transmission. The very mobility that had created medieval prosperity now ensured medieval catastrophe. In some ways, the disease's journey mirrored the structure of medieval society itself. It struck hardest in cities, where density made transmission easy. It followed trade routes, which meant commercial centres suffered first and worst. It ravaged the poor, who lived in cramped conditions with poor nutrition and no ability to flee, but it also killed the wealthy, demonstrating the disease's essential democracy. By the end of 1348, roughly a year after those first ships left Kaffa, the plague had spread across most of Europe. It would continue spreading for several more years, reaching into Russia, penetrating to the furthest inhabited regions of Europe, and establishing itself as a recurring nightmare that would return periodically for the next 4 centuries. But in that first wave, in 1347 to 1353, it achieved something unprecedented in human history. It reduced the population of Europe by somewhere between 1/3 and 1/2. 30 to 50% of all Europeans alive in 1347 were dead by 1353. To put this in perspective, World War I, probably the most catastrophic event in modern European history, killed about 2 to 3% of Europe's population. The Black Death killed 20 times that proportion. It was as if every third person you knew, family members, friends, colleagues, neighbours, simply disappeared within a few years. And it happened quietly. Not with the drama of war or natural disaster, but with a kind of inevitable progression that made resistance seem futile. City by city, region by region, the world fell silent. There's a peculiar stillness that comes to places that have suddenly lost most of their people. Not the comfortable quiet of evening, or the peaceful silence of snowfall, but an empty, abandoned quality that makes even small sounds seem wrong, like coughing in a cathedral during prayer. This is the quiet that settled over Europe in 1348 and 1349, and if you could travel back to experience it, which mercifully you cannot, it would unsettle you in ways that no amount of preparation could prevent. Your modern mind, accustomed to the background hum of human activity, would register the wrongness immediately, even if you couldn't articulate exactly what felt off. Picture a village in rural England in the autumn of 1348. 6 months earlier, it might have held 300 people. Now perhaps 100 remain, and many of those are too weak or traumatized to work. The fields that should have been harvested stand unharvested, grain rotting on the stalk because there aren't enough hands to bring it in. The mill wheel turns slowly or not at all. The blacksmith's forge sits cold because the blacksmith died, and no one has claimed his tools. Church bells still ring, but less frequently now, partly because there are fewer people to ring them, and partly because people have stopped keeping track of time with quite the same diligence. When death can come in 3 days, the difference between morning and afternoon seems less pressing. Survivors move through their days with a kind of numb automaticity, doing what needs to be done without quite believing in the purpose of any of it. The silence extended beyond individual communities to entire regional networks. Trade routes that had hummed with activity fell quiet as merchants died or stopped travelling. Markets that had met weekly now couldn't gather enough participants. Roads went unrepaired because the officials responsible were dead, and no one had clear authority to organise maintenance. Bridges collapsed. Irrigation systems broke down. The infrastructure of daily life required constant human attention, and suddenly that attention was in drastically short supply. In cities, the quiet had a different quality. Urban life depends on population density, on having enough people to support specialisation. You need enough customers to keep a baker in business, enough sick people to keep a physician employed, and enough students to justify a school. When population drops suddenly by 40 or 50%, these systems collapse like a tower losing its foundation stones. Imagine walking through Florence in late 1348. Normally the streets would be nearly impassable with traffic. People, carts, and animals all competing for limited space in medieval thoroughfares designed for a smaller population and no vehicles. Now you could walk down main streets without encountering anyone. Shops stood shuttered, their owners dead and no heirs to claim the premises. Grand houses sat empty. Their wealthy owners had fled to country estates or were simply dead. Weeds grew in courtyards that had been meticulously maintained just months earlier. The smell changed too. Without enough people to maintain municipal services, cities began to rot in ways both literal and metaphorical. Garbage piled up, drainage systems clogged. Bodies, in the worst months, sometimes lay where they'd fallen because there weren't enough healthy people to maintain burial routines. Medieval cities had never been particularly sanitary by modern standards, but they'd had working systems for managing waste and maintaining basic cleanliness. Those systems broke down in 1348. Agricultural rhythms, which had continued basically unchanged for centuries, suddenly became impossible to maintain. Spring planting happened late or not at all. Summer weeding went undone. The autumn harvest was makeshift at best. In some regions, fields that had been cultivated since the Roman occupation reverted to forest within a generation, because there simply weren't enough people to keep working them. Animals presented their own strange problems. Farm animals that depended on human care began to die or turn feral. Horses wandered roads without riders. Cattle broke through unmended fences to graze wherever they pleased. Pigs rooted through villages, eating garden vegetables and getting into stored grain. In some areas, wildlife populations exploded as human pressure decreased, and domestic animals provided easy prey for wolves and bears. The sounds that did remain took on new significance. In the daytime, you might hear wind moving through empty buildings, shutters banging loose, and roof tiles crashing down from unmaintained roofs. At night, the sounds of animals, both domestic and wild, filled spaces usually dominated by human activity. Owls nested in abandoned attics, rats thriving on unguarded stores scratched and squeaked through walls. But perhaps the most profound change was psychological. Medieval people had understood their world as fundamentally orderly, despite its hardships. God had created a hierarchy: nobles above peasants, humans above animals, and the living above the dead. Everything had its place. The plague demonstrated that this order was an illusion, that death could come to anyone regardless of rank or righteousness, and that prayers and priests offered no reliable protection. This realization produced what we might now call a collective trauma. Survivors struggled with what modern psychology would recognize as PTSD, difficulty sleeping, sudden fears, and inability to plan for the future. Why save money when you might be dead next week? Why apprentice to learn a trade that requires years of training? Why get married and have children who will probably die? The plague also created a strange inversion of normal economic relationships. Suddenly, labour was scarce and land was abundant, the exact opposite of the usual medieval situation. Peasants who survived found themselves in demand, able to negotiate better terms with landlords who needed workers. This would have political consequences that took decades to fully emerge. But even in 1348 to 1349, astute observers could see that the fundamental balance between labour and capital had shifted. Artistic and intellectual life contracted dramatically. Painters and poets died alongside everyone else, and the survivors had more pressing concerns than beauty or wisdom. Universities closed, sometimes temporarily, sometimes permanently. Manuscripts that would have been copied and preserved were lost when scriptoria fell silent. Knowledge accumulated over generations disappeared simply because the people who held it died before passing it on. Religious institutions faced particular challenges. Priests and monks, because they provided care to the dying and administered last rites, died at higher rates than the general population. This created a clergy shortage that lasted for generations and arguably weakened the church's intellectual and moral authority just when people needed it most. The plague years saw an influx of poorly educated, hastily trained priests, filling positions left vacant by death, which had long-term implications for religious life. The silence that settled over Europe in these years wasn't peaceful. It was the quiet of abandonment, of systems shutting down, of normalcy suspended indefinitely. It was the sound a house makes when everyone has left and isn't coming back. That particular quality of stillness that feels temporary but might be permanent. And in that quiet, something unexpected began to happen. Not immediately. The survivors were too shocked, too traumatized, and too focused on simple survival. But gradually, as people adjusted to a world that had fundamentally changed, they began to imagine different ways of organizing society, different relationships between workers and employers, and different questions about the nature of God and human existence. The great quiet that followed the Black Death was not an ending but an intermission, a pause before the world rearranged itself into new patterns that would eventually produce what historians call the Renaissance. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. First, we need to understand how people responded to catastrophe when it was actually happening. Medieval people weren't stupid, whatever stereotypes might suggest. They were intelligent, observant, and capable of sophisticated reasoning within the frameworks available to them. When the plague arrived, they tried everything they could think of to understand and combat it. That most of these efforts proved useless doesn't diminish the genuine intelligence and courage they represented. The first response, naturally, was medical. Physicians in the 14th century were learned men, and they were almost exclusively men, who had studied at universities, read classical texts, and understood illness through theories inherited from ancient Greece and Rome. These theories emphasized the importance of balance among bodily humours, the influence of planetary alignments, and the role of miasmas, corrupt air, in spreading disease. This framework wasn't entirely wrong. The emphasis on bad air actually captured something true. The plague did spread through environmental conditions, just not in the way medieval physicians thought. Their recommendations to avoid bad smells, improve sanitation, and escape crowded cities probably did help reduce transmission, even though their understanding of why was completely incorrect. Physicians recommended bloodletting to balance humours, which definitely didn't help and probably killed people already weakened by disease. They prescribed theriac, a complex mixture of dozens of ingredients including opium and viper flesh, which was essentially medieval snake oil, expensive, elaborate, and therapeutically useless. They advised patients to avoid bathing, which prevented the body from absorbing bad air through open pores, which was exactly wrong but made sense within their theoretical framework. Some physicians fled, abandoning their patients in cities and taking refuge in country estates where they hoped the disease wouldn't follow. This was understandable. They had no effective treatments, and staying meant certain death, but it further weakened social structures at exactly the moment when leadership was most needed. Others stayed and died, providing futile care, motivated by professional duty or religious faith, or simple human compassion. These physicians deserve recognition not for their medical efficacy, but for their courage in facing an enemy they didn't understand and couldn't defeat. Surgeons, who occupied a lower social position than physicians but had more hands-on experience with bodies, sometimes attempted to lance buboes, which occasionally prevented death by releasing pressure and infection. This probably saved a few lives purely by accident, though the surgeons had no way of knowing which patients would benefit, and which would die anyway. Public health measures were improvised with varying degrees of success. Some cities appointed health boards with authority to enforce quarantines, dispose of bodies, and implement sanitation measures. Venice pioneered the quarantine system, requiring ships to wait 40 days before unloading, which is where we get the word quarantine, from the Italian 40 giorni, 40 giorni. These measures probably helped slow transmission without stopping it entirely. The problem was that no one understood how the disease actually spread. Medieval people noticed that it seemed contagious, but couldn't agree on the mechanism. Some thought it passed through air. Others believed it came from sight, that looking at a plague victim could infect you. Still others thought it spread through objects touched by the sick. All of these theories had some truth, but none were completely accurate, which made it impossible to develop truly effective countermeasures. It was like trying to solve an equation when you don't know what numbers are. Religious responses varied widely. The Church's official position emphasized prayer, penance, and accepting God's will. Plague was understood as divine punishment for sin, which meant the solution was spiritual reform. This made sense within medieval Christian theology, and probably provided genuine comfort to believers who needed to understand their suffering within a moral framework. Mass processions wound through cities, featuring penitents praying for divine mercy. In some regions, flagellants appeared, groups of lay people who whipped themselves publicly to atone for humanity's sins, believing that if they suffered enough, God would end the plague. Church authorities generally disapproved of flagellants, seeing them as theologically suspect and socially disruptive, but couldn't stop the movement during the crisis years. Scapegoating emerged as a darker response. When people needed someone to blame for incomprehensible catastrophe, they often turned on minority communities, particularly Jews. The logic was medieval, but the psychology was timeless. Something terrible has happened. Someone must be responsible, and let's blame people who are already marginalized and different. Pogroms swept through Europe, especially in Germany, where entire Jewish communities were murdered by Christians convinced that Jews had poisoned wells or deliberately spread disease. Some authorities tried to protect Jewish populations, recognizing the accusations as false, but mob violence is difficult to stop once started. It was humanity at its worst, fear and anger directed at innocent victims. Economic responses revealed how suddenly the basic rules of society had changed. Landlords accustomed to an abundance of cheap labour now competed for scarce workers. Peasants who had previously accepted poverty as divinely ordained suddenly demanded higher wages and better conditions. Prices for agricultural goods rose while prices for luxury goods fell. You can't eat silk or wear wheat. Governments tried to enforce pre-plague economic relationships through law. England's Statute of Labourers in 1351 attempted to freeze wages at pre-plague levels, forbidding workers from demanding more money despite the changed circumstances. It was economic policy based on wishful thinking, attempting to legislate away supply and demand, and it worked about as well as you'd expect, which is to say not at all. Some people responded to catastrophe with what we might call existential hedonism. If death could come at any moment, why not enjoy life while you can? Contemporary sources describe increased gambling, drinking, sexual license, and general disregard for traditional morality. This scandalised religious authorities, but was probably a psychologically understandable response to trauma and uncertainty. Others became more religious, not less, interpreting the plague as a call to deeper faith rather than evidence of God's absence. New religious movements emerged, emphasising personal piety, mystical experience, and direct relationship with the divine without institutional mediation. These movements would later contribute to religious reforms that reshaped Christianity. Artistic responses captured something of the period's psychological state. The dance of death motif became popular, showing skeleton figures leading people from all social classes to the grave. It was memento mori art taken to extremes, a visual reminder that death comes to everyone regardless of wealth or status. These images have a macabre charm now, but they represented genuine attempts to process collective trauma through aesthetic expression. Literature began to grapple with plague themes, not immediately, but in the years following the worst outbreaks. Boccaccio's Decameron, written in the early 1350s, frames its stories as entertainment for a group of young Florentines who have fled the city to escape the plague. The stories themselves mostly avoid plague themes, but the frame narrative captures the period's atmosphere of fear and the need for distraction from horror. What's striking about all these responses, medical, religious, economic and cultural, is their fundamental ineffectiveness against the disease itself. Nothing worked. Prayers didn't stop it. Medicine couldn't cure it. Running away only spread it further. Killing Jews certainly didn't help, and added moral catastrophe to physical catastrophe. The plague burned through Europe essentially unchecked until it ran out of susceptible hosts, achieved some kind of biological equilibrium, or disappeared for reasons no one understood then, and historians still debate now. Humans were spectators to their own catastrophe, trying everything they could think of and discovering that nothing made any difference. This helplessness had profound psychological and philosophical implications. If human wisdom couldn't prevent disaster, if God didn't protect the faithful, if social hierarchies offered no safety, what did anything mean? These questions wouldn't be fully articulated for decades, but they began fermenting in the minds of survivors who had watched their world collapse despite everyone's best efforts. The most effective human response was probably the simplest. Communities that cared for each other, shared resources, maintained basic functions, and helped the sick die with dignity. These efforts didn't stop the plague, but they preserved some measure of humanity during inhumane circumstances. They were small acts of decency in the face of overwhelming catastrophe, and they mattered. The Black Death wasn't a European phenomenon. It was a Eurasian catastrophe that killed millions across 3 continents, though we know far less about its impact outside Europe, because European sources are more abundant. Understanding the plague's global reach helps us see it not just as a medical event, but as a fundamental disruption of the medieval world system. In China, the plague had likely been endemic for centuries in remote provinces, maintained in rodent populations without causing major human outbreaks. But something changed in the early 14th century, possibly environmental shifts, possibly human disturbance of ecosystems, possibly just bad luck, and the disease spread into human populations with devastating effect. The Yuan dynasty, established by the Mongol conquests, was already showing signs of strain by the 1330s. Plague added to existing problems of corruption, natural disasters, and ethnic tensions between Mongol rulers and Chinese subjects. Population estimates are uncertain and contentious, but China's population probably declined by millions between 1330 and 1370, with plague as one of several contributing factors. The collapse of the Yuan dynasty in 1368 and the establishment of the Ming dynasty happened against this backdrop of demographic catastrophe. The new rulers faced the challenge of governing a depopulated empire, reorganising agricultural production and rebuilding infrastructure. Their success in these efforts helped establish the Ming as one of China's most successful dynasties, though the population wouldn't fully recover to pre-plague levels for at least a century. The Middle East experienced the plague with particular severity. Egypt, which depended on a sophisticated irrigation system for agriculture, saw that system begin to break down as plague killed the workers who maintained it. Contemporary chronicles describe scenes similar to those in Europe: mass death, social disruption, and economic collapse. The Mamluk Sultanate, which controlled Egypt and Syria, never fully recovered from the plague's demographic impact. Its military power, based on importing slave soldiers from Central Asia, weakened as plague disrupted those supply routes. Its economic prosperity, based on controlling east-west trade, diminished as that trade contracted in the plague's aftermath. In Persia and Mesopotamia, cities that had been major trade centres suffered population collapses that permanently altered regional power balances. Baghdad, which had already been devastated by Mongol conquest in 1258, experienced further decline during the plague years. The intricate irrigation systems that had sustained Mesopotamian agriculture for millennia continued deteriorating, never to fully recover. India's experience with the plague is poorly documented, but appears to have been somewhat less severe than in Europe or the Middle East. This might reflect better healthcare infrastructure, different climatic conditions, or simply different patterns of human settlement that made transmission more difficult. Or it might reflect gaps in historical records rather than actual differences in mortality. North Africa, integrated into Mediterranean trade networks, experienced mortality comparable to southern Europe. This had long-term consequences for trans-Saharan trade, for relationships between nomadic and settled populations, and for Islamic civilization more broadly. The great medieval Islamic synthesis of Greek philosophy, Persian wisdom, and Arabic scholarship had already passed its peak before the plague. Afterward, intellectual life contracted further. Sub-Saharan Africa's experience remains largely unknown due to limited written records. The plague probably didn't penetrate far beyond North African coastal regions, but trade disruptions rippled through commercial networks that connected the Mediterranean to gold-producing regions farther south. The medieval African empires that had prospered from trans-Saharan trade faced challenges that may have been partly plague-related, though other factors were certainly involved. In Central Asia, where the plague likely originated before spreading to Europe and East Asia, nomadic populations experienced mortality that's difficult to estimate, but was probably substantial. The Mongol successor, states that had emerged from Genghis Khan's empire, were already competing for resources and territory. Plague weakened all of them further and accelerated political fragmentation. The Golden Horde, which controlled the western steppes, suffered particularly severe impacts. Its economy, based on controlling trade between Europe and Asia, collapsed as that trade contracted. Its military power, dependent on mobilizing large numbers of nomadic warriors, diminished as population declined. By the late 14th century, it had fragmented into competing khanates, setting the stage for Muscovy's eventual expansion. Russia's experience illustrated how plague affected societies with different structures from Western Europe. Russian principalities, more rural and dispersed than Western European cities, may have experienced somewhat lower mortality rates. But trade cities like Novgorod and Moscow suffered severely, and the political consolidation that eventually produced the Russian Empire happened partly in response to plague-era disruptions. Scandinavia, at Europe's northern periphery, experienced the plague later than Mediterranean regions, but with comparable severity. Norse expansion, which had been ongoing for centuries, essentially stopped. Iceland, Greenland, and the Faroe Islands experienced population collapses that permanently altered their societies. The Norse colony in Greenland, already struggling with climate change, disappeared entirely, probably finished off by plague combined with isolation. What's striking about the plague's global impact is how it affected societies very differently, depending on their existing structures. Highly urbanized, commercially connected regions suffered most, because those characteristics facilitated transmission. More dispersed, rural societies experienced lower mortality, but still faced severe disruptions to trade and administration. The plague also demonstrated the degree to which the medieval world was interconnected. A disease that originated somewhere in Central Asia spread to Western Europe, North Africa, and East Asia within a few years. This wasn't an accident, but a consequence of the trade networks, imperial systems, and population movements that characterized the medieval world system. This interconnectedness would only increase in subsequent centuries, making it possible for diseases, ideas, technologies, and people to move around the world with increasing speed. The Black Death was perhaps the first truly global catastrophe, affecting multiple continents simultaneously. It wouldn't be the last. The immediate aftermath saw a contraction of these global networks. Trade decreased. Travel became more dangerous and less frequent. The cosmopolitan world of the early 14th century gave way to a more isolated, localized 14th century world. This trend would eventually reverse, but it took generations. Different societies interpreted and remembered the plague differently. Europeans understood it primarily in religious terms, as divine punishment requiring a spiritual response. Middle Eastern sources also emphasized religious interpretation, but with more practical focus on public health measures derived from Islamic legal traditions. Chinese sources treated it as one of several concurrent disasters, famine, flood, political chaos, that collectively explained dynastic transition. These different interpretations reflected different cultural frameworks, but they all shared a common thread, the recognition that the world had fundamentally changed. The plague was not just an epidemic, but a watershed moment that divided history into before and after. People who lived through it understood instinctively that they were experiencing something that would reshape human civilization. The plague didn't end suddenly. It faded gradually, like a storm that passes over the horizon rather than stopping all at once. By 1353, the worst was over in most of Europe, though local outbreaks continued for decades, and the disease would return periodically for the next 4 centuries. But survivors began the slow, difficult process of rebuilding a world that had been shattered. Imagine being a survivor in 1355, perhaps 7 or 8 years after the plague first arrived in your region. Enough time has passed that the initial shock has worn off, but not enough that you've forgotten what was lost. You're perhaps in your 30s, which makes you middle-aged by medieval standards, but young enough to rebuild. The question is, what kind of world do you want to build? The first challenge was purely practical. Fields needed planting, buildings needed repair, trade routes needed re-establishing. Life's basic functions had to resume before anyone could think about larger questions. Survivors threw themselves into this work with a kind of manic energy, partly from necessity, partly from the psychological need to do something, anything after years of helpless watching. Agricultural recovery happened faster in some regions than others. Areas with good land and surviving populations rebounded relatively quickly. Marginal land that had been cultivated during the population boom of the 12th and 13th centuries was simply abandoned, reverting to forest or pasture. This wasn't necessarily bad. It meant the remaining population could focus on the best land, actually improving agricultural productivity per capita even as total production declined. The labour shortage that had begun during the plague years became a permanent feature of the post-plague economy. Workers, understanding their newfound bargaining power, demanded and often received better wages, shorter hours, and improved conditions. Landowners who couldn't attract workers had to offer tenancy agreements that were far more favourable to peasants than the exploitative arrangements common before the plague. This shift occurred despite vigorous opposition from traditional authorities. Legislation attempted to freeze wages and restrict worker mobility, but economic reality proved stronger than law. You can pass all the wage controls you want, but if there aren't enough workers to harvest the crops, you either pay what the market demands or watch your grain rot in the fields. The social implications rippled outward. Peasants who had always accepted their subordinate position began questioning why God's supposed hierarchy placed them at the bottom. If nobles couldn't protect them from plague, what justified noble privileges? If the church's prayers hadn't stopped the disease, why should priests receive tithes and deference? These questions wouldn't immediately produce revolution, but they planted seeds of doubt that would flower in subsequent generations. The Peasants' Revolt in England in 1381, though it failed, demonstrated that traditional hierarchies were no longer simply accepted as natural and inevitable. The social contract had been renegotiated through catastrophe. Urban revival took different forms than rural recovery. Some cities rebounded quickly, their commercial advantages proving more important than population loss. Others never recovered their pre-plague prosperity. Their former vitality transferred to rival cities better positioned for post-plague economic realities. What's fascinating is how quickly human ingenuity adapted to new circumstances. Faced with labour shortages, people developed labour-saving technologies. Watermills and windmills, which had existed before the plague, proliferated afterward. Mechanical devices for textile production became more common. It was as if losing so many people forced the survivors to think more carefully about efficiency and productivity. Trade networks, which had contracted during the plague years, gradually re-established themselves, but with altered patterns. Some trade routes that had been primary before the plague became secondary. New commercial centres emerged while old ones declined. Venice and Genoa remained important, but cities like Amsterdam began their rise to prominence, positioning themselves to dominate commerce in ways that would fully emerge in subsequent centuries. Banking and finance evolved to meet changed circumstances. The great banking families, the Medicis, the Fuggers, and others, built fortunes by adapting financial techniques to post-plague economic realities. Credit became more sophisticated. Insurance developed to manage the risks of long-distance trade in a still dangerous world. The tools of capitalism, which had been emerging before the plague, accelerated their development afterward. Cultural and intellectual life recovered with surprising vigour. The generation that came of age after the worst outbreak seemed determined to celebrate life, beauty, and human achievement. The Italian Renaissance, which had been stirring before the plague, accelerated afterward. Artists began painting with new realism and emotional depth. Architects designed buildings that emphasized human proportion and classical ideals. Writers explored secular themes with an enthusiasm that would have seemed somewhat suspect in more pious times. This cultural flowering wasn't a rejection of religion. Medieval people remained deeply religious, but it represented a rebalancing, a determination to celebrate earthly life alongside preparing for the afterlife. It was as if, having seen how quickly life could end, people wanted to make the most of it while they had it. Education rebounded as survivors recognised that knowledge lost during the plague needed to be preserved and transmitted. Universities that had closed reopened. New universities were founded. The printing press, invented in the mid-15th century, made books affordable and accelerated the spread of learning in ways that would have been impossible in a purely manuscript culture. The psychological recovery took longer than the economic or cultural recovery. Survivors carried trauma that expressed itself in subtle ways. Popular culture became somewhat darker, more preoccupied with death and judgment. The cheerful optimism of the 13th century gave way to a more sober, sometimes cynical 14th and 15th century sensibility. But humans are remarkably resilient. Within a generation, children were being born who had no memory of the plague years. To them, the post-plague world was simply the world, not a recovery from catastrophe. They took for granted conditions that their grandparents would have found revolutionary: higher wages, more mobility, and greater social fluidity. Religious life underwent complex transformations. The institutional church emerged weakened from the plague years, its moral authority questioned, its practical effectiveness doubted. This didn't mean people became less religious, but it did mean they became more willing to question church teachings and seek alternative forms of religious expression. Mysticism flourished as people sought direct experience of the divine without institutional mediation. New religious orders emphasized poverty, simplicity, and service to the poor, partly in reaction to the wealth and corruption that had made the church seem ineffective during the plague. These movements would eventually contribute to the Protestant Reformation, though that was still more than a century away. Women's lives changed in complex ways. The labour shortage created opportunities for women to work in occupations previously closed to them. Widows, who were numerous after the plague, sometimes inherited property and businesses, giving them economic independence rare in medieval society. This didn't produce anything like gender equality by modern standards, but it did crack open possibilities that hadn't existed before. Family structures evolved as well. With so many deaths, the extended family networks that had characterized medieval life became fragmented. Nuclear families, parents and children, became more central to social organization. This shift, like so many plague-era changes, wouldn't reach full expression for centuries, but it began in the decades following the catastrophe. The return of life wasn't a return to what had been before. It was the emergence of something new, built on plague-era ruins but oriented toward different futures. Survivors and their children were creating the late medieval world that would eventually transition into the early modern world, and they were doing so in ways shaped fundamentally by their experience of catastrophe. By 1400, about 50 years after the worst of the plague, Europe had stabilised at a new lower population level. Life was materially better for many survivors. They ate more meat, lived in less crowded conditions, and had more negotiating power with employers and landlords. But the psychological scars remained, visible in art, literature, and popular culture that couldn't quite forget what had been lost. As you sit here now, centuries removed from the Black Death, sipping your tea and enjoying the security of modern medicine, you might wonder what possible relevance a medieval pandemic could have to your life. The answer, it turns out, is more than you might think. The world you inhabit was shaped in fundamental ways by the plague and its aftermath. Not directly, you're not living with bubonic plague, but indirectly, through chains of causation that stretch across centuries. Let me trace some of these connections, and you'll see how that 14th century catastrophe still echoes in the 21st century. Start with something basic: your economic expectations. The idea that workers deserve fair wages, that labour has value that must be respected, and that you can negotiate with employers from a position of relative strength. These concepts have deep roots in the post-plague labour shortage. Before the Black Death, labour was abundant and cheap. Afterward, it was scarce and valuable, which fundamentally altered the relationship between workers and employers. This shift didn't happen overnight or without resistance, but it began a process that eventually produced modern labour rights, minimum wage laws, and the expectation that work should provide a decent standard of living. The direct line from the 14th century to your paycheck isn't obvious, but it exists. The medical legacy is more visible. The plague forced medieval societies to develop public health institutions, hospitals, quarantine systems, and health boards, with authority to enforce measures during epidemics. These institutions evolved over centuries into the public health infrastructure you now take for granted. When you get vaccinated, When restaurants undergo health inspections, and when disease outbreaks are tracked and contained, you're benefiting from systems whose roots trace back to plague-era innovations. Modern epidemiology, the science of how diseases spread through populations, emerged directly from attempts to understand the plague. Early epidemiologists in the 16th and 17th centuries studied plague patterns, trying to discern rules governing transmission. Their work laid the groundwork for the scientific study of infectious disease that eventually produced vaccines, antibiotics, and the medical revolution that makes your life expectancy roughly twice what a medieval person could expect. The cultural legacy is subtler, but equally profound. The Renaissance, which transformed European art, literature, philosophy, and science, happened partly because the plague disrupted traditional authority structures and created space for new thinking. When you visit an art museum and admire Renaissance paintings, you're looking at work created in a post-plague world by artists who thought differently about humanity, beauty, and knowledge because the catastrophe had shaken traditional certainties. The printing press, invented about a century after the plague's first wave, succeeded partly because post-plague Europe was ready for new technologies that could preserve and spread knowledge more efficiently than manuscript culture. The knowledge economy that eventually produced the scientific revolution, the Enlightenment, and the modern world you inhabit required technologies for sharing information. The plague created conditions that made people receptive to such technologies. Political transformations in the wake of the plague contributed to the development of nation-states, centralized governments, and eventually democratic institutions. The feudal system, already showing strain before the plague, collapsed afterward as labour shortages and social mobility undermined traditional hierarchies. The absolute monarchies that replaced feudalism eventually gave way to constitutional governments and democracies, but the process began with plague-era disruptions. Religious transformations matter too. The Protestant Reformation, which split Christianity and redefined the relationship between individuals and religious institutions, happened partly because the plague had weakened the Catholic Church's authority and encouraged people to seek direct religious experience. The religious pluralism you now enjoy, the separation of church and state, and the idea that individuals should follow their own conscience. These concepts have roots in post-plague religious ferment. Even something as abstract as the concept of progress reflects plague influence. Medieval people generally thought the world was in decline, falling away from a golden age. The catastrophe of the plague seemed to confirm this pessimism. But the subsequent recovery, the material improvements in survivors' lives, and the cultural flowering of the Renaissance, all of this suggested that maybe things could get better, that human effort could improve circumstances. This idea that the future might be better than the past, that human ingenuity can solve problems, that progress is possible, became a foundational assumption of modern Western culture. It's so deeply embedded in your worldview that you probably don't even notice it, but it would have been alien to people before the plague demonstrated that societies could survive catastrophe and emerge transformed. The Black Death also provides perspective on more recent events. The COVID-19 pandemic, which you lived through, killed millions worldwide and disrupted life in ways that seemed unprecedented. But compared to the Black Death, which killed perhaps half the population and disrupted every aspect of society for generations, COVID was almost mild. This isn't to minimise COVID's impact. Every death matters, every disruption causes suffering, but to recognise that humanity has survived worse and rebuilt. The resilience that carried medieval people through the plague years is the same resilience that helps you navigate contemporary challenges. The plague also offers lessons about how societies respond to crisis. The scapegoating of Jews during the Black Death parallels modern tendencies to blame minority groups for problems they didn't cause. The spread of misinformation about the plague's origins and cures resembles contemporary struggles with medical misinformation. The tension between individual liberty and public health, measures that you saw during COVID, echoed similar tensions during historical plague outbreaks. Medieval people faced these dilemmas without benefit of scientific knowledge or democratic institutions, which makes their struggles simultaneously more tragic and more instructive. They did the best they could with what they knew, which is all anyone can do. Recognizing this connects you to those long-dead ancestors, making their experiences feel less remote. The environmental legacy deserves mention too. The post-plague population decline meant forests regrew, wildlife populations recovered, and human pressure on ecosystems decreased. This wasn't planned conservation, it was an accidental consequence of demographic catastrophe, but it demonstrated that human impact on the environment could be reversed. The forests you enjoy today in Europe partly descend from trees that grew back after plague-era agricultural contraction. Demographically, the plague's impact lasted for centuries. Europe's population didn't fully recover to pre-plague levels until the 16th century, and in some regions it took even longer. This prolonged depression of population numbers meant that when European expansion accelerated in the age of exploration, it happened with populations still recovering from medieval catastrophe. The wealth concentration that occurred during the plague years, with survivors inheriting from multiple deceased relatives, helped finance the expensive voyages of exploration that eventually connected all human populations and created the globalized world you inhabit. Columbus's voyage was financed partly by wealth accumulated in the aftermath of demographic catastrophe. Thinking about the plague also offers philosophical perspective. Those medieval people who died thought their concerns were monumentally important. Political disputes, business dealings, and personal grievances all seemed vitally significant. Then plague arrived and demonstrated that from a cosmic perspective, human concerns are fragile and temporary. This isn't depressing so much as liberating. If medieval people's seemingly all-important problems now seem quaint and irrelevant, probably your current anxieties will seem equally trivial in a few centuries. This doesn't mean nothing matters, but it does suggest that maintaining perspective about what truly matters, relationships, experiences, human connection, is valuable. The plague reminds us that catastrophe is possible, that the world can change in ways we can't predict or control, and that security is always provisional. But it also reminds us that humans are remarkably resilient, that societies can rebuild after even the worst disasters, and that life persists and often finds new forms more adapted to changed circumstances. Medieval people didn't know they were living through the transition from the medieval to the early modern world. They just knew their world had changed, and they had to adapt. You're living through your own historical transition, toward what no one knows yet, and you're adapting too, using the same basic human capacities that carried people through the plague years. As you prepare to drift into sleep, let your mind rest on this final thought. The Black Death, for all its horror, was not an ending but a transformation. It destroyed a world, yes, but in doing so, it created space for new ways of thinking, living, and organising society. The medieval world that existed before the plague was already showing strains. Population had been growing for centuries, pressing against the limits of agricultural technology. Social hierarchies had calcified into forms that seemed increasingly arbitrary and unjust. The church had accumulated wealth and power that sat uneasily with its spiritual mission. Trade networks had grown complex but fragile. The plague shattered these structures not through intention, but through indifference. Disease doesn't care about social hierarchies or economic systems. It simply spreads, kills, and moves on. This very indifference made it an equal opportunity catastrophe that affected everyone regardless of status. What emerged from the ruins was a world that, while still unjust and difficult by modern standards, was materially better for many survivors. They worked less, ate better, and had more choices about their lives. The plague had inadvertently redistributed wealth, shifted power balances, and created opportunities that hadn't existed before. This doesn't justify the catastrophe. Millions of deaths can't be justified by any subsequent improvements. But it does illustrate how historical change often emerges from the unexpected places, how catastrophe can inadvertently produce transformation, that deliberate reform couldn't achieve. The survivors who rebuilt medieval Europe weren't heroes or villains, just people trying to make the best of terrible circumstances. They grieved their losses, adapted to new realities, and gradually constructed a world that worked differently than the one they'd lost. Their pragmatism and resilience deserve recognition. The quiet that settled over Europe in 1348 to 1349 was the sound of a world ending. But endings contain beginnings. In the emptied villages and silent cities, in the abandoned fields and shuttered workshops, new possibilities were germinating. It would take generations for those possibilities to fully emerge, but they were there, waiting. As you close your eyes tonight, safe in your bed with modern medicine protecting you from the diseases that terrified medieval people, remember that your security is built on foundations laid by those who survived the unsurvivable. Their struggles created the world you inherited. Their resilience echoes in your ability to face contemporary challenges. The Black Death teaches that catastrophe is survivable, that humans adapt, and that life finds a way forward even through the darkest circumstances. Medieval people couldn't have imagined your world any more than you can imagine the world your descendants will inhabit in 2525. But the human capacities that carried them through their catastrophe, resilience, creativity, hope, and determination, are the same capacities you possess. Sleep well, knowing that you're part of a human story that has survived plagues, wars, famines, and countless other catastrophes. This same spirit that rebuilt Europe after the Black Death lives in you, ready to face whatever challenges your own time presents. The great quiet that followed the plague eventually gave way to new voices, new ideas, and new ways of being human. Your quiet tonight is not a catastrophe but rest, the peaceful silence that precedes tomorrow's possibilities. And in that silence, across the centuries, you might almost hear the echoes of those medieval survivors going about their lives, rebuilding their world, choosing hope over despair, and proving that even the worst disasters cannot permanently defeat human resilience. Sweet dreams. Close your eyes and imagine a time before forks existed, before napkins, before anyone ever told you to keep your elbows off the table. We're going back roughly 300,000 years to when your ancient ancestors were just trying to figure out this whole being human thing, and table manners ranked somewhere below avoid being eaten by large cats on their list of concerns. Picture early humans gathered around a fire as the sun sets, casting orange light across the landscape. There's no table, obviously. That innovation is still tens of thousands of years away. Instead, people crouch or sit on the ground, probably on whatever flat rock seemed most comfortable that day. The meal is simple. Perhaps some roasted meat from the day's hunt, maybe roots or berries gathered from the surrounding area, all eaten with the original utensils, your hands. There's a certain poetry to this simplicity. No one worried about which fork to use because forks didn't exist. No one stressed about proper posture because there were no chairs to slouch in. The biggest etiquette concern was probably making sure everyone got their fair share, which is actually a form of table manners when you think about it. Just the most fundamental kind. The fire crackles softly. Someone tears off a piece of meat and passes it along. Fingers get greasy, and that's perfectly fine because the concept of finger bowls won't be invented for another several millennia. When you're done eating, you might wipe your hands on grass or simply lick them clean. The evening air is cool and bellies are full, and that's really all that matters. As thousands of years drift by like lazy clouds, humans start developing small rituals around eating. Not rules exactly, but patterns. Maybe the eldest person eats first. Maybe certain foods are shared while others are claimed individually. These aren't written guidelines, writing hasn't been invented yet, but they're the seeds of what will eventually become table manners. The rhythm of communal eating develops its own gentle cadence. There's something deeply soothing about eating together, sharing food prepared over the same fire. You can almost hear the soft sounds of prehistoric meals, the crackle of flames, the murmur of voices in early languages we'd never recognise. and the simple satisfaction of full stomachs and warm companionship. In caves across Europe, Africa and Asia, similar scenes play out night after night. The details vary. Different foods, different landscapes, different faces around different fires. But the essence remains constant. Humans eating together, developing the first social bonds that would eventually lead to civilization. Table manners, in their most primitive form, are really just the codification of respect and sharing. There's no stress in these ancient meals, no wondering if you're using the right spoon, or whether your napkin should go on your left or right. Just the simple act of eating, together, as darkness settles in around the fire's warm glow. Let that simplicity wash over you like a warm bath. Now we're going to fast forward, and you can feel time flowing like honey, slow and sweet, to around 3000 BCE, when civilizations in Mesopotamia and Egypt started getting fancy with their eating arrangements. This is where things start getting interesting in a wonderfully drowsy sort of way. The Sumerians, those clever people who invented writing and the wheel and beer, truly humanity's greatest hits, also began developing the first real dining customs. Imagine a wealthy Sumerian household where low tables appear for the first time. People still sit on the floor or on cushions, but now there's a designated surface for food. It's a small change that makes a big difference, like the first time someone decided beds were better than sleeping on bare ground. In these early Mesopotamian homes, bread served as both food and plate. You'd tear off a piece of flatbread and use it to scoop up stews, vegetables and meats. When you finished eating, you could eat your plate. It's brilliantly efficient and remarkably tidy. No dishes to wash afterward. The warm bread in your hands, slightly oily from whatever it had scooped, still radiating gentle heat from the oven. Egyptian dining customs evolved along similar lines but with their own special flourishes. The wealthy Egyptians loved a good feast, and they developed elaborate protocols around these meals. Servants would bring water and natron, a naturally occurring salt, for guests to wash their hands before eating. It's the first recorded instance of pre-meal hand washing, which means somewhere around 2500 BCE, someone decided clean hands made for better dining. Picture yourself at an Egyptian banquet. The room is cool despite the desert heat outside thanks to thick mud brick walls. Palm fronds wave gently overhead, creating shifting patterns of shadow and light. You're seated on a low stool and before you is a small table laden with food. Roasted duck, fresh figs, bread still warm from the oven, and beer in a clay vessel that stays surprisingly cool. A servant approaches with a bowl of water and a clean cloth. You dip your fingers in the water. It's been infused with flower petals, and it smells faintly of lotus blossoms. The cloth is soft linen, woven so finely it feels like a whisper against your skin. This is civilization's way of saying, before we eat together, let's be clean together. It's a small gesture that carries enormous meaning. The Egyptians also pioneered the concept of dining in courses rather than having everything presented at once. First might come fruits and vegetables, then fish, then meat, each course arriving with its own subtle ceremony. There's a rhythm to this kind of eating, a gentle progression that mirrors the flow of the Nile itself, steady, predictable, soothing. In ancient China, around the same period, entirely different dining customs were emerging. The Chinese developed the use of chopsticks around 1200 BCE, and with them came a whole philosophy of eating. Chopsticks required patience, precision and practice. They slowed down the eating process, which the Chinese sages believed was healthier for digestion and better for social interaction. Confucius, that wise teacher whose thoughts would influence Asian culture for millennia, had strong opinions about dining. He believed that the way you ate revealed your character. Food should be cut into small, manageable pieces in the kitchen, never at the table, where knives might suggest violence. Meals should be eaten slowly, with attention to flavours and textures. Conversation should be gentle and thoughtful. Can you feel how these ancient practices were already moving toward mindfulness? The Egyptians with their ritual hand-washing, the Chinese with their deliberate chopsticks, And the Mesopotamians, with their orderly progression of courses, all of them were discovering that eating could be more than just fuel consumption. It could be meditation, ceremony, or art. In ancient Greece, symposiums became the height of civilized dining. Men would recline on couches, yes, lying down while eating. The Greeks really knew how to relax and enjoy course after course of food while discussing philosophy, poetry, and politics. Wine was mixed with water in special vessels called craters, and there were specific protocols for how much water to add depending on the seriousness of the discussion. The gentle clinking of ceramic cups, the soft rustle of robes as diners shifted on their couches, and the murmur of thoughtful conversation punctuated by laughter. Greek dining rooms must have had a wonderfully peaceful energy. Even the occasional heated debate would eventually smooth out into philosophical contemplation as the evening wore on and the wine-to-water ratio shifted. Romans, never ones to be outdone by Greeks, took the concept of elaborate dining and expanded it to almost absurd levels. A wealthy Roman dinner party, called a convivium, could last for hours, featuring dozens of courses, entertainment between dishes, and social rituals that made modern etiquette look simple by comparison. But here's what's lovely about Roman dining customs. Despite all the elaborate protocols, the underlying goal was comfort and pleasure. Couches were cushioned with the softest fabrics. Rooms were designed to catch cooling breezes in summer and retain warmth in winter. Servants moved silently, ensuring guests never had to reach for anything. The entire experience was engineered to help diners relax completely. Imagine reclining on one of those Roman dining couches, propped up on your left elbow as was customary, leaving your right hand free for eating. The cushions beneath you are stuffed with wool and covered in linen that's been washed so many times it feels like silk. The room smells of olive oil, herbs, and the faint smokiness of the kitchen fires. Someone is playing a lyre in the corner, very softly, just loud enough to fill the silence between conversations. These ancient civilizations were discovering something profound, that how we eat together shapes who we become together. Table manners weren't just arbitrary rules, they were frameworks for connection, opportunities for artistry, and pathways to peace. As you drift deeper into relaxation, let that understanding settle over you like a warm, gentle blanket. We're moving forward now through time like a slow river, arriving in medieval Europe around 1000 CE. This is when table manners started becoming truly codified, written down in manuscripts that nobles would study with the same seriousness we might apply to learning a new language. The medieval period is fascinating for table manners because it represents a kind of bridge between ancient informality and modern refinement. Castles and manor houses had great halls where dozens or even hundreds of people might eat together, creating a need for clear social rules about how to behave when you're sharing a trestle table with everyone from knights to kitchen staff. Picture a great hall on a winter evening. Torches and candles provide flickering light that makes shadows dance on stone walls. The fire in the central hearth crackles and pops, sending occasional sparks upward. Long wooden tables run the length of the hall, and people are beginning to gather for the evening meal. The air smells of wood smoke, roasting meat, and the musty scent of the rushes scattered on the floor. You're seated on a wooden bench. Chairs with backs are still mostly reserved for the very important people at the high table. Before you is a trencher, which is a thick slice of stale bread that serves as your plate. It's going to soak up juices and gravies from your meal, and by the end of dinner, it will be thoroughly saturated and delicious. Sometimes trenchers were given to the poor after meals, other times they were eaten by the diners themselves. Waste not, want not. Medieval table manners were spelled out in texts with wonderfully specific instructions. One 13th century guide advised, "Do not touch your ears or nose with your bare hands while eating." Another suggested, "Refrain from picking your teeth with your knife." These instructions tell us something important. They wouldn't need to write these rules down if people weren't doing these things. Medieval dining was clearly a work in progress. The concept of sharing was central to medieval eating. You didn't have your own cup, you shared one with your neighbour. Large serving dishes called messes were placed along the table, and groups of 4 to 6 people would eat from the same mess. This required cooperation and a certain amount of consideration. Taking too much meant your messmates would go hungry. Hogging the shared cup meant thirsty neighbours. Etiquette manuals from this period emphasise cleanliness, with an almost desperate urgency. Wash your hands before eating, they insist. Wipe your mouth before drinking from the shared cup. Don't put food back into the communal dish after you've bitten it. Reading between the lines, you can sense medieval people trying very hard to make communal dining more pleasant while working with limited resources. Forks were virtually unknown in medieval Europe. They wouldn't become common until the Renaissance. Instead, you ate with a knife and your fingers, which required a certain delicacy. You were supposed to eat with your thumb, index and middle fingers only. Using all 5 fingers was considered boorish. It's oddly specific, but when you think about it, eating with just 3 fingers does require more precision and care than grabbing food with your whole hand. The rhythm of a medieval meal had its own soothing quality. First, servants brought basins of water around for hand washing. Then bread was placed on the table, not just the trenchers, but fresh bread for eating. Then came the first course, usually something in a sauce that could be scooped up with bread. Between courses there might be entertainment, a minstrel singing, a juggler performing, or simply conversation flowing up and down the long tables. Drinking customs had their own gentle ceremony. When you wanted wine or ale, you didn't just grab the shared cup and drink. You were supposed to wipe your mouth first, so you wouldn't leave food residue on the rim. Then you drank, wiped the rim clean, and passed the cup to your neighbour. It created a rhythm. Wipe, drink, wipe, pass. The cup was making its way around the table like a slow, companionable dance. One particularly charming medieval custom was the voider, a bowl placed on the table for bones, shells, and other inedible scraps. The name itself is wonderfully descriptive. It's where food goes to be voided from the meal. Servants would periodically empty the voiders and bring fresh ones, keeping the table relatively tidy despite the absence of individual plates. As the evening progressed and the meal moved through its courses, the great hall would grow warmer from all the bodies and the fire, louder from wine and conversation, and somehow more intimate despite the crowds. There's something about sharing food from communal dishes and drinking from shared cups that breaks down social barriers, even in hierarchical medieval society. The highest-ranking people sat at the high table, which was literally elevated on a platform so everyone could see them. This created a theatre of dining, the noble family eating in full view while the rest of the hall watched and tried to emulate their manners. It was etiquette as performance art, teaching by example rather than lecture. By the end of a medieval feast, the trenchers would be soggy with gravy, the voiders full and the shared cups well circulated. More water would be brought for hand washing, even more important now than before the meal. Herbs might be chewed to freshen breath. Some households provided finger bowls scented with rose water, a small luxury that made the clean-up process feel less like a chore and more like a ritual. As you imagine all of this, the warm hall, the friendly chaos, the shared dishes and cups, the gentle rhythm of medieval dining, let yourself relax into the communal nature of it all. There's something deeply comforting about eating together like this, connected by shared vessels and shared spaces, all of you experiencing the same meal in the same moment. Drift forward with me now through the 1400s and into the 1500s, as Europe awakens from its medieval slumber into the Renaissance. This is when table manners transformed from practical guidelines for group eating into an elaborate code that signalled education, status and sophistication. It's also when dining becomes genuinely beautiful, in ways that would have seemed impossibly fancy to our medieval ancestors. The Renaissance began in Italy, and so did many dining innovations. Italian nobles, flush with wealth from trade and banking, began competing to host the most impressive dinner parties. This competition drove innovation in everything from table settings to menu planning to the physical act of eating itself. Imagine being invited to a dinner at a Florentine palazzo in 1550. You enter a room that's been transformed into a work of art. The walls are hung with tapestries depicting classical scenes. The ceiling has been painted with clouds and cherubs. Candles, expensive wax candles, not smoky tallow, provide warm, steady light from silver candelabras. The table itself makes you pause. It's covered with white linen so fine you can almost see through it, and the cloth drapes to the floor in perfect folds. On this pristine white canvas, an entire landscape of dishes has been arranged. Silver platters, ceramic bowls painted with intricate designs, and glass vessels that catch the candlelight and throw rainbow sparkles across the tablecloth. And here's something new. Each guest has their own plate. Not a bread trencher, but an actual plate made of pewter or ceramic. Individual plates were a Renaissance innovation that changed everything about how people ate. Even more revolutionary, you have your own cup, made of glass perhaps, or silver if your host is particularly wealthy. It sits to your right, and it's yours alone for the entire meal. No more wiping and passing. You can drink whenever you want without coordination or consideration for others. It's a small change that represents a massive shift in dining philosophy, from communal to individual, from shared to personal. But the most significant innovation sits beside your plate, looking innocent but carrying revolutionary implications. A fork. The fork had existed for centuries in the Byzantine Empire and parts of the Middle East, but it was Catherine de' Medici who really popularised it in Western Europe when she brought the custom from Italy to France in 1533. At first, people thought forks were pretentious, even sinful. After all, God gave you fingers for eating. But slowly the fork's practicality won out. Using a fork required learning entirely new skills. You couldn't just stab at your food randomly. There was a right way and a wrong way. The fork went in your left hand, the knife in your right. You used the knife to cut and the fork to spear and lift to your mouth. It was a kind of dance, a coordination of both hands working together. Mastering it marked you as educated and refined. Italian etiquette manuals from this period are wonderfully detailed. They explain not just what to do, but why. Don't blow on your food to cool it. Wait patiently for it to cool naturally. Don't make noise when you eat. Chew quietly and deliberately. Don't gesture wildly with your hands while talking. Keep your movements controlled and graceful. Every action should demonstrate restraint, patience, and consideration. The Renaissance obsession with classical antiquity extended to dining. Wealthy hosts tried to recreate Roman banquets, with similar reclining couches and elaborate courses. But they also added new elements, printed menus describing each course, decorative sculptures made of sugar or marzipan, and even mechanical devices that moved dishes around the table. Dining became theatre, spectacle, and art. Picture yourself at one of these elaborate Renaissance dinners. The first course arrives, a delicate soup served in painted bowls. You notice everyone picking up the bowl carefully, bringing it to their lips to sip rather than slurping from a spoon. The warmth of the soup, the subtle flavours of herbs and cream, the gentle clink of ceramic against the table, it's all very refined, very controlled. Between courses, servants appear with water and cloths for hand washing, even though you're using utensils and theoretically not getting your hands dirty. It's become more ritual than necessity, a pause in the meal that allows for conversation and digestion. The water is scented, perhaps with lavender or lemon, and the cloths are warmed. Even the practical aspects of dining have become luxurious. The French court took Italian refinement and elevated it further. Under Louis XIV, dining at Versailles became so elaborate that it required guidebooks. The Sun King dined in public like a medieval lord, but with such ceremony that watching him eat was considered entertainment. There were officials whose only job was to carry the king's napkin, others who tasted his food, and still others who managed the progression of courses. French etiquette introduced the concept of service à la française, French service, where all the dishes for each course were placed on the table simultaneously, creating an impressive display. You didn't simply eat, You surveyed the options, made choices, and constructed your own meal from the available dishes. It required both decision-making and restraint. You couldn't try everything without appearing greedy. Napkins evolved during this period into something approaching what we use today. Renaissance napkins were large squares of linen, often embroidered with family crests or decorative patterns. They had multiple uses: wiping your fingers and a mouth, protecting your clothing, and even being tied around your neck like a bib for particularly saucy dishes. Some etiquette manuals suggested elaborate napkin folds that could take servants hours to perfect. The seating arrangement at Renaissance dinners followed strict protocols. The most important guests sat to the host's right, the second most important to their left, and so on down the table in descending order of rank. Where you sat announced your social status to everyone present. This created a physical representation of social hierarchy, with the table itself becoming a map of power and prestige. Music often accompanied these elaborate meals, but it was carefully chosen to be soothing rather than stimulating. Soft lute music, perhaps, or a small ensemble playing gentle madrigals. The music filled the spaces between conversation without overwhelming it, like a sonic tablecloth underneath the sounds of dining. Even the music was refined, controlled, and perfectly pitched to enhance rather than dominate. As you imagine yourself in this Renaissance dining room, the candlelight, the music, the careful choreography of utensils and courses, notice how much more deliberate everything has become. Medieval dining was communal and energetic. Renaissance dining is individual and contemplative. Both have their charms, but there's something particularly peaceful about this new approach, where every movement is considered, every gesture meaningful. Let the refinement of it all wash over you. The careful placement of forks and knives, the gentle rhythm of courses, the soft candlelight reflecting off polished silver. This is dining as meditation, eating as an art form. Close your eyes and breathe in the lavender-scented water from the finger bowl. Feel the smooth linen of the napkin and hear the quiet clink of silver against ceramic. Everything is designed to create peace, beauty, and harmony. Now we're moving into the 19th century, and if you thought Renaissance dining was elaborate, just wait. The Victorian era took table manners and transformed them into something approaching rocket science. This was the peak of dining complexity, when knowing which fork to use could make or break your social standing. Settle deeper into your comfortable spot, because understanding Victorian table manners requires a kind of relaxed attention. If you try too hard to follow all the rules, you'll just get confused. Better to let them wash over you like a gentle, very particular wave. In Victorian Britain and America, the middle class was expanding rapidly. Suddenly, people who had grown up eating simple meals from simple dishes found themselves with enough money to host dinner parties. But having money wasn't enough. You also needed to know how to behave properly. This created a massive market for etiquette books, which multiplied like rabbits and filled pages with increasingly specific instructions. The Victorian dinner table was a marvel of organisation. At a formal dinner, you might have 6 or 7 different forks, each designed for a specific course. There was the fish fork with its slightly wider tines. The salad fork is smaller than the dinner fork, the oyster fork tiny and specialised. The placement of these utensils communicated the menu. You could read the table like a map of the meal to come. But forks were just the beginning. You also had multiple knives: a butter knife, a fish knife, a dinner knife, and a cheese knife. Multiple spoons: soup spoon, dessert spoon, and demi-tasse spoon for coffee. Multiple glasses: water goblet, red wine glass, white wine glass, sherry glass, and champagne flute. A fully set Victorian table could have 20 pieces of silverware and glassware per person. The rule for using all these utensils was actually quite simple, though memorising what went where was complex. Start from the outside and work your way in. The outermost fork was for the first course, the next one in for the second course, and so on. This meant you didn't need to know what each utensil was called, you just needed to know the sequence. Picture yourself at a Victorian dinner party. You're wearing formal clothing that's slightly uncomfortable. Corsets for women, tight collars for men. The dining room is elaborately decorated with heavy curtains, ornate furniture, and multiple layers of table linens. The table itself is a landscape of china, crystal and silver, all gleaming in the light from a chandelier overhead. The meal begins with soup served by gloved servants who move silently around the table. You pick up your soup spoon, the largest spoon at your place setting, and here's where it gets specific. You're supposed to spoon soup away from you, not toward you. This prevents drips from falling on your clothing. You sip from the side of the spoon, not the tip. You never, ever blow on the soup to cool it, no matter how hot it is. When you've finished your soup, you place the spoon on the plate beneath the bowl, handle pointing to the 4 o'clock position. This signals to the servants that you're done and they can clear your place. Every position of the utensils communicated something. Resting position meant you were pausing, and finished position meant they could clear. Between each course, servants would change not just the plates but also the utensils. What you'd eaten fish with would be replaced with fresh implements for the next course. This created a rhythm to the meal. Eat, pause while the table is cleared and reset, eat the next course, pause again. The pauses were for conversation, which was as choreographed as the eating. Victorian conversation rules were elaborate. You were supposed to talk to the person on your right during some courses and the person on your left during others. Topics were carefully circumscribed, nothing too political, religious or personal. The weather was safe. Recent books were acceptable. Garden design was perfect. The goal was pleasant, uncontroversial conversation that helped digestion rather than hindering it. Napkin use had evolved into an art form. When you sat down, you unfolded your napkin and placed it across your lap. Never tucked into your collar like a bib. You used it to dab your mouth, not wipe vigorously. If you needed to leave the table temporarily, you placed the napkin on your chair. Only when the meal was completely finished did you put the napkin on the table, and even then, you didn't fold it neatly. That might suggest you expected to use the same napkin again, implying your host didn't have enough clean napkins for every meal. The Victorian era introduced what the French called service à la Russe, Russian service, which replaced the French style. Instead of all dishes appearing at once, Russian service brought one course at a time, already plated. This was more practical for homes without large staffs of servants, and created a more controlled, sequential dining experience. The meal became like a story unfolding chapter by chapter. Women's etiquette books had additional rules. You were never supposed to appear too hungry. You should eat slowly, in small bites, showing restraint and delicacy. Foods that required messy eating, lobster, artichokes, whole fruits, should be approached with extreme care, or avoided entirely in formal situations. The goal was to eat sufficiently without appearing to actually need food, which is quite the mental gymnastics when you think about it. Alcohol consumption was carefully regulated by social rules. Gentlemen could drink more freely, but even they were expected to maintain perfect composure. Ladies might have a glass of wine with dinner, but were encouraged to dilute it with water and sip rather than drink. Toasting was a complex ritual with its own protocols. Who could propose toasts, when, and how everyone should respond? The length of Victorian formal dinners could be astonishing. 7 or 8 courses spread over 3 or 4 hours wasn't unusual for an important dinner party. This required enormous stamina from both hosts and guests. You had to pace yourself, eating enough to be polite, but not so much that you would be uncomfortably full before the meal ended. Imagine how these long dinners must have felt. The initial excitement of arriving and seeing the beautifully set table. The careful attention required for the first few courses, making sure you used the right utensils and followed all the rules. The gradual relaxation as wine and conversation flowed. The slight fatigue set in around course 5 or 6. The gentle relief when dessert finally appeared, signalling the approaching end. What's interesting about Victorian table manners is how much they were about demonstrating control over your appetite, your emotions, your movements, and your conversation. Every aspect of dining became an opportunity to show that you were civilized, educated, and refined enough to belong in polite society. It was exhausting, but it was also strangely meditative. When every action is prescribed, you stop worrying about what to do and simply follow the pattern. As you drift in that pleasant space between waking and sleeping, imagine the soft clink of fine china, the gentle murmur of appropriate conversation, and the gleam of candlelight on crystal. Victorian dining rooms must have been peaceful in their own formal way, everyone following the same elaborate choreography, moving through the meal like dancers who all know the steps. Let that formality relax you rather than stress you. There's something soothing about knowing exactly what's expected, about moving through prescribed patterns. Victorian table manners might have been complex, but they created a framework that made social interaction predictable, and therefore, in its way, peaceful. As we move into the 20th century, something wonderful happens to table manners. They start absorbing influences from around the world. The elaborate European rules that had dominated for centuries begin mixing with customs from Asia, Africa, the Middle East, and the Americas, creating a richer, more diverse understanding of how people can eat together. Let your mind drift across the globe now, visiting different dining traditions, each with its own beauty and logic. We'll travel gently, like a slow boat on a calm sea, stopping at various ports to observe and appreciate. In Japan, table manners revolve around respect, for the food, for those who prepared it, and for your dining companions. Before eating, you say itadakimasu, which roughly translates to "I humbly receive this food." It acknowledges the plants and animals that gave their lives, the people who prepared the meal, and the natural forces that made it all possible. This single word turns eating into gratitude. Chopstick etiquette in Japan is wonderfully specific. Never stick chopsticks vertically into rice. That's how food is offered to the dead. Never pass food from chopstick to chopstick. That resembles a funeral ritual. Never point chopsticks at people or wave them around while talking. The rules aren't arbitrary. They all connect to deeper cultural meanings about respect and awareness. Picture a Japanese meal. You're sitting on a tatami mat, perhaps with a low table before you. Multiple small dishes are arranged beautifully, each one a miniature work of art. There's rice in a lacquered bowl, miso soup steaming gently, carefully arranged vegetables and perhaps some fish. You pick up your chopsticks, hold them correctly, which takes practice, and begin eating slowly, appreciating each flavour separately. The pace of a traditional Japanese meal is beautifully meditative. Small portions mean you eat slowly. The variety of dishes means you're constantly experiencing new flavours and textures. Slurping noodles is not just acceptable, but encouraged. It cools the noodles and enhances the flavour. The sound of slurping noodles in a Japanese restaurant is the sound of appreciation, pleasure, and enjoyment. Travel with me now to India, where eating with your hands is not only common but also considered preferable for certain foods. There's a technique to it. You use your right hand only, and specifically your fingers, not your palm. You mix the rice or bread with curry or dal, forming a small ball, and lift it to your mouth with your thumb pushing from behind. This isn't careless or messy, it's actually quite precise. The temperature of the food, the texture, the way flavours combine, all of this is enhanced by the tactile experience of eating with your hands. Western utensils create a barrier between you and your food. Indian eating customs remove that barrier, making the meal more intimate and immediate. Indian dining etiquette emphasises hospitality above almost everything else. Guests are served first and encouraged to eat their fill. Refusing food is considered insulting to the host. There's a phrase in Hindi, Atithi Devo Bhava, which means the guest is God. This philosophy shapes everything about how meals are served and shared. Drift now to Ethiopia, where communal eating reaches a beautiful extreme with the practice of eating from a shared platter. Injera, a spongy flatbread, covers a large plate, and various stews and vegetables are spooned onto it. Everyone eats from the same platter, tearing off pieces of injera to scoop up the food. There are no individual plates, no personal portions, just shared abundance. There's even a practice called gersha, where you tear off a piece of injera with food and feed it directly to someone else at the table, usually a guest or someone you want to honour. This intimate act of feeding another person is a gesture of love and respect. It breaks down barriers between people more effectively than any formal etiquette rule could. In the Middle East, hospitality and generosity define dining customs. Coffee service becomes an elaborate ritual involving multiple rounds and specific protocols. Meals often begin with mezze, small dishes of appetizers that encourage lingering tasting and conversation. The pace is unhurried. Rushing through a meal would insult both the food and your companions. Traditional Middle Eastern dining often happens on floor cushions around a low table, or cloth spread on the ground. The posture itself, sitting cross-legged or with legs to the side, creates a relaxed atmosphere. You can't eat formal course after formal course when you're lounging on cushions. The environment encourages ease and comfort. Mexican dining customs blend indigenous and Spanish influences into something unique. The concept of sobremesa, the time spent lingering at the table after a meal, is central to Mexican food culture. The meal itself might last an hour. The sobremesa could last 2 or 3. This isn't wasted time. It's when real conversation happens, when relationships deepen, and when the community strengthens. Chinese banquets introduced the Lazy Susan, a rotating platform in the centre of the table that makes sharing dishes effortless. Everyone can access everything without reaching or asking for things to be passed. It's both practical and symbolic, representing the circular nature of community and the idea that everyone has equal access to shared resources. Korean dining brings side dishes called banchan, small portions of kimchi, vegetables and other items that accompany the main meal. These are communal and replenished throughout the meal. The number of banchan reflects the formality of the occasion. More banchan means more honour to the guests. It's a quantifiable demonstration of respect and care. What's beautiful about experiencing all these different traditions is realising that table manners aren't about arbitrary European rules. They're about creating frameworks for connection, respect, and community. Japanese chopstick etiquette, Indian hand-eating techniques, Ethiopian communal platters, and Middle Eastern hospitality, they're all saying the same thing in different languages. Eating together matters, and how we do it shapes who we become together. The 20th century saw these traditions increasingly interact as travel became easier, and immigration brought new communities to new places. A child growing up in London might experience chopsticks at a Chinese restaurant, eat with their hands at an Indian friend's house, and use a knife and fork at home. This mixing created people who were fluent in multiple dining languages and able to move comfortably between different food cultures. What emerges from this global exchange is a kind of meta-etiquette, the understanding that different situations call for different manners, and that being polite means adapting to the customs of your hosts rather than insisting on your own habits. If you're invited to a Japanese home, you remove your shoes and sit on the floor. If you're eating Ethiopian food, you share from the communal platter. Flexibility becomes the highest form of good manners. This also means that the rigid Victorian rules start loosening. Yes, there are still formal dinners with specific protocols, but they're increasingly seen as one option among many rather than the only correct way to eat. A casual meal with friends might involve pizza eaten with hands straight from the box. A business lunch might be salad at a desk. A celebration dinner might be an elaborate multi-course affair. Each context has its appropriate customs, and navigating them successfully requires awareness rather than memorization. As you imagine yourself moving between these different dining cultures, the tatami mats of Japan, the cushioned floor of a Moroccan home, the communal table of an Ethiopian restaurant, the formal dining room of a European-style dinner party, feel how each environment invites a different kind of presence. Some are meditative and precise, others are warm and communal, and still others are formal and structured. All of them are valid. All of them have something to teach. The blending of global influences also brings new foods to new places, and with those foods come new challenges for table manners. How do you eat sushi politely? Is it okay to use your hands for tacos? What's the proper way to approach po, with its complicated combination of noodles, broth, herbs, and condiments? These questions don't have single answers. They depend on context, company, and cultural sensitivity. What's delightful is watching how different cultures handle the same practical problems in different ways. Everybody needs to clean their hands before and after eating. The Japanese use oshibori, hot, damp towels. Middle Eastern cultures offer rosewater in beautiful bowls. Europeans provide finger bowls with lemon. Americans might just gesture toward the bathroom. Same need, different elegant solutions. Similarly, every culture has developed ways to show respect for food and those who prepared it. Saying grace before meals, offering the first portion to elders, complimenting the cook, and leaving a small amount on your plate to show you've been well fed. These customs vary in detail but unite in purpose. They all acknowledge that eating is more than just a biological necessity. It's a spiritual and social act. Let yourself relax into this beautiful diversity. There's no single right way to eat, no universal code of table manners that applies everywhere. Instead, there's a rich tapestry of customs, each reflecting the values, environment, and history of the people who practice them. Understanding this can be liberating. You don't need to know every rule, just the willingness to observe, adapt, and show respect. As we drift into the 21st century, your time, the present moment, table manners find themselves in an interesting position. The elaborate Victorian rules still exist in certain contexts, but they're no longer the default assumption for every meal. Instead, modern table manners are situational, flexible, and increasingly focused on practical considerations rather than arbitrary status markers. The pace of modern life has changed how we eat in fundamental ways. Quick lunches at desks, grabbing dinner between activities, eating while commuting. These weren't options in previous eras. This creates tension between traditional notions of proper dining and the realities of contemporary schedules. The result is a kind of bifurcation. Some meals are formal and traditional, others are pragmatic and casual, and navigating between them requires a different kind of social intelligence. Think about your own meals over the past week. Probably some were eaten quickly, maybe while doing something else. Perhaps you had breakfast standing at the counter, lunch at your desk, and dinner in front of the television. These meals have their own informal etiquette, not the kind written in books, but the kind that emerges from shared understanding about what's acceptable. But then maybe you also had a meal that felt more significant. Dinner with family, where everyone sat down together, lunch with a friend at a restaurant, a holiday gathering with extended family. For these meals, different rules applied, not necessarily formal rules, but rules nonetheless. You probably put your phone away, engaged in conversation, and paid attention to your eating pace relative to others. This is the dance of modern table manners, knowing when to apply which standards, understanding the unspoken expectations of different situations, and being able to shift gears smoothly. It's actually more complex than Victorian etiquette in some ways, because at least Victorians knew the rules were always the same. Modern diners need to read contexts and adapt constantly. The smartphone has introduced entirely new etiquette questions. Is it okay to check your phone during dinner? To photograph your food? To scroll through social media between courses? The answers depend on who you ask and what the situation is. A casual lunch with close friends might include phones on the table. A formal business dinner definitely wouldn't. We're still collectively negotiating these norms. Food photography has become its own phenomenon. Millions of people photograph their meals and share them online, turning every plate into potential content. Traditional etiquette would probably faint at this practice, taking pictures of food before eating it, delaying a hot meal to get the right lighting. But modern manners are evolving to accommodate this new reality, with some restaurants even designing dishes to be photogenic. The rise of dietary restrictions and food preferences has also changed table manners. Vegetarians, vegans, people with allergies, and religious dietary requirements, all of these create situations that require new forms of consideration. Good hosts ask about dietary restrictions before planning menus. Good guests communicate their needs clearly and appreciate efforts made on their behalf. It's old-fashioned consideration applied to new situations. Environmental consciousness is influencing table manners too. Reducing food waste has become a form of politeness. Using reusable containers instead of disposables. Choosing sustainable foods. These might seem like personal choices rather than etiquette, but they're increasingly seen as part of being a considerate diner and community member. The concept of mindful eating has introduced meditative practices to mealtime. Eating slowly, paying attention to flavours and textures, and being present with your food rather than distracted by devices or thoughts. These practices borrow from Buddhist traditions and contemporary wellness culture. They're not quite table manners in the traditional sense, but they're definitely etiquette for how to relate to food and the act of eating. Tipping culture creates its own complex etiquette, varying dramatically by country and even by city. In some places, tipping is essential and expected. In others, it's insulting. The amounts vary, the situations where it's appropriate vary, and even the method of tipping varies. It's a minefield of social expectations that somehow everyone is expected to navigate without explicit instruction. Family dinner tables have changed dramatically. Where Victorian families might have formal dinners every night, modern families are lucky to gather everyone for meals a few times a week. This scarcity makes shared meals more precious but also less practiced. Children might grow up with fewer examples of table manners, learning them in fits and starts rather than through daily repetition. Yet there's also a counter-movement toward reclaiming the dinner table. Slow food movements, farm-to-table restaurants, cooking classes, and meal kit services, all of these represent people trying to make eating together more intentional, more valued, and more ceremonial. It's as if, having gone through a period of extreme casualization, we're collectively realizing that something important was lost and trying to get it back. Restaurant etiquette has evolved too. The rise of casual fine dining has created spaces where you might encounter amazing food without formal dress codes or elaborate protocols. You can eat Michelin-starred cuisine while wearing jeans. This democratization of fancy food has made high-quality dining more accessible, but also more confusing. How formal should you be in these spaces? Food delivery and takeout have created new situations with their own unwritten rules. Do you tip delivery drivers the same as restaurant servers? How do you tip for pickup orders? What's appropriate when ordering through apps versus calling directly? These questions didn't exist 20 years ago. Now they're part of everyday dining life. The pandemic added another layer of complexity, introducing concepts like outdoor dining, takeout cocktails, and virtual dinner parties. Some of these innovations will probably fade, others might become permanent parts of how we share meals. Table manners are adapting in real time, and we're all participating in creating the new norms. What's interesting about modern table manners is that they're more democratic than they've ever been. Victorian etiquette was explicitly about class distinction. Knowing the rules marked you as upper class. Not knowing them marked you as an outsider. Modern etiquette is more about context and consideration. The goal isn't to demonstrate superior breeding, but to make everyone comfortable and show respect for the situation. This shift reflects broader social changes. We're less hierarchical than Victorians, more global than medieval Europeans, and more diverse than Renaissance Italians. Our table manners need to accommodate all of that complexity while still serving the fundamental purpose of making shared meals pleasant and meaningful. As you think about your own relationship to table manners, notice how much unconscious knowledge you actually have. You probably know when to use formal manners and when to relax. You likely adapt your behaviour based on who you're eating with and where you're eating. You've internalized thousands of small rules without ever explicitly learning them. This is how etiquette has always worked, really. The written rules are just the tip of the iceberg. Beneath them is an ocean of unspoken understanding about consideration, respect, and social harmony. Modern table manners might seem chaotic compared to Victorian rigidity, but they're actually quite sophisticated in their flexibility and adaptiveness. Let that understanding settle over you like a soft blanket. You already know how to navigate these situations. You've been doing it your whole life, learning and adapting and reading social cues. Table manners aren't a test you need to pass. They're a dance you already know how to do, even if you've never formally studied the steps. As we approach the end of our journey through the history of table manners, let's pause to consider what all of this reveals about human nature. Because table manners, when you really think about them, are about much more than knowing which fork to use. At their core, table manners are about transforming a biological necessity, eating, into an opportunity for connection, beauty, and meaning. Every culture that has ever existed has developed some form of dining etiquette, which suggests that this transformation is something humans fundamentally need. We're not content to simply fuel our bodies. We want to make the process meaningful. Think about what table manners actually accomplish. They slow us down, making us eat more deliberately. They create predictable patterns that reduce social anxiety. When everyone follows the same rules, there's less uncertainty about how to behave. They demonstrate respect for food, for those who prepared it, and for our dining companions. They turn eating from a solitary act into a communal ritual. The evolution of table manners mirrors the evolution of civilization itself. As societies became more complex, table manners became more elaborate. As global connections increased, table manners absorbed more diverse influences. As social hierarchies shifted, table manners became more democratic. The history of how we eat together is, in miniature, the history of how we've learned to live together. There's something deeply comforting about this continuity. Your medieval ancestors worried about table manners. Your Victorian great-great-grandparents memorized fork placement. Your parents taught you to chew with your mouth closed. This chain of transmission, stretching back thousands of years, connects you to every human who has ever shared a meal and wondered about the right way to do it. The anxiety many people feel about table manners, worrying about doing something wrong, feeling uncertain in formal dining situations, is actually evidence of how much we care about connection and belonging. We worry because we want to show respect, because we want to be included, and because we recognise that how we behave at the table signals something important about who we are. But here's the beautiful secret that becomes clear when you study table manners across cultures and centuries. The specific rules matter much less than the spirit behind them. Victorian silver arrangements and Japanese chopstick protocols look completely different, but they're both expressing the same values: respect, consideration, mindfulness, and community. You can follow every rule perfectly and still be a terrible dinner companion if you lack those underlying values. This means that good table manners are ultimately about awareness of the food, of your fellow diners, of the context, and of your own behaviour. Whether you're using a fork or chopsticks or your hands doesn't matter as much as whether you're being thoughtful, considerate, and present. The most important table manner, the one that transcends all cultural variations and historical changes, might simply be this: pay attention. Pay attention to what you're eating, savouring flavours rather than mindlessly consuming. Pay attention to who you're eating with, engaging with them rather than being distracted. Pay attention to the moment, recognising that this meal, like all meals, is temporary and therefore precious. When you think about it this way, table manners become a form of meditation. The careful placement of utensils, the deliberate pace of eating, and the mindful conversation, all of these create a structured opportunity to be fully present. In a world that constantly demands our attention and fragments our focus, mealtimes offer a rare chance to be completely here, now, engaged with the physical and social reality immediately in front of us. This is perhaps why so many spiritual traditions include ritual meals. The Jewish Sabbath dinner, Christian communion, Islamic iftar, and Buddhist monks' meals. All of these use food and communal eating as vehicles for something transcendent. Table manners, at their best, point toward this same transcendence. They elevate the ordinary act of eating into something sacred. Even casual modern meals can carry this quality if we let them. That quick lunch with a colleague becomes an opportunity to strengthen a relationship. That family dinner, even if everyone's slightly distracted and someone's checking their phone, still creates a moment of togetherness. That solo meal, if eaten mindfully, becomes a practice of self-care and presence. The future of table manners is still being written. Will we return to more formal dining as a reaction against modern casualness? Will new technologies create entirely new eating situations that require new etiquette? Will global integration create a universal set of table manners, or will we maintain our beautiful diversity of customs? Probably all of these things will happen in different ways, in different places for different people. Table manners will continue to evolve because they've always evolved, adapting to new circumstances while maintaining their fundamental purpose, making the act of eating together more meaningful, more pleasant, and more human. As you lie there in comfort, full of new knowledge about how humans have tried to make eating civilized across the millennia, let yourself appreciate the simple fact that you're part of this long tradition. Every meal you share with others, whether formal or casual, whether you follow every rule or make it up as you go, connects you to every human who has ever broken bread with another person. Your table manners, whatever they are part of an ongoing human conversation about how we should live together. And that conversation, that continuous attempt to transform biological necessity into social art, is one of the things that makes us most human. Let's end where we began, imagining a meal, but now with all the accumulated wisdom of human history informing our vision. Picture the perfect meal, combining everything we've learned. It takes place at a table, maybe high, maybe low, maybe not a table at all, but a cloth spread on the ground. The setting is comfortable, whether that means formal chairs or floor cushions or something in between. The important thing is that you feel at ease, able to relax into the experience. The lighting is gentle, candles perhaps, or natural light filtering through windows, or the soft glow of a setting sun. Nothing harsh or clinical, just enough light to see the food and your companions clearly. The temperature is perfectly comfortable, not too hot or cold, with just enough air movement to feel fresh without being drafty. Before you is food that someone prepared with care. Maybe it's simple, maybe elaborate. Maybe it came from across the world, maybe from just down the road. The specifics don't matter as much as the attention that went into it. Someone thought about what would nourish and please and then made it happen. You have the right implements for eating, whatever those are for this particular meal. Fork and knife, chopsticks, a piece of flatbread, your hands. It doesn't matter, because you know how to use them and they feel natural in your grasp. The table is set appropriately for the occasion, with everything you need within easy reach. Around the table are people you care about. They might be family, friends, colleagues, or even strangers who will become friends by meal's end. Their presence makes the food taste better, the experience richer, and the moment more complete. You can see their faces clearly, hear their voices easily, and feel their presence without crowding. The meal begins with some acknowledgement, perhaps formal grace, perhaps a simple toast, perhaps just a moment of shared appreciation before the first bite. This brief pause creates a threshold, marking the transition from ordinary time to mealtime, from scattered activity to shared focus. You eat slowly enough to taste what you're eating. The flavours register fully, salt and sweet, bitter and sour, and the complex middle notes that make food interesting. Textures matter too. Crisp and soft, smooth and rough, and the way different foods play against each other in your mouth. You're not just consuming calories, you're experiencing something. The conversation flows naturally, with space for both talking and eating. No one dominates, everyone contributes. Topics range freely, but stay pleasant. This isn't the place for argument or stress, though real discussion is welcome. Laughter comes easily, along with the comfortable silences of people who don't need to fill every moment with noise. The pace is unhurried. If there are multiple courses, they arrive with enough time between them for digestion and conversation. if it's a single course, everyone eats at roughly the same speed, with no one feeling rushed or held back. Time becomes elastic, expanding to fill whatever space the meal needs. You're present, not thinking about what comes next, not dwelling on what came before, just here in this moment with this food and these people. Your phone is somewhere else, or at least silenced and ignored. The outside world can wait. Right now, there's only this table, this meal, this company. When the meal ends, and all meals must end eventually, it ends gently. There's no abrupt transition, no rushed clearing of plates. Perhaps there's coffee or tea, perhaps just a lingering at the table, extending the experience a few more precious minutes. The acknowledgement that it's ending makes the last moment sweeter. You leave the table satisfied but not overstuffed, nourished in body and spirit and grateful for the food and the company and the time. The memory of this meal will settle into you, becoming part of the accumulated experience of all good meals you've ever had. All the moments when eating together created something larger than the sum of its parts. This perfect meal doesn't require perfect manners in the Victorian sense. It doesn't need elaborate settings or expensive ingredients or impeccable protocol. What it needs is attention, consideration, and presence. Everything else, the specific customs, the particular foods, the exact setting, are just variations on these fundamental themes. And here's the wonderful secret. You can create this perfect meal, or something close to it, almost any time you choose. It doesn't require wealth or special knowledge or ideal circumstances. It just requires deciding that this meal, this moment, matters enough to give it your full attention. As you drift now towards sleep, let yourself hold the image of that perfect meal. Feel the contentment of a good meal shared with good company. Taste the flavours, hear the gentle conversation, and feel the warmth of connection. Let it all settle into you like satisfaction after eating, that sense of being well fed in every way that matters. All around the world at this very moment people are gathering to eat together. They're using different utensils, following different customs, and eating different foods. But they're all doing the same essential thing, transforming the act of eating into an opportunity for connection, beauty, and meaning. You're part of that global community of eaters, that vast human family that has always gathered around fires and tables and floors and picnic blankets to share food and lives. Your table manners, whatever they are your contribution to this ongoing human project of making eating together matter. Sleep well, knowing that tomorrow there will be more meals, more opportunities to practice presence and consideration, and more chances to turn the simple act of eating into something approaching art. The history of table manners is still being written, and you're one of its authors. Dream of feasts and quiet dinners, of perfect moments around imperfect tables, of all the meals yet to come and all the ways they'll connect you to yourself and others. Dream of humanity's long journey from eating raw food with our fingers around prehistoric fires to whatever beautiful new dining customs the future will bring. And when you wake, remember, the next meal is a fresh opportunity to make that history just a little bit more peaceful, a little bit more mindful, and a little bit more human. Sleep well, the table is always waiting.